Well, good morning. Welcome everybody to the second level of the conference dungeon. I hope nobody has been eaten by a grue. At least that's what I was always afraid of when we were in Rome. This is not such a dungeon, but I still couldn't completely forget about that experience. Also, it looks like this room is much easier to find than last time when I was, by coincidence, having a tutorial in Rome. We had to wait for like 10 minutes before everybody found us. But now it looks like there is way more people than I expected. Oh no. So, welcome, happy Monday, and let's hope everything goes well. Originally, we expected to do this in 2 people. As you can see, there is also Andrzej there written, but for several weird reasons, I had to replace him with this duck. So I'll hope this duck will be senior enough to help me, but if not, it's gonna at least look at me and say nothing. Yeah, that's the deal. And what's the deal for today? Well, I have seen several tutorials on how to do EVPN. I have read some RFCs, and I was merging some spaghetti code. That's not so spaghetti. I was merging some code. In all cases, I was not confused by the EVPN itself. I was confused by the things below it. And I found out that there is not much of things doing the underlay by hand. And the reason why I'm doing this is that I have an experience that people often fail to debug things when they don't see under the hood well, which means if you are used to set things up and then just look at the configuration and you are not used to do the things from the beginning to the end, at least once manually, you have probably some level of not understanding what's actually happening there. So this is going to be mostly looking at how the things are done under the hood, what's actually happening, even though there will not be so many technical sketches. And I'll also try to use our very lightweight tool, which is still able to run on my laptop, simulating the network, but you are free to use anything else you want. Yeah, and in the end, we'll try to set up EVPN with BERT, which is one of the things where we were delayed. I was expecting to release BERT 2.19 and 3.3 like half a month ago. Then I was expecting to do it last week, then I was expecting to do it yesterday, and now I am expecting to do it soon. Hopefully it's not gonna be 3 months, which is a euphemism for any time in the future. But it's basically done. I just have to do the technical things. Yeah. Okay, so Andrzej is not here. Andrzej is that one who is replaced by the duck, but he's okay. He's just not here. We are both senior developers of BERT. Andrzej has actually written most of the complete implementation of EVPN in BERT. and I am that one who was pushing him and poking him to finish it. And also, I wrote that tool which I'm going to be using. It's still a very much an experimental thing. Yeah, and we've been teaching a course on the university in the winter semester, and I'm using some parts and notes and pieces of slides from that course as well, and that was made by our colleague, Kateřina. Yep, that's this. I hope that this link is also available in the version of the presentation, which is down up there at the website, because I failed to upload the right version of the slides. So the right version of the slides is in my laptop, but it's probably not yet on the website, because a lot of things. It just needs a C compiler and run make install, and you don't need any much privileges apart from allowing this thing in AppArmor if you are running AppArmor. I'm running Debian because that's what I'm running, and I don't have the problems there. But whatever. There is a to-do which is there for like 3 months. And it's gonna be there for a while because nobody had time to do the fix. Anyway, if user is allowed to run user spaces, this should basically work. This is the hard way how to start the sudo virtuals in there. There is a lib. Wait a moment for it, but just to say. It creates a cluster named, it creates a cluster named meow. It starts a machine named A in the cluster, and then you need to set the link, the loopback up. What the hell? No, stop the Wi-Fi. I was expecting this. Some app would send notifications there. Sorry, now I'm offline. Yeah, and then you have to set up forwarding. This is the hard way. There is a library which is like this. You just load the library, and then you say it's a router. And to demonstrate this, if I move to the right thing, I can. No, I can't because it's in a presentation mode. I can do things like this. I can copy it. I can move to something. Let's make a new dir just to not show you anything from my disk, just to be sure. And I'll just put it. I had to set the path to eduhawk, which is actually on my laptop at some wrong place. But whatever. I can create a router. I can create another router. And I can then get a router. Well, it has no interfaces for now because it's just a loopback, but I have a router. So yeah, and if you wanna stop it, you just remove. If you look at the directory, there is a directory. And the directory has some weird files in there. And these files, if you remove several of them, it just dies. So if I do if I do this, it just dies in a second. If you have any questions, if I'm too fast or whatever, please jump up, go to the mic, interrupt me. Do not vibrate. Yep. So that's this. And also you can run some things inside the machine. You have already seen the shell command, and you can also do things like sending running a single command. I'll create the cluster yet again. And yeah, here one can see the thing. And also it's I was trying to force cloud code to use this thing for something, and it for some reason forgot that Eduhawk's CMD exists, and it started complaining that it doesn't return the return value. So I had to just check it. It indeed does return the return value, as it's indicated at the bottom. Is it visible? Yeah, nice. Is it visible from the back? Nice. So it means I have made it big enough. Nice. I'm gonna be using this weird alias. Yeah. Also, there are. If I get back if you are checking out the Git, there is actually a folder called examples in there, and there are three shell scripts in the examples, which are basically closely following this talk. So feel free to check them and use them. Hello.
So what's the name of the project?
Sorry.
What is the name of the project now?
Name of what?
Of the project.
Of the project, Eduhawk.
Okay, so
this one.
Second line in the example requires you to have block.
Oh, that's a remnant of one of the previous names of the project, because the project got renamed several times. Sorry for that.
The fun thing is that it actually has Edinburgh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the examples, I'll repeat it for the mic. In the examples, in some of the files, it requires flock, which is the previous name of the same project, and we obviously forgot to rename some of the instances. So you will have to rename it. You will have to update the script for yourself. Yeah, there are some problems. It's experimental thing, and whenever you find anything which could be made better, if you like the tool direction, please feel free to send a pull request or whatever else. But let's go forward. I'm going to be using this shortcut, which is actually working in the shell. I was curious whether using an at the beginning of the command would work. It actually works. I have seen somebody using a full Unicode inside the shell. It was funny, and it was so cursed. Yeah, so we need to connect those routers. I'll just run this command. You can also have a L3 link, which is simulating a tunnel with no level 2, like a true point-to-point link. It's not showing the full logo. No. I will give. This is better. This is now showing the full logo, and I'm complying with the company standards. Okay, I'll actually paste this. It showed some weird JSON. That's a remnant of something which should be much nicer. But yep. Now we can see that there is at the machine A, there is actually a link to B. Also, you may count how many times I will swear about my backspace, which is not, which is getting out of my keyboard. Yeah, so you can see that we have a link. It got automatically up. It got its link local address. What more do we need? You can see the other side. Here, you can send a ping if you really wish. And if it's copyable. So let's say at A, I want to send a ping, and it pings. It actually didn't need any. Didn't need the designation of the interface, because it was inferred automatically, because there is only one interface. Yeah, the links can be deleted, and VS can be also bridged. So I'm gonna create a bridge actually, because it's well, bridge. This is simulating a physical switch actually. Somehow, this creates the bridge. I call the bridge pause, because why not? And now I'll just link it together, and we can see that we have a link, and the link is called pause. And now, just for very practical reasons, I'm gonna set very short link local addresses, so that we can see that. Yeah, if you didn't know it, you can have more link local addresses at the device. So we can now it doesn't ping because we have multiple devices. Oh, it doesn't like me. But I can say pause, and now it pings. Now it pings over the bridge. You can see live that it's an experimental tool, and it looks like some Python didn't like me. Yeah, and now I'll get to the tunneling. Don't know how many of you have never done tunneling, have never done these virtualization things. Can I please have a show of hands? How many of you have ever seen a VXLAN? Okay, it's like half of the room, or more than half of the room, so I'll speed it up a little bit. So for the rest of the room, you basically have some customers or some machines, some networks for which you want to provide connection. The connection should look like that the virtual machines or the customer machines are seeing each other on the same network segment. But you may not have them at the same location. You may not have them. You don't need. It may happen that they are on different places in the world, including like the west coast of US and London. And these can still see each other, if you will. This also allows moving the machines between your hypervisors, so you can just make the you can suspend the machine, move all the data, and then restore the machine at another hypervisor. And it can isolate lots of traffic. Basically, if you are doing VLAN tagging at 021Q, if you are doing VLAN tagging, you can use L2 tunneling. You can use VXLANs to send all the VLAN stuff from one side to the other one. The schema here is like, well, you have a virtual machine on one side. It's connected to a switch. There can be more switches, more machines, whatever. Then the switch is connected to another hypervisor through a tunnel, and that switch to another virtual switch, and that gets a virtual machine. You can have physical machines there. You can have whole networks there, whatever. I'll now create some bridges inside the hypervisors. I have not set the alias, so I will go back and set the alias, because I don't want to type this all over again. No, copied the bad thing. This one. I'm going to create also a B alias, and for future also C alias, and D alias. Yeah, it's gonna get large. And now we are here, and I want to create some bridges. I should have taken my mouse with me. Now it's happened. We can see it when we do IP link. It shows that there is indeed a bridge. It's not written there that it's a bridge, but it's a bridge. What we did here is we added a new interface of type bridge, and we also said that VLAN filtering is set on. It means that the bridge actually interprets the headers of 801. Which was it? 8.1Q. Yeah. Thank you. I'm getting confused by the numbers. It's the constants. I'm always wrong. Yeah, and then we have to set the interface up, and then the same is done on the B. Now we have the bridges. We don't have the virtual machines, and we don't have the link between the bridges. So we'll move forward to creating some VMs actually. I'll copy this as is. It's just creating a new host, creating a link between the host and the appropriate router, the appropriate hypervisor, let's say, and then it creates it adds yet another convenience link local address, and the last command puts the interface into the bridge. I am describing it in details quite slow, because there are people who are not used to Linux networking. So that if you are used to only doing things like the big hardware routers, this may be the first time you are actually doing Linux networking. I'll paste it here. Oh, yeah. It doesn't like. Let's do another alias. Here's the alias, BA1, and BB1. now this works. But now, well, we have the machines, we have the switches. We can see if we show the links at the machine A, we can see that there is the PA1 link, and it's actually put into the bridge VS16. We can also show it like this, that there is PA1 inside VS16. Yeah, and now the tunneling. The tunneling is easy. It's, well, you get the Ethernet frame. You look at the VLAN tag if it is there, or if it's configured in another way. You just prefix a very short header. The header says basically the category of the traffic, the VLAN tag, well, the VNI in this case. It's gonna get confusing because there is the VLAN tag, which is on the inside the Ethernet frame, and then there is VNI, which is in the VXLAN. These are two different numbers. One of the numbers, and these numbers don't have to correspond, so that you may have on one hypervisor a VLAN number 42, on the other hypervisor VLAN number 67, and they can be connected by a VXLAN VNI, which is in one direction 700, and in the other direction 12,000. And all of these is possible. It's crazy, but it's possible. I don't recommend doing it, but we have some tests for it because we had to try whether it works as well as the standard setup. But the recommendation basically is use some systematic numbering and don't do weird things. It's gonna bite you because you're gonna do typos. And this data is sent by UDP to the other side. On the other side, you get the UDP packet, you interpret it, and you push it into the local bridge. Anyway, this adds some overhead. So if you look at the interfaces as soon as we make them, they have lower MTU. They'll get, I think, 1430 or something like that. And if you are doing this on a fabric you own completely, it may be a good idea to enable jumbo frames if everything works with them. Yeah, and as I said, on the other side, you just get the packet, interpret the flags, push it into the local bridge. And how it is done on Linux? Well, this is full manual setup. So where is the cursor? Here. You have to add a link. The link is the VXLAN link is just a virtual thing. It's not an actual interface, but it's a tool for the Linux device, for the Linux kernel to run all the to keep all the setup and to do the routing. So I'll create a type VXLAN device with here it will say ID16, which is the VNI. This is the VXLAN ID, the ID16. You have to set the local IP address. And in case it's link local, you have to also set the device, which you have to set this way by def something, and not by the percent syntax. I'm setting explicitly the standard destination port because Linux otherwise uses the old one. Then we put the device into the switch and set it up. And I do the same on the other side. I just paste it here, and it actually did something. Let's check it. Let's check at the customer. It looks like nothing happened. It just has a link. At the PB one, well, it just has a link. What addresses do I have there? I have that. Yeah. So on PA1, I can try pinging the B1, and it doesn't work. Nice.
But we have to specify the information.
I'll try. No, it doesn't like me. Let's see what happened. I'll create another terminal so that we can check. So let's debug it from the beginning. Eduhawk shell A, meow. There are some interfaces. Do you see the lesser? Do you see the right terminal from the back well, or should I make it bigger? Still good? Nice. I'll still make it bigger because I can't see it. This is better, for me at least. So let's do some TCP dump. I need to do some. The Eduhawk insights don't like setting groups, so I have to stay with. I can't drop privileges from the TCP dump. You get only root inside that these pseudo virtuos, and I also don't want the TCP dump to resolve the addresses. So I'll try. I'll send a ping. And as you can see, it sent 3 neighbor solicitations and got nothing back. So let's see whether anything goes through the trunk. The pause is the interface, is the bridge between those hypervisors. And as we can see, there is nothing going there. Any idea what's gone wrong? As you can see, I hope you can see, there is no boom. There is no boom record in the forwarding database. This means the bridge, the local bridge at the hypervisor, does not know where to send things which are does not know where to send the data. So that if we return to the command, which was adding the VXLAN link, this command has only the local address. It has no idea where to send the data. I just added that we want to encapsulate it. If I edit also the destination address, I could create a regular tunnel with two sides. If I did it on both sides, I would have a regular point-to-point VXLAN link. If I did this, I would have to create this kind of link for every pair of hypervisors, and I will get some things resembling a particle accelerator, because it would forward packets all over and over again. So I'm not doing this, but I'll have to tell the hypervisor somehow how to what to do with the boom thing, with the unknown thing. And this is this. I have to add the missing records. I wanna tell the machine A that actually there is a machine with address B where I want it to send everything which it doesn't know. If it doesn't know where to send the data, send it there. And on the other side, I want to do the same. I'm gonna copy it and paste it. In this terminal, I do have the aliases. Nice. And now if I open the ping, is it gonna work? Tell me, is it gonna work? Doesn't know. We'll see. No. Okay. What are we doing now wrong? Let's display. Yeah, it's there. It actually shows. It actually shows the destinations. So let's check it once again. TCP dump. Do a ping. Nope. Still nothing. Okay. What's happening in the switch? It's VS16. I was cycling by when creating this slide deck through several variants of the names of the interfaces. So I'm getting confused by myself. Okay, we are getting the neighbor solicitation. Nice. Is the link up? Yes, it is. Oh, it's unknown. Still nothing. What has gone wrong this time? Yeah, this is. I'll move to this. No, this is. I must have done something wrong because it was working last night. It's typo there. Yeah. I'll return to that. I'll just cover the boom problem before you get too bored. There are three kinds of traffic which you can't direct to the exact place. It's a broadcast traffic which you have to obviously send to everybody. There is the unknown, which is, well, you don't know what to do with that. So you are opportunistically sending it to everybody so that somebody has the actual recipient. And then there is the multicast, which is a whole other story. This means if you set it wrong, it may overload your links. If you set it in a way that sometimes you send the boom back to the VXLAN, it's gonna cost you real money on the traffic. The bridge is a very simple device. It just has an explicit record. If it has an explicit record, it sends it there. If it doesn't know, it has a bunch of records for all zeros, and it sends it everywhere where the record is. And the last thing, the last thing, if the bridge hears about a new neighbor, if it gets a new packet from an address which it hasn't seen yet, it stores the address. It stores the information that the address is that way, and then it uses the information again. But what is happening down there? That's okay. Sorry? I did it. I did the B the same way, but I have problems sending the ping from A. It's just not. No, it's not Sedulog. Okay, the link is there. There is the address. Let's check whether at A, whether we can ping at least this one. But this is actually the address of the PA1. It is in the bridge. No. The backspace doesn't work. It doesn't ping this one because it's inside the bridge. Let's try the bridge link local address. That should do. Yeah, that works. So local ping works. Yeah. And it can be seen there. But what is happening when pinging something not unknown? It doesn't resend the solicitations forward. No, I'm getting confused. FDB. Yeah, this is what should be there. This is the boom record. I have no idea why it's not happening. Sorry? That is a singular address. There should not be a subnet. And the VXP is actually bound to the POS interface. So this is something which has gone wrong for no reason. I'll check the example. what's happened there. Because yeah, it's setting the master. This all has happened. I should have set up VXLAN. And you can see it's the very these are the very same commands we had in there. The only question is I may have done the FDB things wrong. Def is there, VNI is there, self-permanent is there, and the destination is there as well. Okay, let's try this experiment. I will stop the no. I can't even write. I'll run the example. Whether it does what I want. And now it pings. What the hell has just happened?
We declared typo and
When you created the VF interfaces earlier, you have the alias set up and you only did the second part of the first part.
Maybe. I am just confused. Sorry?
You have a recording you can review.
I'll have to check it from the recording. I'll ask Cloud Code to do it for me. What can possibly go wrong? Okay. Yes, if you look into the Edinburgh source code, there is a examples folder. Actually, if you forget that I wrote flock/main, which is the old name, because I haven't yet renamed it in my laptop. If you ignore that and you say this is EduHawk, then in the EduHawk source code there is examples, and in examples there's VXLAN with learning, and that's the bash script which I have just done. Okie dokie. I'm not going to copy this again because something is gonna go wrong. But what I'm gonna do instead is say that in the example it works. So if there is anything wrong, it's in the slice wrong. Yeah, I am left it too early. The hypervisor thing, this is basically all the hypervisor thing one has to do. It's to set up the thing, connect and connect it to the bridge. These two you would typically do by manipulating your hardware, and then you just configure your addresses as always. You add the bridge, which is now it's called VS16 because I am using the VNI 16, which is identifying this segment. If I was using VNI, I don't know, 42, I would name it VS42 just to be completely aligned. It's not needed. You can do it in a way you want. You can put there the name of the customer. Why not? Or you can write that. You can write there meow. Yeah. Then there is the fake interface. There is the virtual tunnel interface called VXP. This time, it's just arbitrary names. Linux lets you name things the way you want, so that you can do it. You put the interface into the switch and set it up, and that's basically all. And if I look into the script, it actually does exactly that. It creates here, which is, it's better seen there than there. Nice. That screen has worse colors than that one. Here it basically does what's on the slides, and then you can see it in the script already. You have to add all the boom records for every pair of those hypervisors, so that now it's gonna be 4 commands. When we are adding another hypervisor, it's gonna be 6 commands, and when we are adding a 50th hypervisor, it's gonna be 98 commands, or I off by 1. Which is also what you can see here. And this is needed to replicate the BUMs. If you don't replicate the BUMs, you don't see the others. So I'll continue running the script. I will stop it. And I'll run it once again until it adds the 3rd hypervisor. It doesn't have the what I wanted. No, I wanted to shell to the C. It doesn't like me. So I'll it crashed for whatever reason. It's an experimental thing. I'll have to fix it. So now I should be able to shell there. Yes, it shells. I'll see the packets. There is some neighbor solicitation. You can see the C hypervisor has no customers, but it still gets the BUMs. You can see the neighbor solicitations here. And I'll try to do the ping once again. FE80, then B. And here you can see that it got the neighbor solicitation, but it didn't get the ping, because the bridges have seen the traffic, and they have learned that the traffic is going between A and B. So the C, which is outside of the link, does not see the traffic from the ping between A and B. It's not being replicated. The only thing which is replicated is that BUM. But if I start pinging things like this, now the neighbor solicitations are actually coming there. Because it's looking for the device. So this is how it behaves with BUMs. So you can see, apart from adding new hypervisor, we didn't have much a need for running anything like BGP or so. It just can be done manually. It's a little bit obnoxious, but it works. We can also see, if we look into the FDB table, that if we find this thing, no, without a semicolon, nice. Yeah, it is there, and it's not marked permanent. The bridge FDB display is kind of sketchy, but if you remember that permanent is what you put there, and if it's not permanent, it's learned, then you will understand. And if you look at this, you can see that the information is learned. It's not set as permanent. First, well, there is a ABC, there is a triangle, there is a loop. Why don't we have any particle accelerator? Why is it not looping around? Any idea? It's learned in both directions, and it's boom. It should be replicated. It's actually much more subtle. It's like Linux doesn't like sending the data back to the same interface. And so by creating only one interface for the VXLAN, which is then doing the sending, well, which is actually what Molly said. The replication is done in the bridge, but the bridge doesn't send it back. And to create the particle accelerator, you would have to send it back. If you did, the interfaces, if I go back, if you did not one interface, this interface is doing double duty. This interface is sending the data both to the A and to the B. This interface is doing actually the replication. Well, the replication is done in the bridge, but it's sent twice to this same interface. Well, where is it actually done? That's a good question, which I don't have answer for. Anyway, if we didn't do this, but instead created a separate interface for every pair of devices, for every pair of hypervisors, it would start looping. And I am quite sure that it needs to happen at one single hypervisor to get loop. If all others are done okay, and one of them has one interface per peer, it's gonna behave wildly. And then there is the problem of learning. You maybe don't want to learn. The first problem is that the machine must actually send some boom to get noticed. This is not a problem. Why is it not a problem nowadays? What's the first thing the machine does when it gets up? It sends a DAD. It sends duplicate address detection. And if it sends a duplicate address detection, it has actually sent a multicast. And it's learned. Nice. Problem solved. But if the machine doesn't know that it has moved, if you suspend the machine and move it somewhere else and then restore it, it doesn't know that the interface has technically gone down. It doesn't know that it maybe wants to send a DAD. And it may stay silent for a long time, and all the data for this machine gets sent somewhere else. So if you are doing any live migration, you should not learn. And you should distribute all the all the MAC addresses explicitly. It's also your FDB. You can see the to-do which is there removed. Yeah. So first thing, we should switch off learning. This is done in the second example file. There is the no learning example in the same folder. And you must switch off the learning at 2 places, at 2 different places. I have no idea why. I just believe Andrzej, who told me that I have to do it twice. Once for the bridge, and second for the interface. There are more things which have to be said twice. You will see them probably in a while. Okay, let's add a third customer machine, but without the learning, with the learning switched off. I'll stop the simulation. You can see on the other terminal that the machine has indeed stopped. The simulation is gone by removing the folder. And now I'm gonna do the without learning script. It created some hypervisors, and so adding third hypervisors, adding another customer machine, and it tells me what to do, because I was very wise, and I put this information here so that I can just do ping. No, what have I copied? This thing, and the ping actually runs. But I am pinging the C. It works, but if I look at B, yeah. Now I can see. I will make it ICMP6. Yep, this one. You can see the echo requests. The echo requests coming, and actually also the echo replies. It still works, but you don't. If we switched off the learning, and we keep the boom records, now on the B hypervisor, you can see all the traffic replicated. I send a ping from the A hypervisor. The ping gets replicated to B and C because A doesn't know where the target is, and it doesn't learn. B sees it, has no target for it, and drops it. And then on C, it gets pushed to the right to the end target, and the target machine sends reply. So you can see all the traffic on another hypervisor. That's wrong. That doesn't scale. So this is what you get with. You have to remind there is the terminal with the TCP dump is B, which is not in the path of A and C. A and C are directly connected, and B is looking at both of them. It's just in the same domain, so it is getting all the traffic because it's it's unknown. It has unknown target. It has not learned. So what we would have to do is, well, let's try whether I am able to do it. So we need to look at C, and at C, we need to do this command. I am not copying the right things. And this command tells me that this is the, is it that one? Yep, it's the first one, which is not permanent. It's the learned one. The learned one is from the other side. There is another valid MAC address down there. There is another MAC address. This is my own MAC address, and then there are the multicasts. You can see there that there are 4 different IPv6 multicasts already active there, because there is the router multicast, everybody multicast, and also the duplicate address detection multicast. Okay. So this first one is what we are looking for, and now we have to move to the other side, to the machine A, and add the we have to add the record, and we have to add the record 3 times. Once to say where to send it, then to tell the bridge that it should actually do it, and then again, well, VLAN 1 is should not be needed, but it's there. It happens to be there for whatever reason. I'm going to do it just to show you that that it's actually going to do what we expect, but it's gonna take a while. I have to copy it, paste it. No.
Exit C first.
Exit C first. Ah, thank you. This one, I'll have to send it like this. Def. The ping still works. Let's see what happens at B now.
You were missing the alias on the right side.
Yeah? Oh no. No.
Yes, it is not defined on that channel.
Oh no. I'm such an idiot. Now, the ping still runs. Let's check the TCP dump. Yep. That's what I wanted to achieve. Now we don't see the requests. It's cut off. No. Move. I don't have a, this is better. Now you can see that at the B, the reply is still replicated, but the requests have gone. The requests are gone simply because we added that one forwarding database record. We have told the A now knows where to send the requests, and therefore B is not bothered with the requests. But the other side, the C, does not know where the PA1 is, where the requester is. So the echo replies get replicated still. And this is what we would have to do at all the hypervisors for every single machine. And that's where we actually do need the BGP, because this is becoming sticky. I'm not going to. I'll have to go through this for a little while, but I'll try maybe not to dig into this too much. Let's say we have multiple customers running their virtuals on the same hypervisor. That is or it can be the same customer, but they need multiple segments. Why not? Or it's you needing more segments at the same hypervisor. And now we have various methods how to do it. There are two basic variants. The easier variant, like the more explicit variant, which will let you check what's happening and how, is one bridge per segment. You just create a single bridge for every single segment. You also add one VXLAN device. You do the same thing we did before, just setting another VNI, just setting another ID there. If I go back for a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 6, 7, this one, you can do the same thing from here down. This, nope, this part. You just replace the 16 with something else, like 17. You just do the same, and it works. You just have to put your virtual machines into the right switches. So if I get back to the slide 24, you get this may grow impractical. If you have a lot of segments, if the segments are being added and removed too often, editing the list of the interfaces may be too laborious. It means if you add a segment, you add a bridge. If you add another segment, you add a bridge. You must manage the VNI to bridge to the matching between the VNI and bridge locally. It's one possible way. This is how to add another customer to hypervisor A. I am not going to run this piece of script in the simulation now, but it's gonna at least not with the no learning, because I don't wanna copy all the MAC addresses everywhere. But you can see that it's basically, where is the cursor? Here. It basically adds another bridge, sets it up. here with ID 20 instead of 16. It adds a VXLAN device, and it adds the host, and it works. Well, it would work if there was another customer. And there is the other way. You can have one bridge for the whole machine. I call it the VLAN setup. And instead of having multiple VXLAN devices and multiple virtual bridges, you have one bridge and one VLAN device. This approach allows you to connect your virtual bridge to an actual VLAN trunk. You can put an interface, a physical interface in there, and say, "Hey, this is the trunk," and connect a physical switch there. Why not? It may be harder to debug because if you TCP dump it, you get all the VNIs at once. You have to filter. You have to filter the VLAN by the VLAN, and you have to manage the mapping between the VLAN ID and the VNI, which I have to remind you, VNI and the VLAN ID are two different numbers which are typically the same, but need not be. And yeah, this is another example of adding. This is adding another hypervisor, which is actually using the VLAN setup. The key difference here is instead of it's hidden here in the word external. The external saying that you are actually not saying which VNI the VXLAN is for, and you are getting an external mapping for that. Yeah, and you have to also set the VLAN tunnel on for the bridge on that link. This command adds the awareness for the bridge that this tunnel is actually going to translate between VLAN IDs and VNIs. There is also the VLAN setup continuing. This is appending all those boom records and continuing more and more because lots of things. But this is the actual mapping. Then you add the mapping instead of adding the mapping into instead of putting the mapping into the interface configuration, you put the mapping into the bridge information, and the bridge and the VXLAN device then has the translation table between VLAN ID and VNI. I will check whether there is the example in there, actually. Is it here? No. Is it here in the without learning version? No. So it looks like I don't have this part in the interface, in the examples. I may try doing it, but it's quite laborious work. So I wanna, yeah, and in the end, you add the customer machine, and with adding the customer machine, you actually have to put the machine into the right VLAN. While before you put the machine into the appropriate bridge. Here you have to add the machine into the VLAN after setting the master interface. Yeah, that's the difference. You can see all the commands in the in the slides. I hope they will get replaced, unless they are already replaced. I don't know. I haven't checked my mail. And there's an. You can see that here I am adding PD1, and it's being added to VID 16. The VID is the VLAN ID, while the ID is the VNI. It's confusing. Everybody uses different terminology, but the VXLAN ID is the ID in VXLAN. The VID is not VXLAN ID, it's VLAN ID, it's the local one. These two things, for those who have not seen it yet, PVID means that if you receive an untagged packet from there, it's gonna become VLAN 16, and if you are sending untagged packets there, so you are basically simulating a non 802.1q network. And yeah, I'm removing the device from the VID one. And then the same is done for another machine, but with VLAN ID 20. And finally, it took me only 80 minutes, and I'm getting thirsty. So if you have any questions for that before I dive into doing this with BGP. Okay.
I do actually have a question. I'm slightly confused by the VNI, what it actually identifies. I was under the assumption that it would identify one particular VXLAN link that is being tunneled over physical links. So you have to separate VXLAN links on the same physical link, that it would distinguish between those, but maybe I'm confused.
Yeah. The thing is, you have on the local physical machine. Well, on the local machine, you have the VLAN ID, or you have a different method of separating things. You don't need VLAN IDs. You have some method of separating, and the VXLAN, the VNI, is using to separate the flows between themselves, which may or may not correspond to the VLAN IDs on the end machine. Does it make more sense now? No. You have a lot of data flows. Each of these data flows is identified by the VNI. It's identified by the VNI, and if you are doing VLANs on the endpoint, it should correspond often one-to-one to the VLAN IDs. If you don't do VLANs, it should correspond one-to-one to that method you are using. Yeah, or catch me after that. I may draw some images or something like that. Okay. I hope I haven't lost you all. Let's move into BGP and let's add more things. You can send all of this, all of the information we had to set up. That manual work can be sent through BGP. I will reduce myself to type 2 and type 3. It's the MAC records and the IMAT records. There are various more records which one can send through BGP, EVPN, but I'm not going to dive into that. I think it's going to be completely enough to do just the type 2 and type 3. The first thing we did was setting up the boom records, and these are generated by the local router, by the local hypervisor, by knowing which VLANs or which VXLAN IDs, which VNIs, are actually in demand on the local hypervisor. For example, if I have two hypervisors which are having traffic between them on one segment, but on the third hypervisor, I have no traffic from that segment because I have no recipient, no machine from that. I don't send from that machine for that segment an IMET record. I don't remember I know it's IMET, and I have seen it's inclusive something. The first word is inclusive, but the rest I don't know. It's in the RFC, and you will find it under the name IMET. It sends the information of whether I wanna receive a boom. If I don't wanna receive the boom, then I don't set the IMET. And when I receive an IMET, I convert the IMET into a boom entry and put it into the FDB. And when a machine is locally learned, then when a machine appears on my switch, I take the information about the machine, the MAC address, and I advertise it as the MAC record. And at the endpoints, at the other hypervisors, this information is converted back to unicast entries in the forwarding database. This is potentially combined with things like actual routing. It has an actual next hop, so that if you are running more complicated networks than just 5 hypervisors on one switch, but you have a network of hypervisors and you are running some complicated OSPF below that, you may very easily get routes which are actually resolved through several layers, and you can get multi-hop routes from this. And there are 2 more numbers to add to the confusion with VLAN ID and VXLAN ID, or the VNI. You get more confusion. You get the route distinguisher. And if there are the young folks who don't know about the route distinguishers, but do know about what's the thing? Sorry? There is the newer method in BGP. I should remember it by heart, but it always goes away. Which allows you to send more routes for the same destination. But route distinguisher is basically prepended to the record and said, well, this is gonna make the records different, so you can have records for the same MAC address from different machines. This makes it possible to have multiple machines advertising the same thing, which is for whatever reason needed. And then there is the route target, which has, well, who we want to get this. Because the route target typically corresponds to some domain of the hypervisors, of the segments. So basically, you have a route target. That route target can cover one or multiple segments which are advertised under this route target. And BGP is then able to pick the routes pick the records based on the route target in there, so that not only the data is not sent, but even the records are not sent through all the BGP, which makes some sense if you have a big customer in many places and another customer with just 2 or 3 places. You don't need to replicate everything everywhere. I have gone. Does it work? Ah, nice. It's gone up and down. So by the route target, you may basically filter what's sent where, and you are half filtering it on the source. This is much more complicated than I am saying it, and I don't want to dive into it because it would be for another hour. Anyway, route target is not the VNI. The VNI is encoded separately. The route target is used for selecting which records belong to which segment, but the actual mapping is encoded inside the EVPN records in the same way as if it was MPLS. Actually, it's defined as MPLS labels, which is, if you don't know what it is, I hope you know, it's another encapsulation method. It's just not sent over UDP. It's just sent as in the frames. But it uses the same thing. The only funny thing on this, well, funny or unfunny, is that MPLS labels have 20 bits and they are shifted to the left in the packets. And VXLAN labels are 24 bits and they occupy it in full. Which means when you parse the packet, you don't know whether you are parsing MPLS or VXLAN unless you know a lot of other things about your local configuration. And if you are running a mixed network, you don't know anything, and in the route reflector, it's going to display weirdly, which is not a problem for BERT for now because we are supporting only VXLAN. But if you are running VXLAN and MPLS, it's going to make some, well, it's going to be another bit of nightmare for the development. Yeah, now finally setting up some BERT. To put this plainly, BERT, as is now released, does not have EVPN support yet. You'd have to get EVPN supporting BERT from the current master or set next. So if you wanna run it yourself, it's the only method is basically either building it yourself or downloading the packages from our convoluted CI, which I have not yet fixed to do nightly builds publicly. Anyway, this is basic configuration which does nothing special. It just runs OSPF and does the needed things. BERT is basically known for not having much defaults. In the end, it means you have to write more, even more boilerplate, but you see what's going on often. This is the EVPN part. This is making a template so that you can set up the protocol, the BGP peer to everybody else. What's that? Looks like no, it's 3 dots. I'm seeing that. You can run this protocol of BGP from several times. And this is basically going to create a everybody-to-everybody connection. You can run this with a route reflector, and it's a good idea to run this with a route reflector. And then it would be just 1 or 2 peers. And then this setup, is it that? Yeah, this setup is going to receive and send the EVPN records. This is doing communication between the BGP and the local table, which keeps the EVPN records. And it does nothing else. To translate the EVPN records into actual records in the table, you have to do another thing. You have to set up the protocol EVPN, which is setting up all those things like the route distinguisher, which is basically your local ID. Route distinguisher is local for every source of the routes. Setting the route target, which is I'll say it again, basically a category of those. Or a group of segments. Here you say, here it says only VLAN 16, but you can have here at this place, you can have VLAN ID. You can set the VXLAN ID. You can set actually VXLAN ID for sending and for receiving differently. And you can also set different route targets, one for import, one for export, if you really want. And after that, this is just a connector. This first protocol EVPN is just a connector, which does the translation between the EVPN records and what should go into the FDB. And this last one is actually doing the putting things into FDB. This last protocol bridge is doing the updates. There is the scan time 5 seconds because the default time is a minute, and Linux kernel for some weird reasons does things like it sometimes refuses to update the FDB. I have no idea why, but it has happened to me while working on this code several times. So I just set the scan time 5 seconds here, and we have an internal issue to look at it. The protocol bridge is also a little bit funny because it creates two FDB records from one Ethernet record. This is the same. This is the multi-switch variant. This one. What's the difference? The difference is that if you are VLAN-aware, you have to add VLAN filtering and it looks like I have made a record here. No. Yeah, you have to set the bridge device to VS0, not VS16, or you have the one bridge device. And while in the multi-switch variant, you have this kind of setup for every single segment. In the VLAN-aware setup, you can have you have only the top part multiple times, and the protocol bridge is there only once. So there is one synchronization protocol, one synchronization routine, and also it's not shown here, but in the protocol EVPN, you may add, you may make things like setting a range for the VLAN IDs. So if you are doing things cleanly, you have aligned VLANs, VXLAN IDs, and all of those. You can say, well, for VLAN 16, it's set up like this, and then you say range 20, and this means I have actually 20 of them, and they go consecutively. So you have the same for VLAN 17, and everything is up by one. So that if you wanna, this is why the VLAN-aware method makes more sense with the EVPN. Before that, it was just not so much different, but here it's different enough. You may not need to update your configuration every time you add a segment, because it can be done kind of automatically. Yeah, this is what you get when you run things. There is actually the third example, which expects you to have built BERT. I tried to get at least a Docker image, but I failed to run the Docker image in a way that it would allow Edinburgh. So it's yet another story. What you can see here, you have the, what the hell? Yes, this is an information of the local MAC actually. There are two records, but the record is translated to the record in BERT. This is this one, and that is then translated to the BGP EVPN record, and that is then sent over to the BGP. We chose this implementation because we believe that people should know what we are doing with the data, so that you can see that we have actually read the information from the kernel. This is done by the bridge protocol. Then it got converted. You can also add some filters on there and do weird things with the data if you really want to mess your network. And then it's sent to BGP. And the other part, the other side, is I got a MAC information with route distinguisher 316. Oh, 316, that's a funny thing. I don't know what's this 0, but I'll look at it. And there is this MAC address. Sorry, sound for the blurping sounds. There is the MAC address. You can see that the VNI is actually stored as MPLS. it's shown as MPLS because we are using the same subsystem. But don't be confused. It's a VNI. We are probably going to fix this in some time in the future, but I have no idea when. Then it's converted back to the local table to the FDB record, and then it's put into the FDB, and you can see again it's replicated. It's there twice. I don't remember why, but it was apparently some quirk of the Linux kernel that one had to tell the switch twice that it's actually happening this way. And this is what happens with the IMETs. The IMETs are not generated from anything in the FDB. They are generated by the configuration itself. So if you set up an EVPN protocol, it automatically generates the IMETs for you. And then they are then sent into BGP. And if you receive them, it converts them into the boom routes. You can see here that we got 3 different IMETs from B, C, and D. They are ordered quite randomly. And then in the same random ordering, you get them translated into the boom records. And these boom records are then put into the FDB. This is a reminder that you have the VXLAN VNI is 24 bits. The VLAN ID is only 12 bits. So on one hand, one would like to just send the VLAN IDs. On the other hand, you don't have enough space. So if you have more than how much is that? 4,000 segments. You may want to use different VLAN IDs on different hypervisors, and then you are getting to the discrepancy between them, and you have to set up the mapping. You have seen the troubleshooting, and you have seen how I messed it up. But to wrap it up, you can get lots of typos, especially writing configurations. You can run into some kernel bugs because we have still seen some weird behavior. We have no idea why it's happening, but why not? You can run into bird bugs or into FRR bugs or anything else bugs. But I hope that you now know a little bit more what to do. You now hopefully know a little bit more how those things look like when you are manipulating them by hand. What's happening when a record is there or isn't there. And basically, you know it. You always walk back through the chain of propagation, and you look into the places where it can go wrong, whether it's went there wrong or not. And that's basically it. So I'd like to ask you for questions, comments, or catch me later. I'm gonna be here the whole week. In any case, thank you for being here. Okay, question?
Hey, my name is Edwin, working for Surf in the Netherlands. So in Debian, you can run different tables in your net plan. Mm-hmm. And you actually use EduHawk for like having another instance on your box in networking terms. So, but ad hoc is not really used for production things. So, do you think when Bird is more, how do you call it, more developed in using EVPN, do you think this is production-wise?
I would like to say that EduHawk is mostly targeted on testing and on prototyping things. I am not aiming with that to getting into production, and at least anytime soon. Even though I may start using it in my own production for my personal things, I am myself not comfortable running it in production. It has lacks lots of security barriers, and I am basically thinking about whether it's a good idea to continue developing this or do some podman mergers or whatever. This is basically an open territory, and I'll be happy to discuss more of that with anybody who would like to use EduHawk.
Okay, great. But my main question is, how do you think the features of EduHawk versus running different network tables in, for example, Linux or Debian? And what features are different between those two?
I wanna remove everything by one command. I don't want to have any remnants of my simulation in my system after reboot. Well, after reboot, there is just the folder. Or when I say, well, kill it, I just want to kill it. Everything which is running inside is gone by killing one single process or removing one single folder. And that's why I'm using it for testing. Also, it's completely isolated so that it's just bound into that folder and into that process. It's if I wanted to use either podman or network namespaces if I want to use named network namespaces, it means that I am messing up my namespace of these things, and I can't easily run multiple instances of these. So this is also, to make network namespaces, I need a local root. And I don't want to run my test setup under local root. Yeah, so this is basically using the same stuff. It's a user namespace, it's a network namespace. It's just stacked up in a different way so that it's running under the regular user.
Okay, that explains. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, Emil Petersen from Fiberby. I was wondering if you know some good places to read about Linux networking. When I search for these things, there's not that much information.
I must admit that part of the knowledge we found, part of the knowledge we needed to implement EVPN in Bird came from reading the source code, part came from reading FRR documentation, and part was from looking into commit messages, trial and error, and inspecting like IP tools, source code, bridge tools, source code. I don't know much of documentation, but maybe we should make some.
All right, thank you.
Sorry for that. Okay, nice. with that, let's wrap it up. This has already happened. So thank you so much for coming and for not getting scared or bored too much.
Can we have a mic? Ah, yes, it works. Hello, hello, hello. Can you hear me? Do I need to get closer? No? Okay, does this work? Great. Welcome, everyone. We still have a couple of minutes, I think, but in the meantime, for those of you who are not new, as I see a few familiar faces in the room, we're doing something slightly different this time, so we're going to do it a bit more interactive. So if you want to participate in a bit of a Kahoot engagement, please scan that code or go to Kahoot and type in that code, and then you can participate, and we get a bit of a better idea who you are. And for those newcomers, you know, who are, for those of you who are new, we get a better idea of also who you are, where you're from, why you're participating, and right. So I'll wait a few more. I can't see anything. This is really really bright light here. So if you have any questions later, and there's some microphones, there's one here, there's one there. I hope I can see you. People coming online, I can see that. Well, I might as well introduce myself. I'm Mirjam Kühne. I am the chair of the RIPE community, and I'll tell you a little bit more about myself in a second. This is the newcomers tutorial. It's about an hour, and we'll also have a bit of a quiz at the end. So pay attention and please stay till the end. I think we can start. There's still people joining. If I click on the next slide, okay, 3, 2, 1, go, says Anna. All right, I'll do that. Can still join, I guess. Okay, let's do it. Right, so this is RIPE. This is the RIPE community. This is our logo and our motto. The RIPE community stands, or RIPE stands for Réseau IP Européen, European IP network, and was founded in 1989, so it's quite old, and this is really our motto, is connecting people, bringing people together, and I'll tell you a bit more about how we do that and what the topics are that we tend to discuss at these meetings. Yeah, welcome to your first meeting if you're new. The first RIPE meeting in 1989 took place in Amsterdam. This all started in Amsterdam for historical reasons, and actually a lot of people who were involved in the first few years of RIPE are still around and are also at this meeting. So this is a good chance for you also to connect to some people who have a great experience and history and expertise with networking. I don't know if you can read this, but I always find this fascinating, a bit of a blast from the past. That's a network overview from 1999, even not even that not even from the very beginning. And the RIPE community, we used to have a connectivity working group where people would actually draw these maps and would update them whenever a new country was connected to the internet. There would be a new map, and they're all still available online, and they're all published as RIPE documents. You see here RIPE 005 stands for the 5th document in our document series of RIPE documents. And if you look closely, you see that most of these nodes, are actually academic networks and NRENs, National Research and Education Networks. And that's really also our roots and where we came from in the first IP networks in our region. At some point, updating these maps didn't scale anymore, and I can't remember when exactly, but it stopped, and also that connectivity working group stopped at the time. We have a working group now that's called Connect Working Group, but that's slightly different. That's not dealing with necessarily with the overall connectivity. So yeah, back to me. I'm Mirjam Kühne. I'm originally from Berlin, Germany. I studied computer science there at the Technical University. This is my second term as RIPE chair. The community reappointed me again last time in October for another term. I worked for many years also at the RIPE NCC, so I've seen this from many different angles. I also worked for the Internet Society for some time, did some work in developing countries, and it's always kind of on the brink between technology and communications and policy and things like that. So my first RIPE meeting was RIPE 19 in Lisbon. You can look that up when that was. And there is an email address at the end if you want to contact me. But I mean, yes, if you have any questions or anything you want to know or you're wondering about why we're doing things the way we do, please come contact me here during the week. We're always happy to hear specifically from newcomers, because you come here with a fresh eye, a fresh view, and we'd be happy to, change over time as well. I think my next slide is for you, Anna, if you want to introduce yourself. Anna Wilson is oh, you have a microphone, excellent, so go on. I was trying to fill the time until you walk to the mic, but you have a mic, please.
They got me a mic. Yeah, great. So, good morning. I'm Anna. I'm Vice Chair. My background is in HEANet, which is now called ACERA. It's the Irish National Research Network. So I've been an operator for a while. And yeah, my first RIPE meeting was in this city in 1998. And it's good to be back. Thank you very much.
And this is the first question. So where do you come from? Anna's from Ireland. I'm from Germany. You want to see on a map? You should see a map on your Kahoot screen. Oh, not what? Not one more click. What do I need to do? Click once more. Is it not ending then? No map yet? Oh, no. Okay, sorry. Doing this for the first time. I'm actually really doing this part for the first time. We haven't done this before, so this is going to be a little interactive. So yeah, it'd be great to see some pins popping up there, see where you are from. Gonna see the pins when you're done, I think. So this is gonna take a while. You see people are still working on it. Okay, so this is counting. So counting down on one side and counting up on the other. So I think we have pretty much everyone who wants to share this information with us has done it by now. So we should see it popping up soon. 2, 1. Ta-da! Wait, obviously a lot all over Europe. So maybe next time we need to zoom into the map a bit more so we can see it a bit clearer where you're from. But we also see a number of people from the US, from Australia, and I don't know, is this Iceland? Yeah, probably. Great, excellent. So yeah, I can't zoom in here, it'd be great to see, but I mean, as you can see, this is, we have Europe in the name of RIPE, so I mean, obviously there's a lot of people coming from this region. Great, let's move on. So yeah, RIPE is open to everybody. It's no membership, and everybody can participate. There's a meeting fee because we have to cover the costs, and obviously the RIPE NCC is helping out a lot, and also the sponsors, but that's it. So there's no membership. Anybody who's interested in IP networking and keeping the network running and from various angles is welcome, and anybody can participate in the discussions here at the meetings and also on the mailing lists. I'll get to that. We'll use mailing lists. There's another poll. So how new are you to the RIPE meeting? I already said earlier on, like I see a lot of familiar faces, so let us know if this is really your first meeting, or we still count kind of new. You're not going to be an experienced RIPE participant after your first meeting, so you still kind of count as a newcomer for like the first 3 or 4 meetings. So let us know how many meetings you participated in, and we'll have a good idea of how many of you are really, really new to this. Over 10 RIPE meetings, that's a very nice way of saying. All right, let's see. Great. So most of you are actually very new and the first timers, which is great. But you see also there are a few people in here who aren't so new, which is good because then also you can maybe look at your neighbors, see maybe you already found a buddy who can tell you a bit more about the RIPE meeting since they have been to some meetings here before. And we're coming to the next question. So do you know actually the difference? I mentioned RIPE NCC, I mentioned RIPE, and do you know what the difference is between those two? Oh, oh yes, sorry, this is correct. Yes, please, Philip, please click your answer. Do you know the difference between RIPE and RIPE NCC? So Réseau IP Européen and Réseau IP Européen Network Coordination Center. We'll get to that, why that's so, it's a multilingual entity. Let's see how many of you are aware of the difference. I'm going to tell you anyway, even if you do know, but oh, I didn't touch it. It has opened themselves. Okay, great. So you do, actually, many of you do know the difference. Well, then I can speed through the next couple of slides, and but some of you don't, so we'll explain it to you. So here on one slide, just very, like in a nutshell, as I said, the RIPE community has been formed in 1989. It's an open community, anybody can participate, and our main purpose really is, well, IP networking in the widest sense, and but it boils down to a lot of information sharing, technical coordination of certain aspects that are necessary to run IP networks, and also a bit of policy development, as in like IP address distribution and registration of addresses, and so there's some policy element as well that will come back in some of the working groups. But it's a lot about coordination, collaboration, information sharing on one side. And on the other side, we have the RIPE NCC, the Network Coordination Center, which is actually a legal entity. It was formed in 1992, primarily as the secretariat for RIPE. So at the beginning, the RIPE community, everybody did volunteer work. Somebody was hosting the mailing lists, and somebody had a meeting room available, people could come together for the meetings. Someone said, oh, I'm going to write the database, and we can all register our IP addresses and contact informations. At some point, since when RIPE was growing a little bigger, it felt like it would be nice to have some paid staff to actually do the administrative work for us. And so the RIPE NCC then was created. It took a while. It was formed in 92, first as part of another organization, and then it became an independent membership association, membership organization, and is run by staff, by RIPE NCC staff. We have a lot of them here this week, and I would like to encourage you also to go meet them. They are out in the hallways, and we're happy to meet the community. And so there's a lot of interaction between RIPE and the RIPE NCC, and the RIPE NCC kind of provides services to the community, but also needs the community for input and feedback on the services, and so they know what we want them to do as our secretariat. And it's also one important part, because the NCC is also the regional IP internet registry, it also is the one that implements the policies that we develop here in this community. And you'll hear more about that. That's just kind of in a nutshell the description of those two entities. And here's a list of current RIPE working groups that we have, and also they're going to meet this week. I'll quickly go through them. You'll see them on the agenda also when their meeting slots are. Address policy deals with anything related to IP address distribution, allocation, who gets what kind of information you have to provide in order to get IP addresses. Connect is something that came out of what used to be called the exchange point, and also like the connection and the peering and the exchange point, people come together. Cooperation brings together, it's an interesting one, brings together the technical and the not so technical communities, if you will, like government representatives, law enforcement, regulators, and then they meet together in the cooperation working group with the technical community. So we as a technical community also keep abreast of what's going on in the, for instance, in the regulatory world. The RIPE database, the database working group deals with anything related to RIPE database, what needs to be registered in there, how you access the information, etc. DNS, we have a very active DNS working group here, and I'm pleased to see also a lot of people who were over the weekend here. There was a DNS OAuth workshop, and some people are staying on for the RIPE meeting as well. There is a work group dedicated to IPv6 and how to promote IPv6, maybe things that don't quite work yet and how to fix them. There's a measurements, analysis, and tools working group who kind of brings together researchers and operators and looks at internet measurements. An open source working group, that promotes open source, talks about interesting open source tools relevant for network operations. We have an IoT working group who looks at, aspects of IoT and IP and how that fits in with the network. The RIPE NCC Services Working Group is maybe the main kind of link between RIPE and the RIPE NCC, where the NCC comes and presents their activity plan, proposed charging schemes, any other services, and then asks the community also for feedback. So this is an open working group. It's not only for RIPE NCC members, it's for the whole community. And we have routing. Routing deals with well, anything related to routing, BGP, routing security, and then last but not least, a security working group that deals with anything related to networking security. Right, so, pick your topics. So I think we have another poll here where you can tell us not necessarily what working group, but maybe what topics you're interested in when, while you're here at RIPE, at the RIPE meeting. So is there anything maybe you're missing, or is there something you expect, any interesting topic that you would like to discuss, or yeah, your main topics you're interested in during the week. Yeah, it takes a little longer. People have to type, not just type a word. Three, two, one. Wow, okay. DNS. See, I thought a lot of DNS OAuth people would still be around during this week. IPv6, security, excellent. Measurements, so it's mostly the topics that are actually discussed here. Geopolitics, yeah, I guess we can't ignore that. That's also on the list there. And some people typed in 2 topics, great. So yeah, I think most of those topics will probably come up in one or the other way during the week. So that's good to hear. Just a quick word about mailing lists. So yeah, every working group has a mailing list. I know mailing lists always kind of sound like we're from the 80s, and we are in a way, that's where we started. But somehow mailing lists have proven itself, to be the one tool that kind of provides, archiving, easy access to people, multi-platform. You can find the history, you can find how the decisions were made much easier than on a, for instance, a chat program or something like that. So working groups use mailing lists for various topics to share ideas, discuss certain topics, make decisions, talk about governance, like working group chair selections and so forth. So there's a whole list of them. You can join them online. You can join them on the website. It's open to anybody. Just anything you need is an email address. And there's another poll. Are you already subscribed to a RIPE mailing list? I was going to say on the next slide, we have also an overarching RIPE mailing list that's not specific to working group. That also counts in this question if you're subscribed to that. Or if you subscribe to any RIPE working group mailing lists. Okay, nearing the end. Well, quite a number of you are not yet, so this is your chance to go maybe to the website after the session, see if you're interested in any of the topics and subscribe. I have to say, the traffic it's not overwhelming. It comes and goes also around the meetings. There's more activities, and some working groups are more active than others. You can look at the archives before you decide. And then, as I said, there's also a generic kind of overarching RIPE discussion mailing list. that I would recommend you all to subscribe to, because this is also where we announce like meetings and other events, and then any community member can bring up a topic. It's a moderated list, so it's you know, safe, I wouldn't say, you know, so you don't expect any nasty content there. And yeah, there's a link here to how to subscribe to that. And yeah, maybe, you know, last but not least, you know, why would you think, I mean, you're all here, you probably have a reason why you would like to participate. But as I said earlier, it's a great way also to meet the experts, you know, get expertise about a specific topic you're interested in, you know, meet researchers, you meet network operators, also build your career, you know, talk to people if you're younger or newer in your career. Think about what you want to do next. Yeah, talk to people in your own language. You know, we saw earlier you come from various different countries, and overall just basically become part of this kind of vibrant community, and thereby shape the internet in the future. And I think this is the last one. So what is motivating you to come to this meeting? Why are you here? Is it the location? Is it meeting friends and colleagues? Is it to learn, to participate in the policy discussions? Is it because your employer sent you? You know, that can happen. Okay, a couple more seconds. Yeah, the last answers are coming in, and there we go. Oh. Okay, this is obviously not moderated, so you would not expect any of this on the right list, but luckily networking is the biggest topic. Very good, very good. I would expect a lot more like beer and food and coffee. Coffee is on there, okay. Learn, community, meeting people, good. OARC, fair enough. Best practices. I'm going to ignore that first one there. Close to Iceland, that's a good reason too. Yes, of course, career choices. Great. Well, it's not, well, whiskey comes up twice, yes. It's not totally surprising what's on there, I guess. Fellowship, great. Well, good. Thanks for participating in this. Right, then just coming back to, you know, the meeting at hand. So what this is, you can see it actually on the back of your badge. There are a bunch of QR codes you can use. There's also a link to the agenda. Once you see the agenda, you can click on the different sessions, the individual sessions, and you see the agenda of that particular session. There's a program committee, and some of them are maybe in the room, I'm not sure, but they're around here during the week, and they're responsible for the program of the what's labeled as plenary. So there are plenary sessions today, tomorrow, and a bit on Friday, and these are the people who are responsible for those talks there, or the sessions there. We would really like you to rate the talks, because that will help us in the program committee also to plan future meetings and to know what you find interesting and what kind of presentations you liked and what we can improve in the future. So you can see that when you on the agenda and on the during the sessions, you will see links to the rating there. And then once something maybe not everybody's familiar with on the agenda, it says something like BOF. It's a bird of a feather, and it's a term that comes, you know, that stems from bird of a feather, flock together. So it's basically bringing people with a similar interest together in one room. It's a bit more informal. It's a one-off session. It's not a working group. And this time we have two of those. One is today on Monday, and there are a number of people from the IETF here and also from IETF leadership, IESG, IAB. They're organizing a session this evening, this afternoon, basically, bringing operators and the standards developers together, seeing how we can bridge that. Do we have enough communication channels? Do the network operators know about standards? Do the standards developers need more input from operators? Things like that. And then on Thursday, there is a talk on, or there's a gathering of people who are interested in practical AI, practical artificial intelligence. What does this mean for network operations? Are there benefits and threats for network operators and engineers? And then we also have, every meeting, we have a diversity in tech session, a DEI session. It's open to anyone on Tuesday, and it's always a different topic, and I'll tell you a bit more about it during the opening, what we're going to do this time. And then on Thursday, we have a community plenary, which is kind of a bit, it's not, standalone. It's chaired by the right chair team, not by the PC. And we're talking about topics that are relevant for the entire community, like governance issues, updates from other organizations. On the picture there, you see actually the former vice chair, Neil O'Reilly, who Anna kind of is replacing, and so the community plenary is always also a bit of a celebratory, we're doing all the celebrations in there. And so, yeah, this is the agenda actually for this time. How to participate. When you go to the microphone, always state your name, affiliation, so we know who you are and who you speak for. Everything is minuted and recorded, so no Chatham House rules. It's maybe some off-site meetings can be more private, but this is an open meeting, and you're very open, transparent. As I said earlier, it's open to anybody, and that's kind of part of that. And so you can find a lot of information online. So find your way through the archives and you see attendees list. There's also this Meetecho platform we're using online that those of you who are remote are already on it, but also in the room you can use it to ask questions, to watch the videos. There's a chat and also the stenography, which you see here. You can also see that online on that platform. And then some notes about what to expect or where you can find help or support during the meeting. And first up is actually our code of conduct, and I'm going to ask Sebastian Becker, one of the team members of the code of conduct team, to come and talk to you a little bit about that.
Hello. So yeah, my name is Sebastian Becker. SRIPE should be an open, respectful community, be excellent to each other. That's, I think, the main message. But things can happen. A joke in one community might not work in another. If there are incidents, if you have something you want to talk, even if that's not ending in a formal misbehavior complaint, please come talk to us. You find us around the meeting. Some guys of us are in the room. You might raise your hands. Yeah?
Hand mission.
So you can talk to these people. You find pictures on posters outside to recognize us again. But hopefully nothing will happen. And you have an excellent meeting. It's very, very important. Yeah, and you see these are the pictures again. As I just described, you find them outside as well. Feel free to talk to us, but have an excellent meeting. Would be great. Thank you.
Thanks, Sebastian. Yes. No, that's an important part of our culture and our community. Obviously, we have a code of conduct, and we have these excellent team members here who are taking care of that. So yeah, don't hesitate to go talk to any of them, even if it doesn't lead to any formal investigation. We also have a meet and greet desk outside. You can find you can see identified by the bright red kind of backdrop. And also for the first time, this time we have a mix of VIPE NCC staff and community members there. So you can actually meet community members there and ask them their experience. So they're going to help us out with the meet and greet service this time. And this brings me to the end of my part. I would like to introduce you to Angela Dallara, who is the policy Officer at the RIPE NCC, and that brings me over to the kind of the second part of the presentation, and more the RIPE NCC introduction. So please, Angela. Sorry.
Thank you, Miriam. Good morning, everyone, and of course, welcome to the newcomers, and it's nice to see the old comers, of course, every time. So I'm the policy officer. I like to think about myself as the link between the community and RIPE NCC. You heard a lot about policy discussions, working groups, and how the community works. And I'm here to invite you to, especially the newcomers, but also the oldcomers, that we need the voice of everybody, to discuss what you want the RIPE NCC implements related to distribution of resources, transfers, how can I say, RIPE NCC services. There are many topics that policies can go about. And policies are not written in stone, times are changing, so you are the network operators, you are the people that are dealing every day with having to address devices, networks, offering new services, and you have to check if the policies are actually responding to your needs. So my encouragement is speak about what you want. If you see something that needs to be modified, if you see something that is missing from the policies, please go to the working group chairs of the working group of your interest. Ask if there is room, or I can say if they see possible to go ahead with a policy proposal. Otherwise, you can contact me, because you might be not sure if a certain policy proposal was already made in the past, if there were some constraints that couldn't be addressed, or any kind of information that you need about an idea that you have, that you would like to bring to the community, that you would like to discuss. As Sebastian was saying, discussion must be polite and must be respectful, but be also very clear in what is wrong, what is I can say needed for your business and for keeping internet working in a very good way. So I'm here for you during this this meeting. If you have any questions, please come to me, grab me in the corridor, or you can also send always an email to pdo@ripe.net. And Thursday morning, if you're interested in policies regarding IPv6 and ISN numbers and legacy, there are multiple topics in the address policy working group that might need your feedback. So please participate and say what you think, and don't be shy, especially the newcomers. Everybody started somewhere. So welcome to the community. And
yeah, thank you, Angela. That was a great introduction. And then moving on, I would like to introduce you to Hans-Peter Hollen, who is the Managing Director of the RIPE NCC, and will talk to you about the right-hand side of the slide that I showed you earlier, the RIPE NCC as an organization.
She took away my slides.
They're on the screen there. I hope you can read them.
Oh well. Anyone on the tech desk can flip the slide? Ah, yes. So my name is Hans-Peter Hollen. I'm Managing Director of the RIPE NCC. I have been so for 6 years. And just to confuse you in the difference between the RIPE NCC and the RIPE community, I used to be chair of the RIPE community before Miriam for the last 5 years. I joined the community back in the mid of the 90s because I was starting up an ISP in Norway and needed IP resources, and I've stayed on ever since, contributing as working group chair and then later as RIPE chair, and now took on the job as managing director 6 years ago. So RIPE NCC was set up by the community for the community. It's a membership organization, so anybody that has interest in supporting the RIPE NCC can become a member. Usually it's the ISPs or somebody providing services on the internet that would do that. It's run by staff, we're almost 200 staff, and overseen by an executive board elected by the members. We provide services and we're the secretariat to the RIPE community. And we implement the policies that Angela just talked about. So our vision is really that we want to shape the future of the internet together with you. Right? So the community thinking and spirit kind of enshrines the whole strategy of the RIPE NCC. We have 5 strategic objectives in the current strategy to support an open, inclusive, and engaged community. We're here as a secretariat for the community. And then some years later, the community decided we need a registry. It's so inconvenient to contact the registry at the time in the US, different time zone and so on. So the community decided that the RIPE NCC should operate a trusted, efficient, accurate, and resilient registry. But then when the RIPE NCC was set up as a project and later a membership organization, it was very clear that we also should do more than simply be a registry. We should enable our members and community to operate one secure, stable, and resilient global internet. We don't run the internet at RIPE NCC, you do. And we will help you do that through projects that's initiated by the community and overseen by the community. You're kind of the stakeholder group that directs us in what direction you want the services to develop. In order to do all this, we need a stable organization with a robust governance structure, and none of this is possible without engaged, competent, and diverse staff. RIPE NCC has 45 different nationalities working across in the organization. That's pretty amazing, thinking about being a truly multicultural, multi-language, international organization. Our service region, the name says Europe, but it includes Middle East and Central Asia, for those of you who remember history, former Soviet Union, so to speak. And of course, this has been various degrees of simple to serve all of this service region through times. Last number of years, the geopolitical situation is making this more and more difficult. You may, if you've been here some years before, you may have heard us talk about sanctions against Iran and so on. And we almost thought we had a solution for that. And then there is another war breaking out. Right? So this is, the world is not making our life easier. So the registry, we registered internet number resources. So that's numbers that nobody really sees except the network engineers that are necessary for the internet to operate. So anybody connecting to the internet needs unique IPv4 or IPv6 addresses, and each network connecting needs a unique autonomous system number because you want to set your routing policy that directs where traffic flows in the internet. So we maintain that registry. We allocate and manage internet number resources, and you can keep your information updated through the LIR portal. And then, of course, this is a registry. The internet was based on trust. Unfortunately, we cannot trust everyone anymore. So sometimes we see hijacks or policy violations. So we also investigate those and take the necessary actions. We support facilities like the policy development process that Angela just talked about. And then one thing that's become very necessary over the last number of years is securing the internet routing system. BGP is a very simple and open protocol. You say to your neighbors, hey, these are my addresses, please send the traffic to me, and then the neighbors tell that to everybody else and so on. RPKI is a security protocol on top of this where we can sign, where you can sign a digital signature on a statement where you want or who can announce your address space. And then there are more modern or development on this also where you can say who your neighbors are, so which AS paths you will accept and so on. And more, if you're interested in that, go to the routing working group. I said we were also doing other services. This is to enable you to run the internet. RIPE Atlas is a measurement network of more than 13,000 measurement probes. So you can run your measurements on those probes. So if you wonder how your network in the Netherlands is reachable from Kazakhstan, or how your network in Yemen is reachable from Norway or Iceland, that's possible for you to do those measurements in RIPE Atlas. There is also a lot of predefined measurements there and a lot of raw data available. So if you want to do research, that's entirely possible. We also have RIS, which is collecting BGP routes from a number of route collectors around the world. So you can actually go back and look at what did your routing, or what did the routing of your address space look like last Friday or three years ago. And to make it easy to look into this and other information, we have RIPE-Stat, which is kind of like a looking glass into all of these data sources and databases. So you can type in your IP addresses or your prefix, and you can see the data in the RIPE database, how it looks in RIS, and so on and so on. And we also run as a service, which RIS really isn't a measurement service, but we're one of the 12 root server operators operating one of the 13 root servers. So if you're more interested in that, come to the DNS working group and talk to some of my colleagues doing work there. So while I normally say we're only doing numbers, not names, that's not quite true. We also operate a root name server. And then with IP addresses also comes the reverse zone mapping. In DNS, you can type in your IP address and you can get the domain name back. Now that requires you as our members to operate a mapping from IP addresses to domain names, and we delegate the zones that is necessary for that to you. RIPE database. So that's not only the registry of what we have allocated to you, it's also where you can publish what assignments you have done to your customers from those allocations. And you can describe your routing policies because it's also a routing registry. And you can find contact information for other network operators there, like their email address, their NOC contacts, and so on. The RDNS configuration also happens through the reverse DNS configuration, also happens through the RIPE database. And we also have enum, which is mapping from telephony numbers to what system where you can reach that over the internet. So that's a DNS to phone number mapping that we also run, delegated by the Internet Architecture Board, and we run it in collaboration with the ITU, who has the authoritative list of who is responsible for which number series. And we do also research into network operations and topology. We have a rather small research team, but we work with researchers in other organizations, universities. We do have some master students or PhD students working with us from time to time on different projects, and then we publish reports on this research. I mentioned the LIR portal. That's kind of where you can, as a member, log in and manage your registry data. So if you get new email addresses or new phone numbers and so on, or if you need to open a ticket with us, you can do there. You can view the billing and membership information. And since there is a vote now on a new charging scheme, we also have a function in there so you can see the different costs in the different charging scheme alternatives that you can vote on in the general meeting on Wednesday. And you can also access other RIPE NCC services there. We did a significant user interface, user experience research into how our services are experienced last year, and we have launched a more common look and feel and tying them closer together. Community and engagement. So we need your support in order to do what we do. And we enable you to run the internet. So we offer you RIPE meetings, regional meetings, other events where we bring you together to network, to better improve the operations of the internet, because while you may be competitors in your local market, you're really dependent on each other to exchange traffic and make sure that the internet works. So the community and bringing network engineers together to make sure the internet works is a really important part of what we're doing. We offer training courses, e-learning courses, or in-person courses, and also you can take an exam and get a professional certificate so that you can prove to your managers that you're even valuable to them and can negotiate your salary better the next time, right? We contribute to public policy and internet governance discussions. There is a lot going on in governments, in EU, in UN, in the Internet Governance Forum, and so on, where it's really difficult for all of you, 20,000 members, to follow that and participate. So we try to do that and be a voice from the point of view of the regional internet registry, but also as the community. We have a collaboration working group where we solicit input from the community and bring those points into these public policy consultations. We publish articles on RIPE Labs. That's kind of a blog, or in the good old days it would have been a glossy magazine. Today it's a web. It's a web-based publication, but this is also a place where you can publish your information. So if you have ideas of research or development or things you want to share with the community, get in touch with our editor and see if that can be worth publishing here. We also have a RIPE Fellowship, RACI, and other mentoring programs in order to bring new blood into and new talent into the community. I remember when I came to my first RIPE meeting, that was in the mid-90s, I was one of the young ones. Some of the older ones are still around in the room, but now I'm really getting into that category myself. And it's really important that, there is a new generation here to succeed those of us who've been here for a long time. The RIPE NCC is managed by an executive team. I have a chief registry officer, Gabor, a chief information security officer, Eleonora, a chief community officer, Hisham, chief legal officer, Athena, chief HR officer, Caroline, chief financial officer, or chief frugal officer, as he likes to be called, because he makes or wants us to spend less money and do more. Simon, and then Daniela, our executive assistants, that make sure that we all do what we're supposed to do when we're supposed to do it. You may think that we're missing a chief technology officer from this org chart, and you're quite right. There is a job opening out for that now, and we're still soliciting applications for that, although we have more than 180 applications now, I think. So it's really interesting to see how many are interested to come and work for the RIPE NCC. We also have other positions, so if CTO is a bit too high for you at this moment, you could see if there are other openings there for you as well. That's the recruitment pitch. So to make sure that I deliver on what the members would like me to deliver on, there is an executive board elected by the member, the chair, Andrei Philippe, the secretary, Piotr Struchevsky, Raymond Jetten, the treasurer, and then Randy Bush, Maria Hall, Sander Stefan, and Harald Summa are on the board. They meet like 6 times a year ish, and then from time to time we have virtual meetings in between. There is an election at the general meeting on Wednesday, so if you're a member and if you're eligible to vote, please have a look at the resumes of the candidates. I believe we have 5 candidates for 3 positions on the board. So it's really important that you, look at their profiles and see who you would want to represent you on the board for the next 3 years. So I mentioned the general meeting. It's open to members. So you register for that through the LIR portal. It's all members can vote, so it's also streamed online, so you don't have to be physically here. And the voting is open from the GM on Wednesday until Friday morning. So no matter which time zone you're in, you should be able to
cast your vote electronically while you're awake. Staff will be at the GM section at the registration desk to answer queries, or you can send an email to agm@ripe.net if you have questions. We have a support desk. We're always available to help. RIPE NCC staff are there. And feel free to stop by to ask questions about anything related to your RIPE NCC membership. We're also doing user testing. The research that we started into the user experience and see how we can make our services better is led by Fallon, who has in charge of the development team of this. The lead on the user experience is Antonella, and then Adonis is the product owner, and Pedro is a UX designer working on the training side. So we have a strong team here that has prototypes that they want to test on you in real life. So we don't only implement what you say you want, but what we see that you do when you test out the interface, which is kind of an interesting perspective on how to develop services. I already mentioned certifications, so there are exam slots available from Monday to Wednesday, so you can take the exam here for the RIPE database, for BGP security, for local internet registry, IPv6 fundamentals, IPv6 security, or IPv6 advanced. So if you have studied these courses but not figured out how to do the exam yet, you can do that here at the meeting. And that was all I had. Are there any questions for me? There must be.
Or me. And here I can actually even see you from down here. I'm not blinded by the lights. So are there any questions at this point? If not, we actually have some questions for you. If you go to the next.
Thank you.
Okay, now I can do this. Oh, that's okay. Thank you.
I can push the buttons.
Oh, you can push the button. Yeah. First of all, I'd like to inform you that after the session there's the lunch. You know, you can see it on the agenda. But we have some tables specially labeled for you. I'm standing in front of the stenography. That there are for newcomers. If you want to, hang out together and chat with each other, so that you know that there's a space for you. Of course, you can also join other tables. And then on Friday, we also, during Friday lunch, if you're still here, we're going to meet, we have a room reserved for you where we'd like to hear actually your feedback. So during the week, maybe keep some mental notes, and then at the end of the week, we would love to sit together maybe and hear some feedback from you then. And then finally, another click of the button. There's actually another Kahoot, a different one. So don't use the old code. And if Gerardo is online, there we go. We see him joining as one of the RIPE staff, your voice from the off. And there he's going to ask you some questions. And there are actually some prizes to win. So you probably want to participate in that. Gerardo, can you take it away?
Yes, I can. So
Excellent.
Before I start, just an announcement. We have 3 T-shirts that we want to give away for the top 3 players of this quiz. So when you sign up, don't forget to put your registration number in your nickname. And let me set this up. Boom.
Ladies and gentlemen, step right up. It's time for the RIPE New Newcomers Quiz. Get your thinking caps on, don't be shy. Join the quiz now, let your knowledge fly. Questions, swing, and laughter will ensue. Newcomers, test your wits, made for you. Join the fun, let's test your wits. Come on down, it's time for quiz hits.
Welcome, everybody. So this is the Newcomers Quiz, and my name is Javier Vies, and I will be, of course, your quiz master. Yeah, so that's a scream of joy, of course. As you see on the screen, there's a PIN number, 5451024. You just have to put in your nickname with your registration number if you want the T-shirt, and then you are ready, set up, and ready to go. So I see the people are still signing up. We got around 72. There are probably people online who are signing up. Yeah, there are people online who are signing up. Everybody wants to play this game because it really tests to see if you have been paying attention. So I see that we are reaching around 78, 79. It's only 8 minutes until lunch. It's me and the quiz between you and your lunch. So I think we're going to start this quiz. You can still join the game. You'll see the pin number appearing on the screen. I will start in 3, 2, 1. Whenever the thing says it wants to start. So 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Question number 1. Who is the RIPE chair? You can choose between Anna Wilson, Miriam Kuhne, Hans-Peter Holland, or the RIPE chair team. Who is the RIPE chair? Are we doing the same problem again?
Yes.
Here.
Something wrong with the screen. It says click to exit full screen.
Yes. Now can you see
There
it?
we go.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's always the same problem. But that was an easy question, so I'm not going to be doing a lot of problems. Yes, Miriam Kuhne is the RIPE chair. Anna Wilson is the RIPE vice chair. Hans-Peter Holland is the RIPE NCC managing director. And together, Anna and Miriam form the RIPE chair team. On to the scoreboard. We see Remy 355 at the top, Aithra Eduardo 606, JM 346, unique ID. Question number 2. What does the RIPE PC do? So, does it choose the presentations for the working group sessions? Does it select the working group chairs? Does it choose the presentations for the RIPE meeting plenary sessions? So, does it ensure that there are parties and celebrations at each RIPE meeting? Yes, that was a long one. And this is actually an easy question that I'm asking. What does the RIPE PC do, the program committee? And what it does is, of course, choose the presentations for the RIPE meeting plenary session. So in the plenaries, the rest, the working groups are chosen by the group chairs. They do not select the group chairs. And of course, they don't ensure that there's parties and celebrations. That is us. So scoreboard says Aithra taking the lead, PTI Luke, that was the hard one, unique ID, Tobira 192, and Cynthia 520. Who makes RIPE policies? The question is, who makes RIPE policies? Is it the IETF? Is it the RIPE NCC? Is it why should I care? Or is it RIPE? Well, why should I care? That's a really sad thing to say. I do think that you should say anything except that one. Who makes RIPE policies? RIPE NCC, or IETF? That's right. 29 people got it wrong. The who makes RIPE policies is, of course, RIPE. RIPE makes the policies. RIPE NCC does something else. Scoreboard says PTI look at the front, Cynthia 520, unique ID, Bram 428, and HPH. Next question. Who implements RIPE policies? Is it the RIPE chair? Is it RIPE? Is it RIPE NCC? Or is it everybody? All together now. Do we implement RIPE policies? No. There's only one right answer, and that is... No, that is not the right answer, of course. That was me screaming. The right answer is, of course, the RIPE NCC implements the policies. We all follow the policies, but only the RIPE NCC implements them. RIPE creates them, RIPE NCC implements them, and we all follow them. PTI look at the front, Cynthia 520, unique ID, HPH, and Bram 428. You need to become a member to join what? The RIPE meeting, my fan club, you can always sign up, the RIPE NCC, or the RIPE community. One of these four is, of course, my fan club. You don't really need to be a member. You can just sign up and you know, send me letters of fandom and all that. But in order to join the RIPE NCC, you do need to become a member. Anyone can join the RIPE community. Anyone can join the RIPE meeting. Scoreboard says Cynthia 520 at the front, PTI Luke, HPH, Bram 48, and Danko 35. Coming in fast, working groups discuss RIPE policies on mailing list. True or false? True or false?
Why you no has friends?
I don't have friends because I ask difficult questions. Working groups discuss RIPE policies on mailing list. True or false? And the answer is true. They discuss them on the mailing list. They also, of course, talk about them during the RIPE meetings, but discussions have to go on the mailing lists to be registered. On to the scoreboard. Synth 520 still at the front. PTI Luke, HPH, Bromford 28, and Abdallah 479. Remember, there are 3 t-shirts at stake. Which of these is not a RIPE working group? Is it the IoT? Is it the DNS? Is it the AI? Or is it the open source? Do I hear a working group waiting to come in? No. Which of these is not a RIPE working group? AI, DNS, IoT, or open source? It's an easy question. And most of you got it all right, of course. The only working group here that does not exist is the AI working group. Yes. Scoreboard says Cynthia 520 still at the front, PTI Luke, HPH, Brom 428, and Abdallah 479. It hasn't changed. We're getting to the end of this. Which of these came first? Was it the fall of the Berlin Wall? Was it the first working World Wide Web browser? Was it Voyager 2 closest to Neptune? Or was it RIPE 1? Which of these happened actually first? It's an interesting question, and you will be surprised at the answer, or maybe not. The right answer is, of course, RIPE 1. RIPE 1 happened before any of these other historical events. So RIPE 1 was the first historical event of that year, 1989. Scoreboard, Cynthia 520 still at the front, PTI Luke, Abdallah 479 coming in strong, Danko 35 as well, and Brom 428 going down 1 step. Question number 9. Does RIPE have a secret working group? Well, now the quizmaster has to die, and that's a sad thing. But what is a working group? That is a wrong answer. If it's a secret we would never tell, maybe. And there are no secrets. There is no such working group. We deny anything that you might say. The right answer is, of course, if it's a secret, we would never tell. That's the definition of secret. So, scoreboard says Cynthia 520, Danko 35, NT 72, PTI Luke, and Abdallah 479. Only 3 more questions, everybody. Where can you find the RIPE NCC support desk? Are they in the coffee break area? Are they nowhere to be found? Are they on WhatsApp or on Facebook? Somewhere around here. Look, that's the NCC support desk coming to find you. Guess where they are? They're in one of these 4 possible places. Nowhere, WhatsApp, Facebook, or in the coffee break area. Wow, 4 people are lost because they are in the coffee break area. Maybe they're online, that's the thing. Cynthia 520, still at the front. Danko 35, NT 72, Abdallah 479, PTI Luke. And we're off. Which organization was the first regional internet registry? Was it APNIC? Was it Internic? Was it ICANN? Or was it the RIPE NCC? One of these organizations was really the first regional internet registry. These sounds suck. So the RIPE NCC was the first regional internet registry. It came before any of the other ones. Scoreboard says Cynthia 520, Danko 35, Windows 95 still running, Brom 428, and NT 72. And off to our last question. What does NCC stand for? Is it Nordic Construction Company? Is it Nerds Computer Club? Is it the Network Carbon Copy? Or is it Network Coordination Center? The cow says moo, and the NCC stands for Nordic Construction Company, Nerds Computer Club, Network Carbon Copy, or Network Coordination Center. 4 people thought the Nerds Computer Club sounded better. And maybe it does, but it actually means Network Coordination Center. And up to the end, let's see what the podium shows us. In 3rd place, we have Brom 428, Danko 35, and number one, Cynthia 520. Congratulations, players. All of you have won a booster. Thank you for playing. And remember, a quiz a day keeps the doctor away. See you at lunch.
Thank you, thank you. That was fun. I hope you enjoyed that, and I hope you'll have fun during the week. For those of you who want a T-shirt, who want a T-shirt, not who want, but who want one, you can pick them up at the meet and greet desk down here in the hallway. And now it's lunch break. As I said, you're welcome to join one of those tables that are labeled with newcomers. And yeah, I hope to see you during the week. Come talk to us and have fun. just fixing. And then? This is great. Lights go off. It's gonna get silent. Very exciting. Room's filling up. Yeah, welcome. Please find a seat. We still have a minute or so before we start. There's still enough seats over here in the middle. Still more people coming in. And I assume we also have people online. I don't see you, but I think there are a number of online participants. We have actually great registration numbers this time, so this is a very attractive place for people to come to. So yeah, please find a seat. And we can start this meeting. My name is Mirjam Kühne. I am the chair of the RIPE community, and I would like to welcome you here to this RIPE 92 meeting in Edinburgh. I just want to say a few welcoming words and then hand it over. Here you can see already the number of registrations. So registrations are over 1,000, which is very unusual. I mean, not unusual, but it's great. It's a great number, high number. I think the last time we had high numbers were Rotterdam, Berlin, and not everybody is here yet, but these are the registration numbers. So on site, over 700, online, over 300 from 59 different countries, which is amazing. And also we have a lot of newcomers here. And also, before I forget to mention, we have three local hubs this time, one in Poland again, one in Turkey, and one in Sofia in Bulgaria, which will be where the next RIPE meeting will take place. So that's great. So we have groups of people joining us from there. Yeah, this is actually the second time we're in Edinburgh. Last time we were here at RIPE 31 in 1998. And there was a new chair chosen for the then LIR working group, the Local Internet Registry Working Group. And that new chair was called Hans-Peter Hullen, who took over. And the LIR working group later split up into two, which then became the Address Policy and the NCC Services Working Group. There was also a new working group created, an anti-spam working group was created here in Edinburgh at RIPE 91. And I also found in the minutes an interesting discussion about I think it was version 3 of the bylaws of IANA at the time, under this newly created organization called ICANN that had just started. And IANA, of course, was close, to the heart of the RIPE community. And so we had apparently lots of feedback and comments on this new draft bylaws of IANA. So that's something the RIPE community looked into. There on the right-hand side, you see the beautifully designed slides that the RIPE NCC shared at the time, and they were really struggling with additional workload, and were kind of apologizing to the RIPE community during that meeting. So many people are still around. They were around then, and then we also have a lot of new people here, so that's great. It's always fun to look back. Actually, I forgot one thing. It reminds me now, because it was also the first meeting of Anna Wilson. And she's right there, and she's my vice chair. And I should have introduced her at the beginning. Apologies. And of course, she'll be here during the week. You will see her. We have a RIPE code of conduct, as you know, so please treat each other with respect. We want to make sure you all feel safe and included and welcome. And if you feel somehow, you want to report something, or you feel unsure about it, doesn't always have to end in an official report or investigation. There are a number of people here from the RIPE Code of Conduct team. I don't know if whoever is here, if you can just quickly wave, people can see. There are a number of Code of Conduct team members here in the room, but you see them on the screen there, and also with posters outside. So don't hesitate to talk to them about anything you want to report. We have the RIPE Program Committee members here who are responsible for the program of the plenary today, tomorrow, and on Friday. They will take over after I'm done with my first part here. And then we have a number of RIPE working group chairs, of course, who are then responsible for the program later in the week of all the working groups. And there are actually a number of working group chairs elections going on. I think I have that on the slide here, yes. So the program committee is looking for new candidates. There are 2 seats, and the nominations deadline is tomorrow afternoon. And then also after that, please remember to vote, and you'll hear more about this. We'll give you lots of reminders of that. And then also a number of working groups are looking for co-chairs. And I want to stress here, there's also the IoT working group is still looking for a candidate. So if you're interested in becoming a chair of a group that's dealing with Internet of Things devices and how they fit in the network, please come talk to me or to one of the current co-chairs. And we're also going to have a more generic discussion on working group chair selection procedures in the community plenary. You might have seen a mail sent to the RIPE list by Sasha yesterday. This is the meeting plan. As usual, you can find there's actually on the back of your badge. There are a number of QR codes. One leads you to the meeting plan. You can click on the individual sessions, and then you find the agendas for that particular slot. This is pretty much the same layout as we had last time. I want to point out 2 BOF sessions here, Birds of a Feather sessions, one today and one on Thursday. The one today is organized by a number of IETF participants, from IETF leadership, IAB, ISG, other IETF participants are here, and they are running above, and to see how we continue to collaborate and make sure we have the right communication channels between network operations and standards development. And then there's another BOF on Thursday called Practical AI, and what the impacts and benefits could be there for network operations and engineering. Also, again, as usual, we have a diversity in tech or DEI session on Tuesday this time. This time the theme is I want to break free, and it's talking a little bit about challenges at the workplace, and what equity and inclusion means there in practice. And so it's open to everyone. Please come join us. It's usually a really inspiring session, I find. That's Tuesday evening. And a new thing I want to point out here, a slightly new thing, you might have heard of this RACI fellowship program. The RIPE NCC allows academics and researchers and students to come to the RIPE meeting under the RIPE Academic Collaboration Initiative. And most of them are here also to present in various sessions. And those who don't present might have a poster outside. You can talk to them. And also we are trying something new this time. It's because the whole point of this initiative is basically to get operators and researchers together, make sure there's research that's useful for operations, and researchers have the right feedback from network operators that that their research topics are relevant. And so we have some whiteboards out there next to the meet and greet, close to the meet and greet area. And if you have any ideas during the week, it's perhaps like, oh, I would love to have somebody look into this particular data set, or work on some whatever would be useful for you as an operator. Just write it down there. And then also on the other hand, if you as a researcher have an idea, write it down, kind of see if there's interest in that. And then on Thursday, we'll have a kind of a meetup session there together, where everybody who has written down an idea can come together and see if you can find kind of a match. If you find a researcher who wants to work on your project. So we'll be piloting this time and to continue to facilitate that collaboration between research and operations. And then, of course, we have social events again, lots of opportunities to hang out and work together and have fun together. Today is the welcome reception here, and then on Tuesday we have the networking event. Also on Tuesday we have a board game session. We had that also last time. That was quite a success. And then on Thursday the dinner. You can find all this information on the website, and I think also one of the QR codes on the badge. Last but not least, I would like to thank all the sponsors. We couldn't do it without the local host, Hilco, who's done a lot of work to make sure we have a smooth meeting here. The RIPE NCC, of course, as a diamond sponsor, and also a lot of staff resources went into this meeting. We have AWS as platinum sponsor, IPv4 Global as a gold sponsor, sponsoring the social. Then we have a number of silver sponsors, Meta, Intel LIR, ARM6, IPXO, VeriSign, Links, NetUK, and Covero as a new sponsor. And LoneApp is sponsoring the Barista, always very important. I have a sponsor for that. We have ISOC as an Internet Society as the bronze sponsor, and the connectivity sponsor as Comms World. So it's good. I would like to give a round of applause to all the sponsors, because I'm very pleased to see so many, a wide range of sponsors for this event. And I don't think the timer works, but I'm almost done. Yeah, I couldn't leave you here without actually mentioning all the conflicts and wars that are going on in the world, and especially also in the RIPE region and in the RIPE NCC service region. And I'm really proud of this community. We all come together to do work together, to collaborate here during the week in Edinburgh, despite of the conflicts and wars that are going on around in the region. And I hope you're having a good and collaborative week. And at the same time, I would still like to also express my sympathies to those maybe who couldn't come here this time because they're affected one way or another by the war or conflicts in their country. So with that, I wish you a productive and collaborative and fun week. And I would like to actually introduce you to our next speaker. Then that's the Lord Provost of Edinburgh, who would like to give you some welcoming words. And I'm really proud we have such a high functionary here to welcome our community to your city. So please.
Well, thanks very much. Good afternoon, everyone. And can I offer you all the very warmest of welcomes here to the Edinburgh International Conference Centre here in our ancient global capital, Edinburgh. And for those who are in the hubs or were unable to make it, can I just urge you to come and visit and experience Edinburgh in person when you're able to do so. We're sorry you're not here with us in person just now, but we hope you'll be able to come back at some point soon. You know, those of you who are here have come to a capital which is thriving on many levels. As a global city, we've got a strong diaspora of ethnic and other groups with connections in every continent, with 12 long-established twinning and partnership arrangements, connections with the Eurocities network of 140 cities in 39 countries, the World Cities Forum involving 37 other capitals globally, and more than 30 missions and consuls from other countries. The city's a UNESCO World Heritage City, and we are also the very first UNESCO International city of literature. So our city recognizes, it respects, and it celebrates linguistic and cultural diversity. Indeed, we are a multicultural and interfaith community, and that contributes to our unity, our cohesion, and the richness of our localities. It's what makes Edinburgh such a wonderful, diverse, rich place to live in or to visit. So modern Edinburgh is internationally known as a welcoming place, an inclusive place, and a peaceful place, which both respects and embraces different traditional cultures and faiths and provides a place of sanctuary for those who need it, recently receiving a number of accolades. I'll go through some of them. It basically sums up as saying Edinburgh is a wonderful city. It's a top 20 European destination, a top 10 city public transport provider, a top 10 international destination for higher studies, the safest city in the UK, the most productive UK city outside London, the UK's most digital city, the best city in the UK to raise a family, the best city to live and work, then the happiest city in the UK, and one of the top 5 happiest holiday destinations. So you get the message. I will. Now, you'll know better than I do, but I understand that the RIPE meeting is one of Europe's oldest running gatherings of network operators since 1989, and it's been connecting the people and organizations who make the internet run. RIPE meetings, I understand, are built around open discussion, collaboration, and bottom-up community-driven coordination. The community plays a really important role in supporting a globally interoperable, secure, and resilient internet. Now, of course, the internet's continued stability depends not only on infrastructure, but also, very crucially, on the relationships and trusted cooperation between the people who attend these events. And the internet has evolved through trust, shared standards, and cooperation across borders and sectors. You know, communities like RIPE help maintain the shared norms and coordination processes that allow the internet to function globally. They also continue to strengthen trust through cooperation, dialogue, and shared responsibility. And one of the key reasons for Edinburgh's continuing success is access to great communications, with both enterprises and homes enjoying an extensive 5G coverage provided by major UK networks with widespread availability in the city centre and surrounding areas. Having said that, you'll probably find that it fails when you go out, but I hope it's going to that. But it does average 150 megabytes per second. Ready access to high quality and speedy internet has become a cornerstone for the way the city's large local, national and international business community operates, with high and growing use of 5G. And additionally, many sectors are turning to third-party apps for ordering and for deliveries, technology making it ever easier for customers to get efficient access to goods and services. So collaboration, be it across network providers or across geographic and cultural boundaries, are in the contemporary world absolutely essential for growing economies and vital for economic sustainability and progress. And gatherings like this help to galvanize those involved in both managing and developing our access to the internet, and to realize the wider and perhaps as yet undiscovered benefits, helping to push the boundaries of what is possible and achievable. And just an example was the recent world first robotics stroke surgery performed by experts from a distance of over 4,000 miles with only a 120 millisecond lag. Absolutely fantastic. The potential is absolutely amazing. And if we can achieve that by working together, who knows what else deeper and meaningful cooperations can generate. It's an open question, and one that I'm sure you'll be engaging with over the next few days. So I hope that you have a fantastic experience over the next few days. In an old Scots phrase, haste ye back, which means come back soon, and we'll be delighted to welcome you for a longer stay. And just before I close, you may know that Scotland has 2 national drinks. I understand you may be doing a whiskey experience at one point. That's one of our national drinks. And the other national drink, I noticed some cans of it upstairs, is Iron Brew, which is a fizzy drink. Now, one of them rots your liver, and the other one rots your teeth. So I hope that you enjoy yourself despite the damage that being in Edinburgh might cause your health. But can I thank each of you for your commitment and the valuable contributions you will be making during this key conference. Your professionalism, your dedication, your ideas, and your solutions are what gatherings like this makes them so impactful and forward-looking. So I wish you all, whether here in person, online, or in local hub areas, a really fantastic conference. And I look forward to hearing any key product coming from your deliberations that we need to take on board as a city. Thanks very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this warm welcoming words. And I'd like to ask Linda Shannon, who's the representative of our local host, to also say a few words.
Great, thanks Miriam, and thanks to the Right Honourable Lord Provost. I have to say, I feel a bit bare standing here following your bling. I wish I'd worn more jewellery. But speaking of the dress code, there's still time to hire kilts. I believe the Code of Conduct Committee cleared it in the end. I'd certainly echo the Lord Provost's words. We're delighted to welcome you here to bonny Scotland. Edinburgh has long been a city of ideas shaped by the Scottish Enlightenment and by generations of engineers, scientists and innovators. It's a place associated with open exchange, international collaboration and practical problem solving. So very much in line with the important work you do every day and the spirit of the RIPE community. It's been over 10 years since a RIPE meeting, I believe, was last held in the UK. There's been a few changes since then, but we're glad to see that people and packets are still routing successfully across the channel. We really appreciate your presence and hope you have a fantastic week. It's lovely to see so many clients and partners and friends in the crowd. I think many of you are already familiar with Hilco Global and our intellectual property, digital assets and IPv4.global business units. For those of you who aren't, and just to briefly recap, Hilco Global is a diversified financial services firm backed by the Oryx Corporation. We help clients to maximize value and improve performance across the business lifecycle. We deliver professional services and capital solutions working across all asset classes. We have more than 800 employees operating across all continents, including from our Scottish office. Within that, IPv4.global operates a leading brokerage, helping folks to buy, sell, lease, manage, and raise finance against IP address resources. Together with our expert Provision, formerly 6Connect team, we're proud to provide world-class DDI and Anycast solutions, as well as network advisory services, including around the deployment of IPv6. We've recently expanded our European and international team, many of whom are here this week, and really look forward to chatting with you. We've attended and supported RIPE meetings for many years. This one is especially meaningful for us. It's an absolute real honour to be embraced and trusted by the community, and a privilege to serve as your local host. We hope you have a wonderful week in a wonderful city, the best we've just heard. I say that from Glasgow as well. But yes, it looks to be a week set full of productive discussion and with plenty of time to socialise as well. You know Hilco, despite the risks to our liver, we do love whiskey as much as we love cider, classless interdomain routing that is. So we hope that you'll join us for a wee dram at some point, perhaps balanced out with tomorrow's morning run or Friday afternoon's walk up Arthur's Seat that we've organised in addition to the main social programme. So yeah, if there's anything we can do for you this week, please let us know. We'd love for you to stop by the stand and say hello or arrange a time to meet with the team. Thanks again. It's just an absolute real privilege to welcome you here and hope you enjoy the week.
Thanks, Linda. And now, last but certainly not least, I would like to welcome Hans-Peter Hohlen, the Managing Director of the RIPE NCC and our Diamond sponsor, to say a few welcoming words.
Thank you very much, Miriam. And yes, I'm Hans-Peter Hohlen, and as you saw from one of Miriam's slides, I was appointed chair of one of the working groups here in RIPE last time we were in Edinburgh. So I've been with the community for quite a while, contributing as a community member, as all of you are doing. And then 6 years ago, I took the position as managing director of the RIPE NCC to guide this organization forward. So the RIPE community was a group of people that met in 1989 to hold some meetings to solve all problems or challenges with internet in Europe. Now we're at meeting 92. So we still have work to be done. It's a community, it's open to all to exchange informations. The internet providers may be competitors, but need to collaborate for the internet to work. So that's what we're providing here in the RIPE community to bring you together. At some point, the RIPE community figured out we need a secretariat to organize for us, so they set up the RIPE NCC Network Coordination Center in 1992. It's a membership organization run by RIPE NCC staff and executive board, elected by members, and provides services to members and to the community and implements policies set by the community. So it's not the RIPE NCC that decides on the policies, it's you, the community, that decides on that, and we implement them. And we're dependent on the community for all of our services, and especially in today's world where we see increasing security issues. Having volunteers in the community doing research and challenging our security and reporting security vulnerabilities to us is a vital part of our security operations, as you will hear about in a later talk today. Logistics. If you're connected remotely, you've already figured out that we're using MeetEcho to see this, to participate in this event, but you can also use that if you're in the room, because then you can see the chat, you can raise your hand and so on. So please bookmark your unique login link and use it for all sessions, and you need it for polls. You can do Q&As there, and you can connect with audio and video when the session chairs give you the possibility to speak. And we also have live transcription, and that's not AI generated, it's real intelligence generated. From our stenographers sitting at the front here, so please be nice to them. The sessions are recorded and published on the RIPE 92 websites. Audio video queue I already mentioned. You can see the icons here for that. Request the floor to ask questions directly. Click the mic or camera to get into the queue, and you will state your name and affiliation out loud. So affiliations means not who you speak on behalf of as a community member. We assume that you speak on behalf of yourself, but we would like to know who you're affiliated with so that we understand where you come from. Questions and answers, you can type them in the Q&A window, and you can also have informal chats with the group and individual participants in the chat. But if you want to ask questions, please use the Q&A. And I already said transcripts and stenography. That's also available in Meetecho. Your badge is important. Please wear it at the site. There is security at the entrance, so we're kind of only that open. Of course, anybody can register and come in, but we would like to make sure that only the ones registered are present at the event. You need it at social events, so please please bring it there as well. If you haven't connected to the Wi-Fi yet, the Wi-Fi password is at the back, and there are also some QR codes that you can scan for the meeting plan, social events, parallel events, and for emergencies. And then gracefully mentioning our sponsors, Hilco Global, AWS, IP4 Global, and as mentioned, IP RipeNCC picks up a large part of the bill for this as well. We have a official photographer here. If you do not want to be photographed, please ask for a yellow lanyard, and then the photographer will do their best to avoid photographing you. Please respect your fellow attendees' choice of lanyard. So if you take pictures, don't take pictures of people with yellow lanyards. So please keep out for your eye out for the official photographer if you want your picture taken. Meeting organizations team, for all RIPE 92 related, feel free to reach out to them. We have a tech team on site. Please, if you're speaking, please talk to them well in advance to test your presentation to make sure that everything works. We have an NCC support desk where you can get help from our member services and registry staff. We are doing on-site assisted registry checks, so you can do that here. And please speak to RipeNCC staffs working in your areas of interest. I think we are 60 staff here, so that's like a third of staff here, because we want to engage and interact with all of you. You can also register and take RipeNCC Academy certification. So if you've taken the training courses but want the certification, you can do the exam here. Or you can participate in our user testing. So there is also a general meeting, the formal body governing the RipeNCC here. You need to be a member, you need to be registered to get into that on Wednesday. And it will take place at 4 o'clock on Wednesday, 20th of May. And it's both online and in person. Registered members can collect entry stickers at the GM help desk from Tuesday onwards, once they've received their email invitation. Members can also register to vote via the LIR portal, and the voting is open from Wednesday until Friday morning. So even if you're not here in the room, you have the opportunity to vote while you're awake during Thursday. Members can also, yeah, I just said that. The GM help desk is open from Tuesday until Thursday from 9 until 5. I mentioned user testing. It's really important to improve the user experience. We have developed prototypes and things that we want to test out on real users. So please contact Fallon, Antonella, Adonis, or Pedro in order to sit down and test out some of the ideas we have to improve the user interfaces. And the cool thing about using formal methods for this is that we're not looking at what you're saying you want, we're looking at what you actually do when you see the user interface to make it simpler and better to use. And with that, I'm really eager to hear the latest security research, which kind of scares me a bit because it's security research on the RipeNCC services, but I really appreciate the work that's been done there by a community member. So looking forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Hans-Peter. And this ends the welcoming part of the plenary, of the opening plenary. And I would like to hand over now to the program committee to chair the next part of the session.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Max, and now Jan is reaching over here, slowly. Come on, Jan. We would like to begin this session by repeating you a few things that were told in the opening. First of all, we're having BC elections this week. So watch out for the candidates or talk to one of us from the program committee, which would you like to stand up for a moment, program committee members? Because you can see them. There's me, Jan, and the gentleman who stood up here in the room, and the ladies, yes. And talk to us if you're interested in maybe running for the elections. There are 2 seats available. Actually, one of them is mine, and so it's the end of my second term here. And with this said, I would like to introduce Sasha Romain, who is here, and she will talk to us about some findings she made with a very small laptop.
You have your own chair.
There you go.
Good.
Good. Okay.
Awesome. So, if you have ever been to a security training, they may have told you not to open suspicious links. However, this does not look like a suspicious link, especially if you're familiar with RIPE Atlas. And yet, this was enough to take over your RPKI configuration using vulnerabilities that I found over the last year. So my name is Sasha Romain. I'm an independent developer. I do a lot of things around routing, standard infrastructure. You might know me from projects like IRD or IR Explorer. And I have a lot of other interests. And I'm actually not a professional security researcher. I just like to poke at things and then see what happens. And my favorite HTML tag is the marquee. It reminds me of older times in the internet. When IPv4 still hadn't run out, when we decentralized the web more. Marquee has horrible usability, but it still works in modern browsers because, as you saw, this is a real browser. And I actually like the marquee tag so much that I put it every place that will let me, such as my name server version, the right database objects for my own address space. In fact, I've put them in every field in DNS that I can edit, TLS certificate fields, the right database, any field that will let me enter text. Things like server version headers in HTTP, SMTP, LoRa, mesh radio names, DHCP host names, Wi-Fi SSIDs, anything that will let me enter a free text. And typically it's evolved over the years. I do something like this. There's some visual enhancements here. There's some proof that I can execute JavaScript, which is important later. Some emojis, some Unicode, and lately also a tracking pixel so that I can figure out who is loading this content and rendering it so I can track them down and help them fix it. And this has been, it has been quite effective. Typically, you see it a lot in these in standard, like look up some IP resources info, a website like this one. There's many like it, which shows the XSS in JavaScript, my visual enhancements to this site. This one is unusual. I think there's 4 or 5 injections in here, CAA records, TXT records, my web server header, and I think there's more, but the website has become so poorly rendered, it's become hard to read. Like, you know, not just a random IP tracker website, also here, the RDAP lookup that Hurricane Electric was running, a little more subtle here because RDAP only renders the address, but that's free text also, so you can put in there whatever you want. RDAP was also on erin.net. These vulnerabilities are fixed. And here you can see also, so I intentionally actually don't close the marquee tag so that you can have a double marquee, which looks even better. And the pop-up here shows that it's not just injecting a little design enhancement. It is actually executing JavaScript. I found by accident you can actually put almost the entire website inside a marquee sometimes. There's actually a double one in here somewhere also. This was mesh-tastic node names. But don't worry, not everything is broken. Because as I learned when I was learning about the internet, RC1035 host names will be letters, digits, and dashes. And that does not allow HTML. This is the looking glass of G-Core, a mid-size European CDN, my web inspector in the bottom, and we're going to run a trace route to /24 I recently got, and see what it does with that. Oh, that's unfortunate. And as I hover over it, you can see it actually executes some JavaScript as well. I do empathize, because when I wrote my first looking glass, it had a shell injection vulnerability, which is worse than this. In my defense, I was 14. And I fixed it within 10 minutes, whereas when I told this CDN about it, they said, there's no proof of concept, we must refuse your report. So this one is still live. It hasn't actually been fixed. They refused the report. I said, that means I published, and they never replied again. But I mean, it's not just these CDNs, also some other organizations that you may be aware of. Also fixed. This one was fixed quite quickly. This one was actually a bit tricky, because this is a bit of a lot of DNS code doesn't like this host name. They don't like spaces or parentheses. I haven't been able to figure out who is filtering these. But fortunately, HTML is really weird. And you don't actually need any of this. Somehow in JavaScript, you can use backticks. You can use slashes in HTML. You see the syntax highlighting completely fails on this. You can actually ping this as a host on macOS, but on some Linux hosts, I haven't been able to ping it. And that's a valid forward confirmed reverse DNS. Now, that is funny to me. But can we actually do something with it? Or is it just entertaining? And yes, because this kind of injection often leads to cross-site scripting. So my JavaScript that I planted runs in the context of that website's domain, which means if their users visit it, they will take my JavaScript as being authoritative. The browser will trust it. It will provide it access to cookies, to other requests. This is potentially very bad. It's also a very old attack, like 20 years. There are many places where it's fixed. There are many mitigations, but it is still a common one. So instead of just doing some artistic enhancements, let's take over some hosting accounts. So I found 2 European hosters, and they ran WHMCS. It's a very common web hosting management platform. And they ran it on the same domain. Often people run on subdomain. They ran it on the same domain as a TLS checking tool and a write database checking tool, and didn't escape those tools. So once I planted JavaScript on their main domain, or was able to do that with a single click by one of their users, I had full JavaScript execution that gave access to this admin portal. Because once you're there, there's nothing else protecting the user from taking actions on behalf of the user, which includes, in this portal, for example, adding admin users to the account with no other confirmation or notification to the original users. And I found some others that were that had other less serious but still serious vulnerable endpoints. So this is one of them, which had also the server, the HTTP server again, but in the bottom also TLS certificates. And of course, if you did this in a real attack, you probably wouldn't make it quite so loud. So it's not obvious. I just do this because it's more fun. But you can make this appear entirely subtle. This is OpenWRT, some may be familiar, popular open source router firmware. I actually ran it on one of my access points that went out of support. On the left, the browser that we presume is the legitimate admin of this device. And on the right is a few of my terminals trying to compromise it. So I'm trying to get root access to this device. I currently cannot because my key hasn't been added. So what I do is start an access point with a special name. Then we have to trick the legitimate admin into opening their wireless scan page. And a few seconds later, execution, payload has been pulled, root key installed, and also firewall opened, because OpenWRT rendered Wi-Fi SSIDs unescaped once you have JavaScript, my JavaScript, running in their admin page, the admin page of the device. You can just call all the API endpoints that the user does as well with the web interface, add a root key, open firewalls, send a little ping back, whatever you want. Little tricky that SSIDs are quite short, so I did 2 SSIDs that build on top of each other. I tried this also on Fritz boxes and MikroTiks, and they didn't have any issues. I don't have any other hardware, so I don't know. So it's not just a little visual marquee. There were multiple hosts where I found it compromised much of their admin portals, sometimes with persistent, permanent access to a user account if you get the user to click a single link to their own hoster's domain. On OpenWRT, persistent root on the scan page if you're in radio range. And if you work for Lumen, we should talk this week. But one day, I'm debugging the reverse sound for my own IP6 range in RIPE-stat, and I'm suddenly hit by a blue marquee. This is actually one of the earliest ones I found. It's not quite as artistic as my more recent work. And I'd actually forgotten how this happened and that I planted this myself. This was the DNS zone master integration in the old RIPE-stat UI, showing my version of the name server, including JavaScript execution. And I actually found over time a number of them, modern RIPE-stat. Oh, that's unfortunate. We didn't test this. Anyways, through the blue flickering, which is not part of my work, you can see access through the name server records of my domain. Then there was also RIPE Atlas NSID returns, a debugging field that you can return along with your queries. And finally, a bit more subtle, bottom right, TLS records in RIPE Atlas. This one was my favorite because it was one click only. The others, you see some, you had to open something. This one is single click JavaScript execution on ripe.net in 4 different ways: DNS version.bind, NS record labels, DNS NSID, and TLS certificate fields in Atlas and both RIPE-stat UIs. Now that's pretty cool because now you can steal Atlas credits, except no one cares about them. You just ask and you get a ton of them. You could mess up measurements, which wouldn't be great, but it's not a huge deal. What is the RPKI dashboard? But that's a separate thing. So can we actually reach that as well? Well, when we talk about RPKI and security, we often talk about the standards that are underneath it, how reliant parties validate their ROAS, hardware security models use at the RIPE NCC to store the root key. They have a certificate practice statement. There's a lot of paperwork around this as well. And a lot of that is all very solid work. And also to be clear, RPKI is good. You should drop invalid routes. But from my perspective, looking at it as an attacker, it's a website. It's a website. It has logins. People click on buttons, and then RPKI configs change. So let's try to do that. It's actually not entirely a website. It's actually GraphQL API, common API format. And basically, you take a GraphQL mutation, which can remove some ROAS, add some ROAS, post that to a particular endpoint, and include your authentication cookie. This is how it works. This is entirely fine. There's no problem here. This is a normal way to build a website. The vulnerability here was that you could do this from any host under ripe.net. And so once you combine it with the XSS I found, basically put this request in a TLS certificate, measure it with Atlas, that particular TLS certificate, I open it. This is my address ranges. I would open it if I'm logged into any RIPE-NC service and all my rows are replaced, network is RPKI invalid. Of course, you don't have to replace this with AS0. You can do, you can support hijacking as well. And the closest example we've seen of someone actually doing this was 2024 when someone took over Orange España's LIR account because their password leaked, and they did basically this, but they didn't do it very well. They didn't really go for maximum effect. It took about a day for full recovery, but this was also a lot louder. But it doesn't end with just RPKI also, because the same vulnerability basically worked for RIPE database sync updates. So from any RIPE.NET host, you could make a call to sync updates, submit a new whois object, and replace the contents and authenticate as any user who was logged in while opening that link. Now, RIPE database is a little less interesting because it's a lot louder and it's a lot slower. RIPE database sends notifications to most of us, and those can't be circumvented. RPKI also sends notifications, or it can, from the RPKI dashboard, but they're trivial to disable. For RIPE database, I can't avoid notifications, but interesting is that you can make it much harder to recover, because if you compromise a RIPE database maintainer access, you can take over the entire object. You can remove access for the original maintainer. This is all recoverable. The RIPE-NC will eventually get this all fixed, but it will take time. Whereas for RPKI, as I showed, you can just log in and update it yourself. You can't remove the original person's access. How does this all escalate so badly from one improperly rendered TLS certificate into all these other services? It is because the RIPE-NC uses a single SSO cookie. It's called crowd.token key. It's not actually Atlassian crowd, I think. And that token authenticates almost any action in any RIPE-NC service, and you get one by logging into any RIPE-NC service. You leave a comment on RIPE Labs, the website has just given you a token to update your RPKI config. So any JavaScript request from, say, Atlas to the RPKI dashboard, it meets all criteria for this cookie. So if you have one, which you're likely to have if you've used any RIPE-NC service, like I did to upload these slides, and then it authenticates the changes on behalf of you. A little sidestep from most what I'm covering here. I was thinking, like, what is this cookie? Because the cookie settings actually mean that it is sent with any HTTPS request to ripe.net. Who else is under ripe.net? What things happen under that domain? How about the meeting Wi-Fi or all RIPE-NC Atlas anchors? Because until last year, anyone with control of any of those could request a valid TLS certificate. You trick someone into visiting your anchor host in their browser. Their browser will submit their RIPE-NC SSO cookie. This was a lot worse, because once we have a stolen session cookie, we don't have to fiddle with doing a specific request that we have sufficient access to. Once you have this cookie, you have access to anything on behalf of the user, including silently adding admin users to the LIR, creating API keys, and other fun things like that. So persistence you can also do. This is a little risky design. It's mitigated by tightening CA, so you can't request TLS certificates for these hosts anymore. Fun fact, the bug bounty policy of the RIPE-NC excludes these hosts because while writing, someone realized these hosts were not run by the RIPE-NCC, but while at the same time, probably in a different process, different person, they did end up in cookie scope. But essentially, this is the same thing over and over. There's some low sensitivity tools, some debugging software, and it trusts some protocol implementation. It's our assumptions around the protocol, what kind of things people put in TLS certificates in DNS versions, so the protocol specifically, or its conventions, and then it's included in the same trust scope as something that is very sensitive. So I do encourage you to also have a look at what these things look like in your stack. I found about 30 of these type of vulnerabilities so far. Some are very catastrophic, some are quite minor. Reporting all of it is a lot of work. I never did this before at this scale. Fast fix was 50 minutes on a Saturday even. A lot of it goes well, some of it goes really poorly. Often actually is within less than 2 days, like say Hurricane Electric and Aaron, who I showed before, less than 2 days, there was a fix. The RIPE NCC vulnerabilities were not as smooth. I'll stress again, all vulnerabilities are fixed, and also the staff who worked with me always acted in good faith and their best effort. And my impression was more of under-resourcing rather than issues with anyone that I actually worked with. Also, there's an upward trend, as with things I reported later, in how fast things were handled. We had some same-day fixes also, and the RIPE NCC per its bug bounty policy paid me €4,300. However, the RIPE database, CSRF I showed before, took 13 months to fix and was fixed incorrectly twice. One time, there was even a public announcement saying a vulnerability had been fixed serious enough for a security release and the type of vulnerability, but it had not been fixed, which I found by going back to my original report, taking my proof of concept and running it again and finding it hadn't been fixed. 2 days later, we had the real fix in production. It took 30 messages across 5 different channels. At some point, I heard nothing for 4 months, and public statements by the RIPE NCC, other than the ones just before me on this stage, are incomplete or incorrect, or there are none yet. They have said there will be a labs post coming, so I'm very eager to read that and also see what reflections the NCC has made on the technical aspects, but also the disclosure process and how they handle these kind of things, so that both the NCC and ourselves as a community can learn from these things and look forward to how things can go smoother in the future. I also want to specifically highlight bug bounty programs. They know less than you by now. They don't understand RPKI. They've never heard of this. RIPE NCC uses integrity. I have to file through integrity in order to qualify for a bounty. This is not my job, so I do prefer to try to qualify for a bounty where I can. And so I have to do it through them, but it's a struggle every time. If you just say I can manipulate RPKI, they completely pass them by. Lumen forces everyone through bug routes. There is no other human contact. They didn't understand the most basics and then refused to reply further. And earlier I showed you G-Core. So these bug bounty programs can be a risk in getting things reported to you, and something to be aware of, whether that is the only way and what expertise these programs have. Finally, I want to highlight that injection is also a thing that happens a lot in context. This was my attempt at DHCP hostname injection. Didn't find anything really cool with that. This is from my MikroTik, who has no problem handling this at all. I don't actually know if this is legal per protocol, but it's not a vulnerability in this platform. However, because also in the web version, it renders this just fine, entirely properly escaped with all the emoji that are in my DHCP hostname. So this is safe, this device is fine, but if an SNMP reader or some export parser now takes this data and renders it, now that's still where you might have a problem. So also this can basically stack even through devices that you trust. Even though I don't even know if this is allowed in DHCP hostnames, but it works. So all of this was basically me just being curious if I could put HTML in weird places. I did not expect this level of compromise from it, so that's been quite fun. I have some other things pending still. I have a little backlog of blogs to write, but this is definitely the coolest stuff I found so far. My lessons, my tips would be very careful in trusting strange computers to in whatever they might implement of a protocol and whether they might follow it. Also because you don't know whether yours enforce those and whether they do that right. Don't trust strange computers, whatever protocol, whether they follow it, and not just the protocol, but also the conventions and assumptions we have around it. and make sure I can actually report something if I found something, so that I don't have to put your name on the slides. For web applications specifically, something that's noteworthy here is how fast it escalated sometimes. So think very carefully about what is the trust scope of all these applications. If you have something that is more sensitive, who else is in that cookie scope? What other applications run on this web server? How far does it actually get? What do you need to compromise to actually get to this critical service? Content security policy is a cool header that prevents XSS attacks. It would have stopped me every time. RIPE Atlas now has it, so that's a great improvement, and they're working on it for RIPE Stat. And finally, re-authentication and notification for critical actions I found missing every time. So if someone adds an admin user, if someone adds an API key, you have to mail those users, because doing it silently makes it a lot worse. And also, if you had to re-enter your password, if you added a new admin user, none of this would work. There's a lot more to this than what I've been able to cover here, because we only have so much time. So please read the full write-ups on my website if you're interested in knowing more. And also, I have more things to come. So thank you very much. And remember, do not trust strange computers.
Thank you, Sasha. This was nice. Nice. Okay. Yes, there are questions. I didn't doubt. Please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Eleonora Petridou. I'm the CISO at RIPE NCC. So we are the recipients of whatever Sasha is producing. So actually, first of all, I want to start with a big thank you, because the value that Sasha brought was exactly actually this chain of vulnerabilities that otherwise we would not have found. So helping us actually realize the impact of compromising a different service that we deem with different criticality, RIPE Atlas, and how it can impact our PKI, for us was very insightful. And I think it also helped the development teams themselves realize how things can get interconnected and what's the impact of architectural decisions that you make over time. So again, thank you. And we really appreciate the work. I think what really also makes the difference for us, because you also called out the bug bounty program, is the domain knowledge. It's very different having researchers that will stop when they find an XSS versus actually someone really taking the time to invest and understand how things are interconnected and how they impact each other. So I know Hans-Peter said that he's scared, but I would say bring them coming. Because for us, this is a very impactful way to understand what needs to be fixed, but also highlight what is the potential impact of such a security vulnerability. When do we need to adjust our roadmap to fix things quickly, but also really plan for bigger architectural changes that take time, among all other things. I will also say, absolutely, there has been a reflection moments for us on how do we also communicate with the researchers, how do we keep researchers involved and informed while we try to do coordination as a security team across different development teams, because you saw in this case how many teams were involved, but also impacted. So thank you again, and please indeed, there will be a RIPE Labs article describing also our experience when receiving such vulnerabilities, the reflections, but also what it means to really do a coordinated disclosure together with a researcher. Thank you.
In interest of time, I'm cutting the queue. Can you be faster, please?
Tom Strix-Claffler. I'll try to talk as quite quickly as possible, so make sure that everyone can follow. Two things. First of all, thank you very much for doing this. This is amazing work. I love it when the RIPE community works with the RIPE NCC and tries to get things going. Really cool work, so thank you for that. Second thing, are you suggesting that we should increase the RIPE membership fee so that the RIPE NCC would be less understaffed so they could address security issues faster? And second thing, as far as kind of the problem with kind of the external programs like Integrity, problem they have there coming from experience is very frequently they have a very wide breadth of scope that they address and they do the initial triage. If the person that's doing that initial triage lacks that kind of context or that industry understanding, things can get missed. That happens all the time, and it sucks when that happens. The easiest way to fix that, or the easiest way I found to fix that, is find someone from the security team directly and harass them until they fix the problem that you're trying to fix, which I assume roughly with the 30 messages you kind of did. So thank you very much for doing that. Really appreciate it. I'd like to not get an AS0 on my stuff, so really appreciate it. Thank you.
On the membership fee, I think this is that's for the GM and not for here, so I have no opinion on that at all.
Hi, Ben for BGP Tools. Sort of more pontificating on the whole bug bounty thing quickly. I never found a bug bounty program managed by a third party to be any good, but I also find a lot of bug bounty stuff is genuinely really difficult in that you are flooded with huge amounts of nonsense vulnerabilities, or at least very borderline nonsense vulnerabilities, and it's very hard to, like, a third party, if I have an issue with quantifying my own vulnerabilities or potential vulnerabilities that someone's sending me, a third party has very little chance of doing it. This is a very difficult problem in the industry as a whole. I have no answer for it, but it's worth keeping in mind because I've been on both sides of this argument now, and it's just really hard.
Yes, I've heard this too. I've not been on the other side myself. What I have found, at some point I sent Integrity a video of me taking over a session and clicking through the RIPE-NC portal and tickets and stuff, and they said, oh, but have you proven that there's a confidentiality issue here because I don't see personally identifying information? Then I was like, I don't think you watched anything I sent. And also, yeah, so I think it both happens, like definitely exhaustion also in these kind of things, and outsourcing them to deal with the flood of poor reports is a problem. And I don't have a complete answer to it either.
A lot of the reports are also somewhat malicious in that I get maybe 3 or 4 a day from relatively sketchy looking email addresses asking me for a $400 payout for the fact that my site doesn't have a HSTS policy, which I don't consider a vulnerability. But
yes, agree.
Reasonably unpleasant with you if you continue talking with them.
I yes, absolutely agreed. Although I do recommend HSTS, but definitely I don't see it as vulnerability. I might know that also with some organizations, they actually did the opposite. I thought it was out of scope. I mailed them and they said, oh, yeah, but it's a cool vulnerability. Can you report it anyway so we can give you money? So it can go well. But yeah, it's a continuing struggle in security reporting for both sides, I think.
Okay, thank you, Sasha. Maria, where is Maria? Now, Maria Matejka, we will hear about why ASPA is still a draft.
Good afternoon again. I have taken a photo today morning. I almost stomped on this pretty snail, but it's also kind of how the ASPA specification comes forward. First, what actually is the ASPA? Most of you probably know what's the route origin authorization, which authorizes the end of the AS path, and now we want to authorize all the rest. So we look at the path by parts and check whether each part makes sense. And the principle is that every single autonomous system signs the list of their providers, which means if I have a bunch of providers, I make a list of them, I sign the list, and I publish it. It's all done through the RIPE portal. I have never seen the portal open because I don't have a login there, but doesn't matter. Those who know it know where it is, and I'm not going to deep dive there. But there are quite some misconceptions. ASPA is not authorization of the whole AS path at once. It's authorization only of the parts of the AS path. It's not going to tell you that this AS path is perfectly valid. It's only telling you that it's plausible. And if it's invalid, it's telling you somebody is telling you that it is not a plausible path and you should probably drop the route. But it doesn't mean that if it's valid, you should accept it with no question asked. It also is not an authorization. Whether those two ASs inside the path may actually be neighbors. You may have a provider in your list, which is actually not your neighbor, but you are planning to have it. You are planning to update your network, but it's not now. It means it only says which route is not plausible. It doesn't say anything about authenticity. It doesn't tell you whether this route actually did what's in there, whether the path actually was created by faithful creation, by faithful moving, faithfully announcing the route. No. It only says that this AS path may be plausible. It doesn't tell you anything, and it may be your direct peer who created the path completely from scratch and who faked it. And last but not least, it's not a replacement for BGPsec, which nobody has implemented in production probably, but maybe if somebody wants a real authenticity check, we should go for the BGPsec. But it has its drawbacks, like the performance issues. So we are now stuck with ASPA. But these misconceptions are kind of running around. I have jumped into one of these as well. So yeah, some years ago, I was asked, well, the ASPA is looking quite well, so we should do it. So when I was flying to Nanook in San Diego, it was 11-hour flight. I sat on a plane, opened a laptop, and coded it. And I coded it wrong. And nobody realized. So it was in the BERT code base for like a year and a half. And my wrong assumption was this one. I was expecting that the ASPA says whether two ASs which are side by side in the AS path, whether they actually may be neighbors. But I was reading the draft several times. I was very convinced that it is the case. And I was not the only one who was reading the draft. Actually, nobody in the BERT team, not even this BERT, noticed that, and this was a very vigilant BERT. It was looking all around. It has a nice vantage point. But no, not even this BERT found out that I was getting it wrong. But that was the validation. Then you have to load the records into the router. So nice. Let's load the data. There's another draft. And our colleague Katja took the draft and implemented it thoroughly. And she implemented it well. And she implemented this. This is the PDU. This is the message which sends the autonomous systems, and it sends the length, and there is the provider AS count, and there is the customer AS and provider ASs. Everything is okay, but then we tested it against the RTR. And they didn't send us, they didn't send us the provider AS count. It was 0. And we looked at it and said, well, that looks fishy, and then looked at it again and said, well, there are 2 bytes which are 0, and there are 2 bytes which are serving as a provider AS count, which can be done by the land. Why is it so? Why are there 4 bytes more than needed? So then we asked at the list. And this was already quite late because the ASPA is here for like 10 years. And we asked about the AS count. And I don't know whether I wrote or Katja wrote this into the mailing list. So we asked whether it's a good idea or not. And we got an answer that we are too late. So we asked what's going to happen then. And then there were other people pointing out other issues. And other people and more people. And we induced an IETF last call retraction for a document which was about to become an RFC. So now we have the draft back. So we still have the draft back, and we are debating it more and more. And then sometime later, I met Sriram in Dublin, and I asked him a little clarification question because I was not sure about one thing inside the validation algorithm. And Sriram was completely confused by my question, which led to finding out that I actually don't understand ASPA validation, and not only that, that the implementation is actually wrong. Click. So just a month later, I wrote a bunch of suggestions. We should improve the text so that it's not so easy to miss things. But, well, the conversation with the draft authors has been quite hard, and it's becoming quite a common thing in IETF that people are writing the drafts very scientifically. I don't know how many of you remember the university courses where sometimes the lecture goes a definition, a theorem, and a proof. And this is the cycle. And this is what some people want to have in the RFCs. And if there are 2 things which are redundant, why should we have 2 paragraphs saying almost the same from two different angles? Why? There is no reason. It's redundant. Remove one of those. Yes, remove one of those. Make the developers confused. So just a quick ASPA refresher what it's actually about. The thing is, the provider, which you have signed in your list, is allowed to propagate your routes to anybody else. You are authorizing your provider to send your routes to anybody. And unless you signed that provider, it's expected that they shouldn't propagate your routes to anybody. It's also expected that every AS provides a list of their providers. And it's completely built on the principle of ramps. Every route goes first up from you to your providers for some amount of hops. Then it goes down to customers. It never goes back up, and it never hops laterally to somebody who is peering with you but not exchanging, not behaving as a provider, not jumping more than 1 peer. Basically, this is what is drawn inside the draft. The route should go up and should go down. If this doesn't happen in your case, then your how to say it? Then your relationship with the peer is complicated, and you probably should consider them a provider, which makes things easier. You can also see that there is the receiving and verifying autonomous system, which is not included in the whole ramp, which is going to bring problems later. But the main thing is, we are trying to find an up-ramp inside the AS path, and we are trying to find a down-ramp. And we are trying to cover the whole path by these ramps, so that it goes from that 1 to K, and then from the L to N down. And we expect that either the L and K are the same, or they are neighbors. So the validation algorithm asks whether there is an up-ramp and possibly down-ramp covering the whole path, while the ramp is calculated in such a way that, I'll go back if it works, yes. We ask whether the AS1 has actually signed the AS2, which is not here. Then whether the AS2 has signed the record for AS3, and so on and so forth. We don't ask anything about ASK, and we don't ask anything about ASL. But we ask that one after, whether they signed their predecessor, and so on and so forth, up to the AS number N, which should have signed AS number N-1. We are asking only for one way of signatures. And if somebody here, like L, happened to sign L+1, we don't care. If L+1 is a provider of L, we don't care if L is also a provider of L+1. There can be ASs which are mutually providers, because, for example, they are too large, and in some location one is provider of another, and in another location it's switched. Why not? So validation algorithm says if you can cover the whole path with attested, with signed records, then it's valid. Then there is the unknown, which is unknown for many people. Let's assume that everybody who has not signed anything approves actually all providers. If this operation, adding the best possible records, makes the route valid, then it's unknown. If it's not possible to rectify it, then it's invalid. The thing is, if we have these L and K, they can have anything. They can be lateral peers. They can sign 0, meaning these are transits. We are not looking at them even. We are just ignoring them because they are at the end of the path. And then there is the problem with excluding your local ASN. So you look at what arrives at your external BGP from your peer, check the local role, which is another RFC, another method. And you say, well, the path looks okay, and the last hop looks okay. Let's fold it together and say it's a valid route. Which brings me to the decoupling risk. Let's say you are a small ISP, and you are signing your provider list. And you walk over those providers, and you forget that there is a link which is doing a backup in case everything other fails. and you omit this provider from your list. You just forget. It happens. Or you make a typo in their ASN. That happens, and you don't find out because you are sending a path-stuffed export. You send a route which is never, ever going to propagate anywhere, so you don't expect that route to appear anywhere, and it doesn't. But then your mailing fails. The backup routes become best. And for the backup provider, it's okay. The role is okay. The AS path contains one single AS. It's you. And one AS path is always valid because there is no relationship. It's always valid. It's just the end. And all the clients of the backup provider say, okay, that's fine. But if the backup provider sends it to another provider or their peer, they suddenly find out, well, this is invalid. You are getting invalids not at your neighbor. You are getting invalids at the neighbor's neighbor, in case everybody checks ASPA. If not, you are getting this on the other end of the world. This is some schema I sketched in the airplane yesterday. Basically, I forget to include my backup provider, so that my link between me and my backup provider is now considered peering, and the backup provider is only authorized to send the route to their customers. If they send it to peer, it looks like a leak. It looks like a misconfiguration on their side. And it makes your network unreachable from weird places. So I sent another email. What about prepending my own ASN before actually doing the check? And the draft authors told me quite plainly, this is a performance issue. It's going to make the AS path longer. We should not do this. So in the end, there was quite a push and quite some conversations about this. It ended up becoming another draft, which may hopefully unblock the process. But these discussions were going forward and backwards for quite a while. So now we are in 2026, and it's still a draft because, well, it still has the draft parameters. There's a short interlude. There are three major software engineering problems. The first of them is cache invalidation. The second of them is off by one. The third problem is naming things, because nobody knows how to name things. And the fourth one is cache invalidation. And I want to ask you which one of those was in Bird's ASPA this time. Let's return to ASPA. We got a message that downstream validation in Bird is, yet again, wrong. And after confirming this, which took quite a while actually, we were off by one. If you remember that schema of up ramp and down ramp, we were not counting properly whether these two top points are nearby or whether they are the same, and we only accepted those which were the same. Oh, no. Yeah, this was off by one. So, what to do now on your side is study how it works. I pinky promise it's almost done. It's not going to change much. Please sign your own ASPA just to prevent valleys. But please deploy things like checking whether all your BGP sessions are actually covered by the ASPA. If you don't do that, you get an invalid route on the other side of the world until people deploy ASPA checks. And deploy ASPA checks and check. It may show you some nasty things, some funny things. Yeah, this is who was speaking. I'm working for CZNIC. I'm team leader of BERT Internet Routing Daemon. There is a block of contacts which is actually available on the website in the presentation, and that's it.
Do we have any questions for Maria? I see people walking towards the mic. Okay.
Hi, Silvan from Open Factory. I have one side remark to that. Also, don't forget that all the layer 3 IXP outreaches are transit providers, like SwissIX.
Yes, this is one option. The other option is to convince your transit IXPs that they are actually behaving transparently and dropping their AS from the ASPA. But this is something which has to be decided inside the IXP.
We go to the other side there.
Job Snyders, BSD. I am, I guess, one of the people that you are watching your complaints about customer service being a little bit slow about. And I agree with much of your analysis in that the ASPA technology is a bit insidious in its complexity. On the one hand, it is easy to explain to people, fill in your providers, you're good to go, your router will do the magic. And I think we managed successfully to put a lot of the complexity into the router, which, Maria, means that you and I have to suck it up implementing this in our respective BGP stacks. But I think that the lived experience through the deployment of route origin validation, as we went through that in 2019, 2020, has taught the community at large a lot about like, oh, cool, there are race conditions to consider. There are minute details that must be unambiguous, even when the world's top lawyers look at this. And it is that learning experience that I think makes the ASPA project a very much measure 8 times, 9 times, cut twice, because the cost of getting this wrong or shipping a specification that is not the absolute best that we can do is tremendous. And given that RPKI has a lot of impact on today's routing, I think it is really a sort of a one-shot chance that we have to get this deployed, and we cannot go back to the drawing board if we discover problems in the field. And in this adventure, like one of the things the IETF learned, that implementations are a requirement for successful RFC publications. And your work in BERT, ours in OpenBGPD, and in other vendors is instrumental to the success of ASPA. And the fact that you recognize like, oh, this was a little bit different than I thought it was, or, oh, the text is unclear, is tremendously helpful in navigating what is a complicated feature that we're adding to the stack. So thank you for your analysis. I think there are more contributing factors, so you are being very graceful in holding back some of the criticism that would also be justified to express. And in your final statement that we are close, I agree. We are close. We only need to add the shutdown message to RTR, and then then we're done. But
just the last patch.
Yeah. Just one more thing.
One more fix. Yeah, I agree. It's basically getting it right, the best ones.
Let's go here, Andre.
Hello, Andre Tsatka, RIPE NCC, RIPE Meeting Tech Team. Thank you very much for fixing ASPA validation in BERT, because we use it in this meeting network. And in this meeting network, we are actually dropping ASPA invalid path, which I'm not sure whether it's the right thing to do. However, I can just tell you that right now we are dropping 937 IPv4 routes and 772 IPv6 routes, which are all out of 500 different paths. And so far, nobody complained. So I also wonder for everyone else, if you see something that doesn't look right, talk to me, please, not to British Transport Police.
Last question.
Hi, Sander Stefan, Helge Global. One of the reasons I haven't created ASPA records yet is, so if I'm peering with somebody on M6, for example, and then they have customers of customers of customers, so I don't have an up ramp, I just have a down ramp. What will I break?
If you have no transit at all,
Well, I do, but not for this particular.
then you have. I'll jump back to that. That funny. If it's working, it's quite a long one. It's completely okay to have one of the ramps. One of the ramps. In this case, the up ramp. It's completely okay to have it length 1. You are becoming this one. Then you are sending the route to the peer, and then the peer is sending it to their customers. And the thing you are, if you go and sign your ASPA being here, meaning you have some providers up above you, all others will know that the route you have sent to them must only be sent to their customers and nowhere else, which means they can't send it to their peers, for example, and that traffic has to go through the transit.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, we have a question from.
Hello. Yes. Okay. Well, we have 3 actually.
Oh.
First one is Alexander Azimov, says ASPA co-author. And the question is there anything that makes you happy about ASPA?
I'll defer this for later.
Okay, then we have Matthias Wallisch, TU Dresden, comment, not question. In addition to better writing, proper and complete test cases would help.
There is actually a funny PowerPoint presentation which includes a bunch of unit tests, and if I wasn't a total idiot and implement these tests after suggesting them fully in BERT, we wouldn't have the off by 1. Because I suggested those tests, created them, then I put only half of them into BERT, forgetting that there is another half. Then Sriram took them, put them into the presentation that became a half official document. And after that, some other people found out that if they implement the rest of the tests, they actually reproduce the bug.
Okay, and the third one, Lucas Rose, you said as a to-do, sign your ASPA. If I were to do that and haven't heard of ASPA before, where would I start? Is there any documentation you would recommend?
I would expect RIPE NCC has some documentation, but I have no idea. Maybe that's a question for different people. I'm just implementing the RFCs and sending things on the mailing lists.
Okay, thank you. I would say there was a nice presentation at the previous meeting about how to go and create your ASPA, so I would suggest to go and check that one. And then it's relatively easy. And there's time for just one quick comment.
One quick comment. Come to the routing working group, because I believe there is a number of super interesting and more advertisements, IETF hackathon. But Routing working group is, I think, the next ASPA topic coverage.
Perfect.
Let's see.
Thanks, Jo.
Thank you.
We are 5 minutes over time. So thank you, Maria. Thank you very much. Well, this concludes our session, and I see you later after the break.
Okay, it's 4 o'clock, so let's get this plenary session started. So welcome to the second plenary session of the day. We've got 2 full talks for you, and then followed by 3 lightning talks. Just to introduce myself, I'm Kevin Maynell. I'm one of the program committee members, and I'm joined by my co-chair of this session, Anneke Hanig, also on the program committee. So just a couple of quick announcements. The program committee nominations close tomorrow, which is Tuesday at 3:30. So if you'd like to become a member of the PC, please have a look at the website and submit your nomination. You can self-nominate. Okay, so there is also a BOF on bridging the IETF and RIPE. I think there should be bridging between the IETF and RIPE. So entitled From Standards to Operations and Back. And that will be held straight after this session. And then that will be followed by the welcome reception. So you're not going to miss the reception, which is kind of important as well. Okay, let's get into it. So our first talk is Ebrima Yo, who is currently a PhD student at the University of Twente in the Netherlands. And he is focusing on interdomain routing security, internet measurement, and the scalability of internet structure. This talk is on noisy routers, investigating the makeup of root collector data, which is investigating why some ASs trigger more BGP update messages than others, and why a small number of ASs account for this. Ebrima,
thank you.
Over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ebrima. I'm a final year PhD student at the University of Twente. This work was a joint effort with folks from CADA, Casey Claffey, Thomas Crank of IIJ, and my supervisors from University of Twente and SIDN Labs, Maurice Muller, who is in the audience, Christian Hasselman, and Bert. So we have a subset of ASs on the global routing table that share their routing information with route collectors, such as route views and RIPEs in the format of MRT file. And looking at this simple topology, we have 2 ASs, AS X and Y, and then they share their routing information with route views and RIPEs. And this data is fundamentally very important for both operational and research activities because it enables operators to do network monitoring, traffic engineering, and also to troubleshoot their networks. Also, it enables researchers like myself to understand the internet ecosystem, such as studying the internet topology, routing security, and traffic engineering. So that shows that this data is very, very important. So the expected normal BGP announcement operation is that routers should only trigger announcement to reflect configuration changes, such as when there is a newly announced prefix or a withdrawn prefix, or there's a link failure for an already announced prefix. So looking at this simple topology, we have ASX and Y, and they're announcing their prefix to ASZ. So they announced 2 prefixes to ASZ, and now in ASZ's RIP, it has these 2 prefixes that. And ASZ is a collector peer, and now it shares this with the route collector projects like RIPEs or route views. So what we expect after 5 minutes, what we expect to see in these route collector projects is to see 1 announcement of these 2 prefixes because there's, provided that they are not withdrawn or there is no link failure in these 2 announcements. So what we observed, which leads to this study, is that there were some files that were collected in these collector projects that were bigger than other files, and we were curious to know why this happens. So potential noisy routers could lead to this kind of behavior. For instance, looking at the same topology again, let's assume router 6 of ASZ got noisy, and then it continuously sends whatever is in its script. So considering that it has these 2 prefixes, it sends all these 2 prefixes, let's say 10 times per minute. So at the end of the day, instead of having 1 announcement count for those prefixes, we are now having 51 of exactly the same information. And this is not really telling us any new information about these two routes, these two prefixes, is literally giving us exactly the same information 51 times. And this is a problem, of course, because it will lead to unnecessarily inflating these MRT files and also put an extra load on routers that are processing this information. So our motivation for this study was mainly data challenging issues. So in 2022, Emil Abraham of RIPE wrote an article expressing how important RIPE risk is, but also stressing that they have data management challenges. And in the blog, it highlights, strategic ways on how they can minimize this by doing strategic pairing, to minimize the amount of data that they're collecting. So last year in NANOC, an email surfaced there where they complained that there are small sets of prefixes in RIPE risk that were unnecessarily sending a lot of announcements. And one of the operators from route views acknowledged that they also observe the same behavior in their route collector projects, but just from few peers that are even causing a lot of stress for their route collector projects. So aside from this, as a researcher, we also have issues in terms of both the storage and the computation of this data that we are collecting because it's very large. So some folks from Strasbourg, they ask researchers doing BGP to ask them if it is computationally expensive to process BGP data. And we see that a large share of the respondents say that, yes, they have computational challenges in dealing with this data. So our main goal, when we see that there were some files that were unnecessarily larger than other files that were collected at the same time, we wanted to understand what is in this data. So to lay the groundwork, what is noise, which is kind of subjective and also could be a bit controversial. But in our study, what we refer to as noise is that when we have an announcement for a given prefix and it is repeated again with unchanged attributes within a short period of time, let's say 1 minute or sometimes even few seconds, we call this noise. We consider this noise because it gives us no new routing information or very little information, sometimes based on as a result of communities or route flapping. But this is really not giving us any additional information on how to get to these prefixes that were earlier announced. So like I mentioned earlier, this leads to, it puts more processing load on routers and also unnecessarily inflate MRT file sizes. So to study this, what we did was we produced like 13 years of data where we extract on a daily basis a collector peer, the update contribution of a collector peer on daily basis across the whole 13 years, because we wanted to understand how the updates are distributed across the collectors and their peers. So considering that we cannot also do this we cannot drill down into the whole 13 years data, we just use 2 months of data for 2021 and 2024 to further drill down into the data to look what is exactly in this data. So our first goal was to measure the update distribution across the route views collectors. So route views has 36 collectors, and we were interested to see what is the distribution of the data that they collect across these collectors. So to do that, what we did, to summarize our methodology, we compute daily update counts per collector, and then we aggregate this into 6-month bins, considering that it's a long time span. And then we compute the average of each interval, the average of every 6 months. And we rank the collectors by these average counts that we had. And we just select the top 11 collectors and aggregate the rest as rest. So looking at the results here on the y-axis, we have the update counts per collector, and the upper figure, and then the bottom figure is just the share per collector, and the X is just the dates. So out of the 36 collectors that are being run by route views, only the top 5 collectors contributed like 54% of whole route views data across the 13 years. So to put this into context, out of this top 5, only 2 collectors, which is links and PERT, alone contributed like 30.4% of the whole data across the 13 years. So we've looked at this, and most of these announcements were repetitive announcements with very less withdrawals, telling us that these announcements were not due to the fact that these prefixes were not reachable or were withdrawn. So it was just unnecessary announcements that were triggered. So in contrast, over 1/3 of the collectors just contributed fewer than 1% of route views data across the whole 13 years. So that tells us that we have a whole lot of collectors that are operated, but either they have peers that are stable or they're not really collecting a lot of data. So we can see one interesting thing during early 2021, late 2021 to 2022. So PART alone was a very noisy collector during this time, and it also happens to be the largest routing event ever. So in November 2021, PART alone contributed 74 billion updates, and then which is literally 3% of the entire 13 years of data. So the key takeaway here is that out of all the statistics collectors, there are a very few collectors that are contributed a lot of data unnecessarily, because most of the time it's repeated announcements. And this is, somebody might say that maybe it's just simply because these collectors have more peers, not necessarily. It is not also correlated to the number of peers that are within these collectors. Now that we know that updates are unevenly distributed, or the update contribution within collectors are highly skewed, we wanted to understand the peer contribution within these collectors. Are the updates, let's say links and port are noisy? Is it that because all their peers are noisy? So we wanted to understand this. So to do that, to simplify our methodology, we construct a daily update time series for each collector peer in every day. And then we rank this in each every day, because then we could have a peer that is noisy today and not noisy tomorrow. So on each day, if we compute the collector peer, we rank them by noise on a daily basis, and we put them into quantiles, like let's say the top 5% and then to the lower 50%. We also compete heavy hitters, like heavy collector peer hitters, which means heavy top contributors. We compute their share, and we quantify who are the heavy hitters, and then we aggregate the least noisy collector peers. So if we look at the results, on the y-axis is the total number of updates per day, and then on the x-axis again is the number of years across the 13 years. So we have the legends, which is the top 5 collectors on a daily basis. So if we put this into context, like we have about over 1K peers, like sessions, and then on the top 5% on a daily basis, we have an average of 160 peers. That is what we have on the top 5%. You can see that they constitute a large amount of the data across the 13 years. So out of the 2.6 trillion updates within the 13 years, over 55% of them just came from this top 5% of the collector peers. So what this tells us is that this noise that we observe in these few collectors is not necessarily all their peers, but it's just coming from a certain number of few peers. So if you look at the lower 50%, which on a daily basis on average have over 600 peers, they contributed just 5% of the whole 13 years data, telling us that we have a huge number of peers that are acting very stable, but then very few peers that are sending a lot of updates during the whole 13 years. So if we look at the bottom figure, which is just the share of the heavy hitters, so we observe one interesting thing. There was this peer for PERT collector, which is AS140627, alone contributed 14% of the whole 13 years data. So the key takeaway here is that noise in BGP data is both prevalent, is prevalent, but is also very unpredictable, simply because you can see one peer being noisy maybe a few days, few weeks, or months, and then goes quiet, another peer just happens to be noisy again. So the next goal we had was to measure, now that we also understand, aside from having few collectors that are contributing a lot of data with few peers, that is the reason for this, we wanted to understand what is inside those peers, because a peer can have different BGP sessions. So we wanted to evaluate if all their sessions are noisy, meaning this noise that is coming out of this peer, is it due to all their sessions, or is it just due to few sessions and prefixes or AS parts? That is what we want to quantify here. So the methodology, to summarize our methodology, so in each BGP session, so this is where we use the 2 months data. So we compute per minute update share for each BGP session over the 2 months. And we applied some statistical methods to quantify how updates are concentrated in sessions, and also the variability, because like, how fluctuating the updates are across the days. Concentrations, like I said, just it helps us to determine the dominant sources, whereas the variations help us to determine how fluctuating these updates are across the 2 months. We apply the same methodology also to prefixes and AS parts to be able to, so that we will be able to quantify the few prefixes and AS parts that are causing this noise. So to look at our results here, on the x-axis, we have the share per session, and on the y-axis, we have the per minute update share per session, and on the x-axis is just the days across 2021. So only 2% of the sessions, like we have over 2K sessions, but only 2% of them, which is 19, accounted for like 71% of the data for 1 month. Whereas the remaining sessions just provided a very negligible amount of data within the months. So, and one interesting thing we also observe here is that the largest routing event that ever occurred happened within this time, which was like almost a 12-hour event, where during this time we found we analyzed 45 MRT files, and in each of these MRT files, we have about 730 unique prefixes and about 32 million updates, which were collected within a 15 minutes time range. So what we speculate could have been happening here is just a faulty router that was continuously sending everything that it has in its read continuously during this time. So the key takeaway here is that we have a subset of sessions across those noisy peers that continuously generate this significant amount of updates during this month. And most of these were redundant because they were a replicate of an existing route that is already in the data. So if we look at the prefixes, again, what we have on the y-axis is the cumulative share of announcements per prefix. And then on the x-axis, we have the share of updates per prefixes sorted from the most prefixes with the most updates to the least. So again, only 2 prefixes account for over 2/3 of the 1 month data. If we look at this, which is 74% of 1 month data, just come from 2% of the prefixes that we observe in this data. So in contrast, about 75% of the prefixes just account or were appeared in only 5% of the updates. So indicating that we have large fraction of prefixes that were stable across the month, but a very few set of prefixes that were unnecessarily generating a lot of updates or announcements. So the key takeaway here is that we have a very small fraction of prefixes that were unstable across the month, whereas we contributed to a lot of announcements during this month. So of course, we are researchers. We can't tell operators what to do, but we have some considerations that we think maybe operators should consider. So we think, based on our observations, actively monitoring sessions and prefixes to timely identify such patterns will be helpful. We said this because recently we were looking at the same pattern in route RIPE data, and we found a prefix that generated like over 200 million announcements for an IPv6. So when we wrote to the operator, what he told us that he didn't know this was happening, but it could be due to the fact that he had unstable VMs during the month of April, and also he had these sessions like through tunneling. It could be the reason. So this, we believe, if sessions and prefixes are monitored actively, then you will avoid those kind of issues. Also, we think it will be helpful to audit your router update behavior after session resets, because if you do session resets, then you don't audit what is happening after that. Then if the router is behaving abnormally, then that will continue. But if you audit it, then you know that there is already a problem. So what we also think could be the reason for some of these things is like maybe automation scripts, to also look at your automation scripts and also BGP implementations. So for route collector operators like RIPE views and RIPERs, so we think applying a selective retention policy for noisy update data will be helpful. For instance, what is currently done with the packet files, keeping them for 1 month, where the users or the researchers could download them, and after that you could just delete them. I think this could be helpful to manage your storage challenges. Also, identifying noisy like sessions and isolating them could be helpful, because we've identified that not the entire peer is noisy, but it's just a small set of sessions that are noisy. So, sorry. Also, what we found for both RIPERs and route views is that out of all these collectors that they had, not all of them are collecting a huge amount of data. So the data is just like centered around few collectors. So we think maybe increasing the peer contribution in those underutilized collectors could also be helpful. So the key takeaways and operator feedbacks that we need from our talk is that noise in BGP data is very prevalent, but also very unpredictable, meaning you cannot, it's hard to predict when the noise will happen and where it is coming from. So a few session prefixes and AS parts were the main causes of all this noise that we found in BGP data. So prefixes are not universally noisy. What we mean with that is that a prefix could be noisy from one vantage point, but stable in another vantage point. And we believe this is simply due to the fact that the prefix is taking a route or a path that is just having a router along that path, which is unnecessarily noisy, or other issues as well. So noise is likely due to faulty or misconfigured routers. This is what we think, and also not necessarily from an origin AS. So what we don't show in the presentation, but in our study, is that you can have an origin AS that originate a set of prefixes where some of them will be noisy and some will not be noisy. So telling you that the problem is not necessarily origin AS, but maybe just another issues. So all these redundant announcements that we have just unnecessarily inflate MRT files without giving us any new routing information. So this is where we had a call for feedback. We are researchers, and these observations we had is all we could produce. And of course, we've also tried to find out what are some of the root causes for this. For instance, communities are one factor, and also route flapping. But aside from that, it's hard to tell exactly what is causing this. So we'll be really appreciative if you could give us some feedback with regards to some of the potential root causes for this. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Ibrima. Do we have any questions? Please use the mic and announce your name.
Warren Kamari, Google. So thank you for doing this. So you mentioned there are a couple of prefixes which are very noisy, and you reached out to at least one of them, and they decided to investigate. Did you reach out to any others, and did they fix any of them or do any investigation, or haven't you had a chance yet?
So thank you for the question. This was a joint effort with folks from CADA, and we were closely also working with route views. And there are, of course, a lot of issues, especially POT, the port collector has been fixed according to them, according to route views, but I'm not sure if we didn't reach out to all the prefixes, of course, but route views do fix some of the problems from our study. Yeah.
I think, okay, over there.
Maria, developer of BERT. I'd like to ask you whether the prefixes were noisy consistently, or like in time, still advertising the same again and again, or whether it was for like some pieces of time, some length of time, and then nothing. Because if this was the latter, I would expect somebody is running, for example, an older BERT without an export table, and that means you are not getting the extent of how your filter has changed. So if you are changing the export filter and you get it wrong, you simply have to reload all the routes again and again until you have fixed it.
Thank you for the question. It was both. We've observed cases where we have a given prefix that is continuously noisy, but of course there are also instances where you have a prefix noisy for a few days and then it just went quiet again. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, Jen.
Jen Linkova, random network operator. In my operational experience, nothing gets fixed until someone complains and complains loudly enough, right? Thank you for doing this. It's very interesting, but I suspect operators might not be really motivated to fix this because it's not a problem for them, right? So I think maybe one of the directions to consider is, do we want to make it painful for them? Because if you just have a flapping prefix, it would be dampened, right? So you will suffer if you have a problem in your network and you start withdrawing advertising and doing it often. Here is like, I might be doing this. I don't know. If you tell me if I have nothing else to do, I might fix it, right? If something more important comes, yeah. Nobody is dying because of this. So I think we need to find a better motivation for operators, right? And better signaling, I agree, because nobody going to manually audit BGP sessions after reset. If you have thousands of them, like you need either to have some way of export that information in your telemetry and tell you you're doing this, and have a clear signal, actionable signal, and yeah, explain why it's bad.
Thank you. Yeah.
I think Nina was first. I think you were first, and then over there.
Thank you. Hi, I'm
Hello.
Nina from Route Views.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to point out that over the past year or 2 years, maybe, we have implemented a lot of monitoring on the noisy peers, and we are actively reaching out to the worst offenders. And most of the time, they do try to work with us.
Yeah.
There are some people who are not responsive, and we will sometimes depeer them if the noise creates problems for our platform, which it did for a while, but now it's more stable, so we're not doing that much anymore.
Yeah.
Just a comment.
Thank you.
And thank you for your work.
Thank
It's
you.
very
Yeah.
interesting.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, over there.
Hi, Martin speaking from Yellow. So I got some of my answers from the previous questions, but mostly, what's your opinion on how we should monitor and alert on such kinds of prefixes? Because on our side, as the network operator, it's hard to get the information from the routers, and it's better to have an external view. So even on our side, we try to make external views and check on them if there is an issue. But if we have an issue with a risk collector, so any kind of collectors, we have as well issues with the routers and every consumer on them. So the center of my question is how could we better contribute to each other by having some kind of alerting when some of our prefix or any kind of session with reviews or any risk is more noisy than it should be.
I think that's a good point, and then you're giving me a work to do, maybe.
I don't know. The point is, I don't know how if the work should be done by the operators or by the collectors on this side, and who should alert and on which data, because on our side we are providing data to collectors but are not currently using them on our side. But you have them and you notice the problem.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And it's difficult for us because the routers sometimes are buggy. You got some random bug that's just not seen. And it's only with an external view that we can just be aware of there is an issue.
Yeah, that's a good point. And then I have this in mind also, but the problem that I have from a context of BGP data is that, let's say I have a part that constitutes of 3 ASs. If I see a prefix noisy traversing or propagating this part, I could not explicitly tell exactly which AS is on those parts is responsible for this. So this is a limitation that I or people using BGP data have. And what I was thinking potentially is just to flag all the ASs that are on a part to say that, hey, these ASs are in a part that is unnecessarily generating X number of unnecessarily maybe announcement from a given prefix.
I think.
Yeah.
Okay, this will have to be the last question.
Hi, Sylvan from Free Transit. In this case, you mentioned one sometimes a bit evil word, which was tunnel. And as maybe some people know, there's quite a few like usual suspects on the tunnel operators now. We actively discourage and hinder our downstreams to pass forward their routing table by disallowing ASets. But if you have a tunnel inside a tunnel, you end up with an MTU issue, which can cause sessions to flap, which can cause exactly what you're observing. So the question is, if you find a prefix which is flapping, and if you see a tunnel operator as an upstream, also reach out to us, because we might be able to troubleshoot and stop this.
Okay,
because
cool.
I believe it's MTU.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, thank you.
All right, so thank you for the questions. And again, thank you, Ebrima, for your presentation.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, right, we now have a double act, a Deutsche Telekom double act. So there's 2 speakers. First, I think it's first up, Fedor Vomper, and then we have Sebastian Becker. So just to introduce Fedor, he's a network security and routing specialist at Deutsche Telekom, who developed the NTRM contribution to our PKI. I think Sebastian, we certainly also, he was here. Where's he gone? Where's he gone? And I guess you also know, probably most people know Sebastian, who's also the peering manager for AS3320. So this talk is about route filtering at scale. So I will hand over to you.
Yeah, hello guys. So as the name says, route filtering at scale at DT. I will cover some basics here also, because we are not all the very much experienced people, but also some newcomers. So you go through some basic stuff with me. We had a slight talk before here outside, and it's being like much as German as the internet as possible. So we try to be that and encourage people to document it right. Clicker. No. It's a green button, I know, but it does nothing. Now. Yeah. So we were introduced, going to the next one. So covering, as I said, some basic stuff, peering in transit, route leaks, BGP security, and later on then the more technical stuff from Fedor to go deeper how we do things. For BGP routing, actually, the relationship between the 2 parties is very important. Either an ISP provides transit to someone else, or so we accept all the customer prefixes as the transit provider, or you send all your prefixes to your transit provider, or the peering, the bilateral peering, where you have actually just the interest of the neighbor's prefixes and everything that is downstream. Sorry. So it's very important to have that in mind, and that this is covered later on in how you document that actually later in your ASet. This is because of we want to prevent actually route leaks, seeing that the provider is accidentally or maybe by any mean providing transit to someone that is not or should not provide transit, to ensure that this is properly documented and you can actually use that as a transit provider or a peer to actually build your filters to ensure that only the prefixes will be accepted that should be accepted, and you don't be part of these kind of route leaks. So where ASets are very important, where you put your security parts in. It's in your routing policies. You try to filter out, obviously, bogans. You provide community steerings as an ISP. You participate in peer lock to ensure that the prefixes you as a major provider maybe just be available via certain passes. You implement IRR-based route filters, because not everyone is right now doing full RPKI scale, and ASPA is just on the way. You're using RPKI ROVs to ensure the validation at least for the origin prefix. And you're looking forward to use ASPA in the future. So what is an ASet? An ASet is the list of your own AS and your downstream ASNs or ASets. So only these things should appear in first place in these ASets. Otherwise, they need to be actually correctly named, and they should not mix up in the relationships between the usage for the ASet. So if you want to document your peers, you can do that. But mark your ASet for the peers, and that is probably a different one that you use for your ASet you want to present to your upstream. And why ASets? To actually give this information to the public, to ensure that someone can use that. Someone in the internet is able to verify this is your customer, this is your peer, this is maybe why you participate as an at an IXP. To give that information to the public, to make clear what is the relationship in the internet. And don't put everything in one. You are able to split them, you can do multiple ones, ensure that the documentation fits exactly the need for the ASet you want to build. And do it. Gives the information. It makes the living for us, maybe even as DT, much easier to also build the right filters, accept the prefixes you want to provide to the whole internet. And ensure that you also make sure to tell people where you actually populate your ASet. Where do you maintain it? We do see a lot of ASets, even with the same name, in different databases, but only one is actually maintained. There are a lot of dead ASets around nobody is actually maintaining anymore. And so it makes this for us much harder to use them. We cannot just import every AS set everywhere, because if AS sets are not maintained anymore, or that information in another database is not maintained anymore, it's basically useless. It's noise. It will increase the filters without any actually meaning or progress in generating correct route filters, and it will be also a security risk, because now the door is open for maybe prefix hijacking, which we want actually prevent that. And how you can document that in AS sets, you have multiple ways. This is actually our own. The options, like obviously you have your own AS sets in that. You put the AS set name of the next ones. Further down, if you go through our whole AS set, you find also AS numbers only. And we try to provide with that actually additional information, which databases we use for filtering. So if a customer from us does see, okay, there is maybe even a registry missing, this is easily to see. You can see that in our AS set. So this is additional information to help people actually document things, and later on also going for the analysis if something is broken. We try to be as open as possible in that place, and if there's something missing, this can be added. Hopefully this is additional extra information that is helpful. You can also document the import and export policies in the ODNOM object. Here is a very good example from Array, actually, where you do see how they do that import-export. The actual problem for both of the styles, how to document these things, most of them are not easily parsable by any tool or so. It's mostly like you can check it manually. You see we have put some numbers here. There can be very big ODNOM objects with around a megabyte, but also a lot of them, so 39% of these ODNOM objects doesn't contain anything, actually. So there's improvement in how you want to, or actually how you want to document your policies. And the asset documentation gives you the option to really tell people who is responsible for the different ASNs and who is the customer cone of that ASN. If it's done correctly, for the usage of you want to provide the information who's what is your ASN and what are your downstream ASNs connected internally or externally. This is actually the case how it's done correctly. You don't put in your peer. You don't put in your upstream. If you do the standard case like the ISP up or downlink documentation for that. I just mentioned that, I come later to that, for peer or IXP, you can have additional AS sets. So it's possible to document that as well. And you can see what are the expected downstreams on that. If it's done obviously incorrect, some people put in their upstreams there, or even their peers. If you mix that all together, that AS set is mostly not usable. It generates circle references, or is just a huge amount of prefixes that should be in the filter, but actually you will send maybe 100 prefixes, but your your generated filter out of that generates lines in the thousands, which doesn't make sense. And here are some examples of the documentation where it's very thoroughly documented how the different relationships can be. We do see we have that overall customer AS set. We even see an overall peers AS set. And there's a breakdown for all of them for different regions. So this can be very detailed, and the reference can be inside. So normally that customer ASN AS set will reference and to these more specific ones. Same thing on the other side. You do see how they document peers even on different IXPs. Again, very important thing is documented after the role that your neighbors are. Make sure that you don't mix up peers, downstreams, or your upstreams there. I think that's mostly, no, that's just mine. Some interesting statistics maybe for that, where you do see that 80% of AS sets were changed after 2020. So there is some change there, so people do things there, not meaning necessarily that all of them are up to date. So we just can encourage you, please update your assets, make sure that they are up to date, that this will reflect things you want to see. A lot of these things can be done prior you already connect someone. So the documentation can be done before actually you announce the customer routes. If it's clear that the customer orders port with your network, do it in prior. So everyone is prepared, and when someone switches on the BGP session, the prefixes will be accepted instantly, and you don't need to wait for another day or maybe some days, how often whoever is updating their prefix filters. So the updates for the assets, what we do see is, I think a lot of people will do it manually, but it can be done obviously in automation. Works fine. After years, we also manage that in DT. It takes us a long time, but actually works pretty well. So RIPE is offering enough APIs for that to also have that up to date by your data you should anyway have for building your BGP sessions. If you automate your BGP configuration, you maybe even with a little extra step be able to automate your asset, because that information is already there. So what we mostly see here and what we want to solve, obviously it's just, we try to, we are very strict with that on our side, that we encourage our customers to document right. So if the asset doesn't match, we do a test run before actually a BGP session will be enabled or the full filter will be accepted. We deliver the information back to the customer. What do we see from your side and what is expected from your side? So if the customer is telling us he will announce 100 prefixes, but we see a prefix filter of 10,000, there must be something wrong. So we need to check that. And I think I'm done now and need to hand over to Fedor so he has enough time. Sorry.
So first of all, thank you for opportunity to talk today. I will talk about quality issues and also at the end about toolchain and recommendations. So to talk about documentation, of course, assets, they are incomplete, outdated, and inaccurate. The data is stale. Assets that are being removed, they are not cleaned from the assets where they are referenced. And also, not every ISP explains to other providers how these assets are used and what are best practices. And of course, for operators managing thousands of sessions, this is a complex task to manage these assets. So there are many of them, there are many of changes, and you need to be sure that these changes are correct. And so actually assets represent this relationship between BGP peers, and we tried somehow to call this in this asset registry. So first of all, we have this good idea, customer or downstream assets, and they are named something like IS customers or IS downstreams, and they document customer networks. And of course, they should contain only downstream customers and no any peers, no any transits or upstream providers. Of course, there may be cases there internet exchange present, and this internet exchange are being included in asset documentation. This is not really good. We need to figure out how to manage it, but it's simply here. And of course, actually, for big tier 1 providers, for internet exchange, for route server assets, we should actually say, like in ASPA, these are assets that are informational. They shouldn't be used for route filtering. And then it's a really interesting case about ISPs. It's hard to say how these ISPs can be used, because if you document customer networks of your peers, and then you use it by yourself, how you filter networks. And that's a hard thing for me to understand how others can use this documentation, only informational maybe. Also, there are DDoS mitigation cases that are also complex cases, and upstream transit, mutual transit. These are like cases for upstream providers, and it's really hard to filter upstream providers with assets. So currently we have so much assets, objects like 74,000, and from all the references in these asset objects, actually only 10% of assets are missing, but it's a gap. It's a big problem for assets. Yeah, the biggest assets are internet exchange assets, and if we get big assets, we get following quality issues. First of all, there is a loss between SN and prefix binding, because if we build prefix filter, we get prefixes. We don't have this SN to prefix information. Of course, RPK helps, but it's not enough. Also, assets contain non-authoritative and old information. That's clear. Also, there are lots of asset loops. As for now, there are 700 loops, and the most long asset loop is 300. So you can find it, but it's informational. I would say it's not included everywhere. And there's also one asset loop with 40 assets included in one XP chain. And let's also take a look then at this really interesting case of asset explosive expansion. At some point, we can get that some filter gets 100,000 prefixes more. And there are actually two situations that can explain this. First of all, this is a documentation mistake. Someone included false asset in this asset hierarchy. And that's a problem. You need to see this, that it was included somewhere. The second thing, it was a proper change. It was ISP provider that was added, and it's also maybe RPKI related stuff. So RPKI, when VRPs gets registered, RPKI gets new prefixes added to this asset filter, route set filter. So here how it looks like. So we get customer 5 with 20,000 more ASNs added, and in impact of this addition for customer 3, asset is that all upstream assets, they get this additional ASNs, and the number of ASNs is different. So directly impacted assets, let's consider we are provider, so we have some customers, and we have links, and each of these customers uses its own asset. And if you can follow down these references from this customer 1, customer 2 to customer 5, they will have all different impact of this expansion. And actually, this is how looks like now in Tenor 2. So we can manage every single change and see how every change impacted specific assets. Like here was an example. This was impact on 6 assets we are using from different providers. And yeah, that's how it looked like. So best practices. So of course, we should know which error in and rear data we use if we are operator, because trustworthiness of every source is is under question. So there are more transport resources and others are not. We should filter Bogon's ISNs. We should filter unassigned ISNs. So this is everything here right now in ISNs. This information was not cleared for these 5 or 7 years. And we also, we can do a lot of work here together. And of course, we should also filter stale and incorrect reference if we detect this, or maybe we should get the filter that was created yesterday and use it. The good tools are BGP tools and Cloudflare, Rider, and IR Explorer. So use them. For maintainers, it's the same. So use hierarchical assets documented somewhere in PeeringDB, in Autonom policies. So how you use assets, that's a really good informational source. Also use assets for documentation of your downstream providers. I'm not completely sure that if everyone is using these huge assets. Of course, there are use cases, but it's really hard and not manageable. So internally, we use ErcoSpec. ErcoSpec is a language that allows to build this kind of expressions. For example, if we want to resolve as Amazon set from RADB, we use this expression. We can also use RPK data and include in this expression. So ErcoSpec was introduced by Rüdiger Volk before at Nanog, and we still use it. And we also have then recursive resolution and loops prevention cases. And we can also combine different ErcoSpecs and different expressions all together to build import and export filter. So actually import filter. This is example. So if you get a set, we should know before we deploy it, during deployment, and after it, when we deploy it, what happens with this filter. And we should categorize every ISN or simply see if the quality of this filter is good or not enough. This is view for ISNs included in ISets. And here is a view for prefixes. We can also categorize every prefix and know if it's RPK included or maybe some unknown prefix or RPK invalid prefix. I'm sorry, I don't have lots of time, because then I need to scroll further. And so we can also see this tree structure for ISets, but it's not really interesting. So simple understanding. So ISets including other ISets. RIPE has a really good RIPE historical API. It can be used to see the problems or to see how assets are changed before their deployment or when they are changed at some point. So really great service, RIPE historical APIs in WHOIS, and also there is REST API for this. So it's really important to use incremental change, because there are lots of APIs like NRTM and also RPK change. So the both change, and it's better to pre-calculate filters. That's a good thing. And also the best solutions, they're simple and fast. That's really important to have, to understand this. Then you can manage these tasks really good. And of course, then further work is, of course, that we need actually to migrate to ASPA, and ASPA is a topic that that is really promising. So I believe in ASPA, and we can use instead of ISets, ASPA with max prefixes, and also there are other solutions how quality of ISets and ASPA filters can be measured. So it's a further work. So we need to compare what is being announced and what is allowed, and these are good things to do further. So I'm already over time, so I want to wrap up. So please document your assets very precisely, and assets are still there. This is like dinosaurs across us, but we need to manage and we need to use them. And simple and small assets are really useful, because they don't have route leaks, because they allow only that is allowed to be allowed. Okay, thank you.
So thank you, Fedor. Thank you, Sebastian. So Are there any questions? I think we're a bit over time, but we have, I think, time for at least 1 or 2 questions left from the audience. So, when you're at the microphone, please state your name and affiliation.
Jeff Houston, APNI. You point out that AS sets are problematic because they're not well understood, they're not coherently maintained, they tend to accumulate bit rot, and this gives them a huge amount of problems if you're trying to understand what you need to do today as distinct from the long history of what people did in AS sets that still sit around in registries. Part of this is we don't pay any attention to them collectively. Bit of burst of energy and then we move on.
Correct.
Why do you think digitally signing that information will change behavior? What good would ASPAs do if the real problems are not intrinsically in what you're trying to achieve in terms of a commentary on routing information? ASPAs, by the look of things and the way we behave, look to have exactly the same operational problems in the future that you have now with AS sets. Digitally signing it does nothing. It just says, you said it, great, but it doesn't make it true as an observation of reality here and now. So why this slide? Why your faith? I'm not with you. I don't believe that as a statement. So I'm kind of pressing back going, doesn't sound right to me.
Yeah, I'll try to explain. So that's a good idea. So in assets, we know that assets include other assets. This is direct relationship. And with ASPA, this is inverse relationship. We define providers. Of course, there will be cases, there will be loops at some point in ASPA, there will be stale data. Everything will be maybe the same. But it's already better to say and to see if we have this downstream ramp or upstream ramp, we can validate it. So it's already something. And we can provide this fail-safe solution when we, let's say, okay, we collect all the ASPAs and we manage this ASPA filter. And but assets right now is a
I stand in awe of your optimism. Good luck.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So we have only time for one last question left. So yeah, I think you were queuing first. So please go ahead, state your name and affiliation.
Hi, my name is Edwin, affiliated with SURF. So we run this lab network as well, and things happen there, obviously. So we found out that you didn't accept our route. So we did all the work, running all the AS sets, everything was all right, but we discovered that the outnum wasn't right. So, well, stupid thing, we fixed it. But I heard the word in this presentation only once, but your policy find it at least as the same importance as the AS sets. So did you run a research on stale outnum objects as well? Like the import-export from AS number, that kind of thing. That nobody
so you mean about quality of the filters, how much they accept and how much is actually accepted? Or
you present this problem with AS sets that are still, and do you have any observations with customers or peers that also don't maintain their outnum object?
Yeah, I would say so. Unfortunately, this is somehow 20 or 30%, maybe. So 20% of the prefixes that are accepted are being covered for the big AS set. This is like for, and yeah, if we get bigger asset, then we get lower count of prefixes. So this is the situation that needs to be. So.
Yeah, so I think the message is that AS sets are also unmaintained. That's your experience, but outnums are as well.
Unfortunately, I think I have to cut this short now because, well, thank you again. A big applause for our speakers. Next up here, we will continue with lightning talks. I'm your host, Annika Hannig. I'm taking over for Kevin, and yeah, I want to I want you all to welcome, give me a big applause for Matt Yep. He is going to talk about Net UK, and without further ado, because we're already short on time, please, let's go.
Hi, good afternoon. I would like to introduce you to the UK's latest infrastructure community, bringing together top industry minds, infrastructure providers, and scholars. I'll do a quick introduction myself. I'm Matt Jepp. I'm the chair of the programme committee for Net UK. I'm a volunteer, like the rest of the Net UK team. I liaise with the management committee and the organisational committee for operational matters. I do also have a day job. I'm head of pre-sales and engineering for a company called SGGS, who's based in Singapore, but I'm not here to talk about that today. Net UK first came about back in 2023 at EPF in Prague. The existing UK NOG group was having difficulties, and there was lots of discussions about what was going to come next. Between my colleague Dave Pumford, who's the management committee chair, Fergus Mackay, who obviously we all knew, brought together the three main non-profits based in the UK, Links, Lonap, Nominet, and then also Dave's company, PTX, to begin putting something together, basically. The idea was that it was a non-profit organisation to bring collaboration to replace that missing NOG environment. We operate one event in the UK a year, and that's to give people a chance to meet, exchange ideas, drive discussion, collaboration, build, connect new connections. And we focus on 4 key areas, which are knowledge sharing, community development, professional exposure, inclusion, and diversity. So the mission of Net UK is to foster a vibrant community of individuals and organisations which are passionate about the United Kingdom's network infrastructure industry. And that doesn't mean it's a UK-only event. It's really important that we get input from the rest of the world. And there's a lot of networks out there that interact with the UK, and their input is just as important. So why come to Net UK? We've got attendees from a lot of the UK's large providers. We have existing contacts, new contacts, especially we also invite students and PhDs, that kind of thing, so to bring the theory as well as the practical. We have a setup of technical workshops, plenary sessions, and lightning talks as well. And also the food's really great, which is thanks in no small part to our organisational committee. So Net UK 1 was back in 2024. We had over 200 attendees. A couple of highlights from the agenda then was Sky's talk about how they're operating MAP-T, and some lessons from Rolls-Royce, who have been bringing their knowledge from the nuclear industry and bringing it into security in their IT infrastructure. In 2025, we had Net UK 2, which grew slightly. We had approximately an extra 20 or 30 attendees at live, and that was presentations on both perspectives on IO data centers, which was from Jeff at Nokia, and also Steve Jones talking about energy efficiency. We have lots of other talks that are on our Indico and on our YouTube channel. The next event is in July. It's the 6th and 7th. We're at the Brewery in central London again. It's a fantastic venue, lots of history, bit of a maze. We have workshops on the first day in the morning, and then the plenary session starts after lunch. Day 2 is a plenary session with lunch and breaks to be able to mix with other members of the attendees. We do charge for attendance. £120 gets you both days attendance and also gets you access into the social event in the evening. We do have a program for free tickets for students, job seekers, and there's an option for ordering when you book your ticket to select that. We do have sponsorship opportunities available still, not a lot, but there are a few gaps left. And it is open to everybody involved in digital infrastructure. It's not just about network providers. Ways to get involved. We've got a mailing list, staple of any NOG. We've got a Slack workspace. We do have a YouTube channel with our archive on. There's an email address to contact our team. We are looking actively for members for the program committee. So if you are interested in contributing, if you've got some contact you'd love to get on the stage, please do let us know. Come and join us at Net UK 3. Tickets are available. And there we go. Thank you very much. We hope to see you on the 6th and 7th of July.
Do we have questions? Yes, one question.
Jim Reed, who has no affiliations at all. You talked there about a members list. Is there actually a membership fee for joining this organisation? I don't catch that during the presentation.
There isn't a membership fee. It is just you register for the event. There's a mailing list, which is an open mailing list, and there's a link to join that on the website. The Slack, again, there's a link to join that on the website as well.
Okay, but how would then people participate in this organisation or these events?
So
have any kind of say in who's going to be running it and how office bearers are chosen?
So we've actually asked this question back at Net UK 1. We asked the question, how do people want to run it? And there was mixed feedback. Some people had very strong ideas, but the majority, they just said, let's see how it goes. We're coming up to event number 3, and then one of those questions that we will be asking at event number 3 is, where do you want to go next? We obviously have the usual surveys, that kind of thing at the end of the event as well. And one of the questions we do ask feedback is, where do you want to see it go next? Do you want, do other people want to take over? Do people want to get involved? And that's what we ask.
Thanks very much for those clarifications. I'll have 1 or 2 things to follow up. I'll do them offline.
Perfect, thank you.
All right, then. Thank you. A big applause, please. So for our next lightning talk, I want to welcome Remy Hendricks on stage. Please give him a huge applause. So, Remy is from the University of Twente also, and he will talk today about Anycast in underserved regions.
Great, thank you. So today I will talk about a work in progress. This is something we've just started. It's about Anycast in underserved regions of the world. I'm a PhD student at the University of Twente, but we realized that this is a problem that cannot be solved by researchers alone, and that's why I'm here, because we're actively looking for collaboration with operators that can help us move this further. So when we looked at the catchments of our Anycast deployment, we noticed that whilst we have a POP in Africa, in Nigeria, we noticed that neighboring countries would still route to our POP in Paris. And this is likely because there's limited peering between countries in Africa. And it's something that we also discussed with operators at ORC, for example, and they've seen similar patterns for their own Anycast deployments. So what this talk is about is how should operators deploy Anycast infrastructure in underserved regions that experience problems like colonial routing. So first, some background. What is Anycast? Well, Anycast is the practice of making an IP address available in multiple points of presence. And how do you do this? You announce this prefix using BGP, and you make your service available at multiple locations. And then when someone connects to your prefix, they will be routed to one of those POPs. And why would you do this? Well, it distributes load amongst these POPs. It improves resilience. So if one of your POPs goes down, then they can simply route to a different one. And it also reduces latency because of its geographic distribution. And it's widely used. So a lot of critical internet infrastructure is deployed using Anycast. And the main example is the domain name system. And we see the entire hierarchy of the DNS makes use of Anycast. So to give one example, the root letters all deploy their servers using Anycast, and combined they're at nearly 2,000 sites. But the problem is that there are some regions that are underserved. So they have limited IXPs and limited content delivery networks that deploy there. So this map shows the IXPs. So we see that there's a lot in Europe and in the US, but in other regions like in Africa or in the Pacific, there's a limited number of IXPs. And we see similar patterns for content delivery networks that often do not deploy as much in underserved regions. And we also see this in our Anycast census. So if you look at the places where Anycast operators replicate their services, we see lots of them have presence in the US and North America, in Europe, but other regions are neglected. And in this talk, I will just focus on Africa because this is an underserved region that also suffers from colonial routing. So what is colonial routing? Well, this is something that's still seen from this is the cause of limited peering between countries, and these countries often rely on submarine cables to connect with each other. And unfortunately, these submarine cables follow colonial history. So former British colonies, they are connected with a single submarine cable, and this goes to London, and the former French ones are connected, and their submarine cable goes to Paris, for example. And the Anycast perspective here is that if you have networks in former French colonies, you will likely see them route to your POP in Paris, and British ones would go to your POP in London. And to make this problem more difficult, if you're an Anycast operator and you do invest in infrastructure in Africa and you deploy in, for example, Nigeria, then you might still see that former French colonies would not respect this POP and would route to Paris. So this is all theory. Do we actually see this on the internet still happening? So how do African networks route to our Anycast testbed? Well, we looked into this. I do want to note that these these results are deployment specific, and they might be different for different operators, but it does give some insights as to how colonial routing and underserved regions connect to Anycast. So our Anycast testbed has 2 points of presence in Africa, one in Lagos, Nigeria, and one in Johannesburg, South Africa. And first off, looking at the latencies that networks experience, we see that the median RTT is almost double in Africa compared to the global RTT. Well, obviously, it's not surprising because we have a low number of POPs in Africa, but then again, the majority of operators don't either, so they likely experience the same problem. So next, I will be looking at the catchments. So catchments are the set of addresses that route to a particular POP. Each pie chart indicates a set of networks that route to a particular POP, and the size indicates the amount of networks. They're colored by the POP that they route to. So the first, the brown networks all go to South Africa. The red ones go to Nigeria, and we see that these are largely former British colonies that route to Nigeria, which is also a former British colony. If we look at the orange networks that go to Paris, we see a lot of former French colonies route to this point of presence in Paris rather than the one we have in Nigeria, for example. So it's a big issue. If we look at the ones that route to the UK, we see that there's very few of them. This is likely because we do have presence in former British colonies, so they route to those instead of routing to the UK. And if we look at the ones that go to Frankfurt, we see Namibia, which is a former German colony. So this also exemplifies that colonial routing is still visible. So to conclude, CDN deployment is sparse in development in underserved regions, and we also see this in where Anycast operators place their POPs. And our preliminary results show that there is poor latency for these networks towards Anycast infrastructure, and that colonial routing further harms this. The problem with these results is that it's for our testbed, and it's maybe not that interesting. And that's why we are here to ask any other Anycast operators to look into how these underserved regions route to your network. Perhaps you can share data, or you can collaborate with us with our Anycast testbed. Thank you.
Thank you, Remy. So, are there questions? I see 2 questions there. Please state your name and affiliation, and yeah.
Hello, this is
This is Lars Lehmann from NetNode, operators of Anycast network for root name service. Thank you for a good presentation. Your observations are quite in line with what we see. There are reasons for these problems to deploy, mainly in Africa. And we see not only the problems that you described, but there are political problems that make it difficult to provide the same type of Anycast service that we can provide in other regions. There are monopolies, there are political control of telecommunications, and it's also a problem with maintaining good business relationships and social relationships with local hands. As an Anycast operator, you need local assistance, and there are good people there, absolutely, but they tend to move around a lot. So suddenly they are not there when you need them, and they are somewhere else doing a good job, and that makes it also more complicated. But thank you for a good presentation.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree that these are problems, and it's nice to document these and to make people aware of them.
All right. Yeah, please go ahead.
Benedict, you talk about steplet IT, speaking for myself. Spent some time in Africa, about 25 years ago, and not doing IT there. But there's two things I want to say. First, if you take a look at the map, there are some countries in there, you know, big place like DRC or Botswana, which are basically empty. So Botswana, for example, is right of that the red box. These are frequently inland or what do you call them? Inland, so they don't have connection to the sea, no connection to the sea cables. Situations should be there, should be more difficult there. And then there's one other thing. When you talk about Africa, it makes a lot of sense to consider South Africa as a very, 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 very special case, because everything is different there than anywhere else in Africa.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I think we have time for one last question, and then I have to cut the queue. Please go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Dewali here from, underserved region. Thanks for some of the things that you pointed out. Just wanted to shine a little light on the commercial aspect, so it's not just the colonial side. Right. And this is coming from someone who does infrastructure in the area. Sometimes you put infrastructure somewhere, people follow where they get their internet connection from, and they're less likely to try to come back to the neighboring country if they've got a subsea cable going to Europe. Now, it is the case that nowadays people are figuring out that, there are exchange points closer, and even though it's more expensive to get a subsea connection between two neighboring countries, for example, in West Africa, there's a lot more capacity there than whatever it is, and then better latency connecting nearby. So things are improving. Thanks.
Right. Okay. Thanks for the feedback.
Okay, thank you. And thank you. A big applause for our speaker. And for our last lightning talk today, I want to welcome Neil O'Reilly. So, and he will, he needs no further introduction from my side, I guess. He's our former deputy RIPE chair and long-term contributor to the RIPE community.
Thank you, Annika. Yes, this is not going to be nearly such a good presentation as the previous one. That's it. We'll skip that one. It just acknowledges property rights because the program committee warned me I needed to know about that. Annika says I need no introduction, but I noticed, I was paying attention when Miriam was speaking in the opening plenary. There are 174 people registered on site for whom this is the first meeting. So, hello, I'm Neil O'Reilly. If you see me around the coffee place or at the meal times, say hello. I've been working for the last 10 plus years in a micro enterprise called Tolerant Networks. We'll say more about them in a little while. I'll also be talking about the NLNet Foundation and the EU Commission, because I'm talking here about taxpayers' euros being used for something useful like FOSS. And the use case for cascade funding is this. If the funding agency, that's to say the EU Commission, has requirements that don't suit your organization, for example, the process of preparing a proposal is too heavy, or the budget is mismatched to the scale of your project, or the timeline for sending in the proposal, for responding to the call for proposals somehow is challenging for you to reach, then the Commission have thought about this, and they have led some of these projects through a cascade funding mechanism, where instead of calling for a proposal for concrete development projects, they call for a proposal for a coordination project. And then the coordinator acts as an umbrella for the subsidiary projects and announces perhaps more frequent calls for proposals so that meeting the timeline is easier to do. And also, in the case of the projects, the frameworks I'm going to talk about, offers support services to the people doing the development work. So, for example, what Tolerant Networks does here is we have connections in the RIPE community and in the IETF, and people doing the projects who want introductions to those communities, that's the service that we add. There are other kinds of services like code auditing, localization, accessibility, and so on, each of which have their own niche partner, which provide optionally support for the people doing the actual work. So if your team is really very small and you don't have the scale to have your localization department or your compliance department or your code auditing department, then you can look for help through an LNet Foundation to get one of the partners to do this for you. And the coordination involves more frequent calls for proposals. The coordinator does the assessment and the disbursement of the funds and is able to match their requirements because they're more flexible than the EU Commission to suit the target community and get more engagement. So we're talking here about the Horizon Europe funding program. The previous initiative was called New Generation Internet. The new one is called Open Internet Stack. The project scale is in the range of a budget from 5 to 50,000 euro, and the projects must have a European dimension. And you have to go and read the fine print to find exactly what that is, because this is a lightning talk, and I'm not going to attempt to cover all the. I'm not sure that I understand all the nuances in the requirements. What I understand by European dimension is that the project, as proposed, should offer something that's of interest to Europe. And the composition of the project teams must also have a European development dimension, because there should be a lead or a significant role in the project consortium should be European. And that doesn't necessarily quite mean member states of the EU. There are other authorized countries. And it's also possible for outside countries off those lists to be part of a consortium for a project. And again, you need to read the small print yourself, and at the end we have the links. At the moment, there are 3 active funds under the Next Generation Internet program, and under the new Open Internet Stack program, NLnet Foundation, not labs, that's different, sorry, Benno, if you're in the room. That's going to be called Restack. And the crucial thing, a useful thing here is that the submission deadlines happen every 2 months. So if you miss one, you're ready for the next one. And I think I've covered most of the rest of that slide already. So here are the funds which are currently open. 3 of them in the New Generation Internet framework, and OIS Restack should open next month if I understand the plans. Stephen is my colleague in Tolerant Networks. He's the person with the IETF connections. We're both here at RIPE 92. You can find out all the small print on the NLNet Foundation's website. You can see the URL there. The announcement of the OIS Restack, I think if you download this presentation from the meeting site, you'll actually get a clickable link instead of that long, horrible thing. And you can read more about Horizon Europe and all the more political aspect of the envelope around this in the EU's website. And I think that's it. I hope I haven't overrun, Annika. So if there are questions, they're welcome. If not, find Stephen or me around the place.
I think we have at least time for one question. Okay. That's brave.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Neil. Benno Overeiner, NLNet Labs. You already corrected, but just to make sure. So NLNet Foundation and NLNet Labs are 2 different organizations. NLNet Foundation, well, NLNet Labs write code, and NLNet Foundation write checks. So, so remember that. Remember that.
Yeah, all right, thank you. And with that, I'm wrapping up this lightning talk round. And yeah, thank you all. Thank you all. Our big applause for all our speakers, especially, yeah, everyone. I think this was the last session for today here. And I'm getting off stage now. I'm not longer hogging your attention. I wish you all a great and pleasant RIPE 92. And yeah, see you around.
Yes. All the best.
So I had a really good idea, but then I forgot what it was.
Just go on the fly. And initially, we are all speaking.
Are they? Yeah, yeah.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Oh, I have a question.
Okay, 1 minute.
Mr. Eric, how are you?
I'm doing well. And you?
Oh, not too bad.
So,
There's one of them like when you stop doing questions slides. I'm not sure if you're doing it.
Yeah, I think the first one you do it.
I don't know if we're actually going to get. I don't know if we're actually going to get any feedback. So I hope so.
folks, settle in. We'll start in a minute.
I saw your
Okay, so let's start. Welcome to the BOF, Bridging ITF and RIPE from standards to operations and back. Before we start, an announcement. We have a welcome reception after the BOF at level -2. Please join us. Let's have drinks after this. And it's always good to continue the discussion from BOF to drinks. So let's start. So aim of this BOF, basically we want to make sure that there are new folks in all the communities. It's always good to understand where ITF comes in, what role does it play, as well as also to understand how RIPE plays the role in deploying the things that ITF comes up, the standards. We also want to share all the latest development that is happening at the ITF. What are the new drafts, what are the new BOFs and working groups, and what are the topics that are gaining traction at the ITF, and share it with this community to get feedback and invite folks to participate as well. But overall, our aim is to make sure that we strengthen more coordination, we can cooperate at right places, and basically bridge the ITF and RIPE community, and you see the beautiful Edinburgh Bridge right there. And of course, to have more open discussion. We are here whole week. bunch of us from the IETF leadership at IAB and ISG. We have a lot more people who participate in both the communities for a long time. So that's our hope, that we can all act as a bridge for that more new people to come and participate in both the organizations. So let's start with an introduction of what's happening at the IETF and what's new. I am Dhruv, I'm the IAB chair. We have some more folks from the IAB. There's Yaroslav, Matthew, Warren from the IAB, and we have Gauri and Eric from the ISG. So before we start, let's have a quick look at what is the IETF mission statement. It's pretty, and like everything, we like to put everything in RFC. So even our mission statement gets an RFC number. It's 3935. And our mission is pretty straightforward. Make the internet work better. I think we can all agree, we can all get behind it, but our focus area is very specific by producing high quality technical documents. We are not running the networks, we are not doing things, we are writing the best documents that we can, which is of high quality. And again, our aim is to influence, keyword being influence. We can't force anyone. We don't have, as we call in IETF, something called as a protocol police. All we can do is write good documents and hope that they will design, use, and use those documents to design, use, and manage the internet. And it is our hope that they will find the specification that we come up to be useful, to implement, to deploy, and finally to use. These are some of the IETF ethos, and I think with this community, these ethos are mostly very well shared. We are open. Everyone participates as an individual. People do declare their affiliation, but they are not speaking on behalf of those affiliation. They are speaking as an individual when they are participating in an IETF process. The unique thing between IETF and RIPE you will see is, we don't have members. Basically, you are an IETFer if you join a mailing list, and by joining that mailing list, you are part of us. You have joined the community. The things that we do, especially the way we do work, which is what developing specification, we like to do it as building blocks. So the way we call it as, we like to do Lego blocks and not grand blueprints of how things needs to work. We come up with those Lego blocks and we want other people to find ways on how to use them, build things in a permissionless innovative way. And that's how the protocols that we have developed continue to be used in brand new environments. The IP continues to be used from wireless to satellite to now deep space. That's the beauty of doing things in a building block way. Finally, our work, basically the things that we develop is completely free, not just the final specification, but all our outputs. To get, by doing everything in open, we prove that, yes, this is the best technical solution out there. All our decisions are done in open, in mailing list, in meetings which are easy to participate in. We judge the output based on technical contribution, not who you are speaking on behalf of, but what technical output or what technical reasoning that you can put forward in front of the room. Finally, even we come up with our specification, our success is when people actually deploy them, and which is completely on voluntary basis. It's other people who need to see value, and yes, this needs to be implemented, this needs to be enabled, and this needs to actually be deployed. And that's where this community comes in. This is an idea of what all various different organizational elements within the IETF. The key part, of course, is the standards part, where all our work happens in working groups. Those working groups are arranged in loosely in these areas, the areas that you see, and Eric will go a little bit more in details about each of these areas. Overall, the area directors from all of these areas, that's what we have, the Internet Engineering Steering Group, the ISG, that approves the documents and makes sure that the IETF is working properly. Whereas we, on the IAB side, the middle box, we look at more long-term technical direction of internet development. We do things sometimes even pre-standardization. So that's where workshops comes in. Matthew will talk about some of the recent workshops that we have done. We do liaisons. We need to work with other standards organization bodies, IEEE, 3GPP, and all the other ones, and make sure that we are working well. Even coordinating with ICANN comes into this liaison coordination activities. And also we do outreach, where this being just one of those activities as well. While ITF is doing engineering, we also have the research arm, which looks at things which are much more long-term research questions, still experimental questions that needs to be answered. And there are around 16 research groups, which makes the IRTF. And the LLC helps us run things, and ITF Trust and IPMC manages our rights to the ITF contribution. And let me now pass it on to Eric.
Thank you, Jeff. So my name is Eric Vink. I am the INTD, Internet Area Director. And basically, this is the view of all the areas. If you look about at the bottom, this is basically the data link layer, right, with IEEE, 3GPP, and so on. And the top, you have other SDO like W3C for everything which is web-related. And roughly doing, because we are not purists, even at the IETF, we are engineers, so it's roughly OSI layers, but a professor at this stage will be furious, right, Gary? Because it's not really the layers. But the int, this is the related to not too much about the internet, but more about the IP protocol. So how can we run IP over foo, IP over bar? Of course, over Ethernet and Wi-Fi, it's pretty easy, but some data link layers are normally more tricky. And we will go, for instance, later in the space. And of course, this is also all the mechanism to make this IP layer working. So we've got, and I see many people here doing DNS, right? So DNS is part of int there. On the top of it, we need to route packets, so there's a routing. So we have BGP, ISIS, OSPF. We add RIP even, right? So it's still there. And VPN, and not the IPsec VPN, of course, right? Like the BGP-based VPN and MPLS-based VPN. On the top, we've got WIP, and the area director there is Guri. It's a new name for transport. And so it's basically everything related to HTTP and tunneling and mask, for instance, which is big game changer. On the top of it, you get all the application, of course. WebRTC, for instance, is coming from this area. And quite often, if you think about it, there are two vertical areas. One being ops, operation and management, and my friend Warren was area director for many years on this. How you manage the network. Because honestly, that's something which is missing sometimes. IATS is basically routing protocols, but we need to manage them. Now, more and more, we try to put management part of the protocol. But are we right? That's maybe a question for later. And of course, we need to get security, right? When I started the internet a long time ago, everyone was friend. Now, nobody is my friend anymore on the internet, right? So I need to be careful. All the decision, all the meetings that we do at the ITF is either fully remote or hybrid. So like pretty much like RIPE, where part of the attendance or the participation, by the way, at the ITF we talk more about participation, not attendance. It's really two ways, right? Everyone in the room or in the mailing list may and should interact with the authors and the leadership there. The tools we are using, you will not be surprised. We are using exactly the same tools as here. Meetico. The GUI is different though. For the remote audience, we have one difference though. When you say we, I mean the IETF. The IETF has a difference. Remote participation is not free. We have a fee. But, it's a big but, you can ask for a fee waiver, so you pay nothing and no question asked. But I mean, there are some, I work for Cisco, some of my colleagues can afford the few $100 to participate remotely, and that's money that we need, right, to run the IETF. The IETF use a tool called Data Tracker to handle all the RFC, the draft, and all the processes, which is basically a bespoke tool. Interestingly, it's open source, and part of the community, including myself, we write the code there, right? So that's interesting. Talking about hybrid meetings, all the decisions are made over the mailing list. So even we have some people that never participate in any IETF meetings, but take part of the decision or the consensus about adopting or publishing a draft into an RFC. So we are, by the way, facing an issue. I mean, no, not really an issue. We need to change because a lot of things happen now in GitHub, issue tracker, which is not reflected in mailing list. So we will need to adapt at some point of time there. Relationship with RIPE. When I look in this room, I think I know at least 1/3 of this room who goes to the IETF meetings physically. Maybe the other third is doing it remotely, so I don't see them, right? Obviously. But it's important because we are two parts. We have one coin, which is the internet, and maybe one part of the side of one side of the coin is the IETF making the protocol, but the other side are basically operators. And there are many operators in this room or deploying. So we are basically the same coin, the internet coin, right? Whether it's writing the protocols or running them. And we need to interact. Because if we make a protocol which is not usable, did I say IPv4 NAT, right? Yes, I'm an IPv6 guy, just in case you don't know me. But we're still there, and we have to pay for the issue on this. A really good interaction is required. And this is the reason, and thank you again, Miriam, for allowing this BOF, and not the first one, hopefully not the last one as well, where we can get some interaction, either now in the BOF or later by the welcome reception in the coffee break. So we need to get new protocols running. And this section is about recent and ongoing work. And I have some tasks. I've seen Raymond in the coffee break. I'm not sure whether he's in the room. I don't know whether Christian or Wolfgang is there. But we need to find an IPv8 working group right nowadays. Maybe you have seen this. Top right, IPv8. Top left, even less known, IPv7. They are published as draft, but we are so open at the IETF that anybody can publish a draft. As long as it's start draft blah blah and not draft IETF, it's nothing, right? We have a draft which is, this draft is not a draft or something like that you write, right? There is one about the MIU protocol. There is one about, you know, the ping over avian carriers. So it's not, he managed to get a lot of social networking impact, but that's all. Now, talking about this, the date could have been a hint, and by the way, it's not an April 1st RFC, right? They are draft, real draft by real people, it seems. But in April, the IETF makes April Fool's Day RFCs. In May, what I am doing is gardening. And when I'm doing gardening, I'm basically doing some plants, right? Yaroslav. This was a good one, right?
Yeah, very good one. Now, let's talk about something less controversial. So obviously, in this, whatever we have left for this presentation, about 20 minutes, we will not be able to cover all the great work that IETF is doing. So we decided in this 15-20 minutes part of the presentation to bring you some highlights of some interesting, trendy, important, or what we believe is relevant for you working group items. So one of those is plants working group. Now, we, as you might have heard, are migrating from classical to post-quantum cryptography. So those are new cryptographic primitives that are not vulnerable to attacks by quantum computers. And one of the challenges associated in certain protocols, we can just replace old cryptographic primitives for the new ones. The challenge with certificates is that post-quantum digital signatures are really large and they stop scaling. certificate transparency log stop scaling. We need a different approach. So Plant's working group is looking for Merkle tree-based certificates. So a different model of constructing certificate chains where an entity receives essentially a leaf of the tree and uses that as an evidence that it has the certificate. It's a brand new working group, very, very active. So if you have any interest in how WebPKI works in the future of certificate transparency logs and all that and how that would modify the protocols, I highly encourage you to follow that working group and join the mailing list and the conversation. Another interesting new working group is Authenticated Transfer Protocol working group. This is one of those interesting examples where an established protocol designers come to IETF and say, we would like to, from this proprietary protocol to move to an open standard. We believe there is a value for community. We want to relinquish control, and that's what happens when protocol becomes part of IETF, and so that it would serve greater good. So Authenticated Transfer Protocol, originally based on a Blue Sky Social AT protocol. It is a new protocol for creating decentralized global networks for publication of self-certified data with extremely low latency repository-like data structure AT URI scheme. So again, if you're into decentralization of storage, self-certifying items, and maybe even in social media building, I encourage you to look into that. Another working group that just launched, finished their chartering, is JSON Schema. JSON Schema has been around for a long time, right? The drafts that define JSON Schema has been around for like 10 years or something, but they were never they never reached to RFC status. There are no IANA registries for JSON Schema. There is no way to improve or build new versions of JSON schema. So this is a new working group that is designed to rectify that. So bring JSON schema to RFC, document, mitigate, or fix any security concerns, include only features and mechanisms that are known in actual production usage, and create IANA registries. So again, if you are using JSON schema, you want to develop something on JSON schema, you have an opinion on this matter, join a mailing list of this new working group. And a few highlights from our previous IETF meeting in Shenzhen, IETF 1 to 5. There were two very interesting BOFs. One is Catalyst. So as one thing that AI is bringing to us, well, there is a theory that AI will stop the world hunger, that it will bring so much prosperity to the world. Personally, I'm not yet convinced that that will happen, but one thing that AI is certainly bringing to us is loads of ideas of IETF. Lots of folks are coming. There is abundance of ideas about how do we create new protocols for AI or modify existing protocols for AI, how do we regulate AI, build proxies, brokers, all sorts of things. So Catalyst was a non-working group forming BOF designed to explore ideas, what folks would like to do around AI, would like to build new protocols or modify existing protocols or evaluate different solutions there. So as a result of Catalyst BOF, there are at least two more specific BOFs that are likely to come at the next IETF meeting. So we've explored lots of different ideas. Not all ideas had clear consensus, but there were a few areas of work that are likely to become eventually working groups at IETF. And second BOF is operationalizing network and service abstraction, or ONSAN BOF. So traditionally, service models were focused around specific devices or service nodes, and they don't always well interact with one another. So ONSAN is building up on top of IIB NemOps workshop that happened a couple of years ago, I believe, and it enables operators to manage and automate service abstraction in a consistent manner, so that service models would apply to the whole network rather than to individual network nodes. This was a successful working group forming BOF. Chartering of this working group is in progress, and it is likely to launch soon. Again, if service automation is something that is important to you, I imagine it is for quite a few in this room, I encourage you to join the mailing list and participate in this shiny new working group. And here I would like to pass it over to Matt.
Thank you. So I'm going to talk a little bit now about the one of the activities of the Internet Architecture Board, the IAB, which is to run workshops. And these are focus gatherings that brings together lots of different experts from outside of the IETF community, typically, and right across the broader Internet community, often including regulators, operators, all sorts of people who have an interest in a particular topic. To discuss those topics related to internet architecture, protocol standards, and future directions. And these are very much kind of pre-standards activities. So they're not the final destination. They don't necessarily even scope out what we need to do. But the idea of them is to spark in-depth discussions and get some engagement from people who may not otherwise have been involved, or talk about aspects that, or topics that might be missing in the current process. So typically these run once or twice a year. There's been quite a few over the last 3 years. I've listed those on the slide. They've covered things. I'll talk about the IP address geolocation and the age-based restrictions on content access workshops in a moment. But we covered, as Jaroslav mentioned, we had a workshop on next year of network management operations. We've done one on AI control. That's control of AI access or scraping of content. Some a workshop looking at barriers to internet access of services, and various other ones. So they're quite diverse topics that they're looking at. So one we did in October last year was joint with W3C, and this was a workshop on, very topical workshop on age-based restrictions on content access. And I had a very broad participation from regulators, from civil society, from vendors, from operators, and so on. I think it was a very successful workshop. And there are a number of takeaways from that workshop that we drew on. I think we realized during that workshop that earlier collaboration between all these different stakeholders would have made the current situation much more effective and is needed for effective solutions. I'll just pick out a few of these because there are quite a lot of takeaways, and you can see the full report linked to at the bottom here. Identifying in a system for age assurance and age verification. This is actually a fairly distributed architecture potentially, and it's important in this architecture to understand what all the different roles in this architecture are, who owns what the risks are of storing personal information in different parts of this architecture. More than one approach is likely required. One of the other issues is pinning liability on one party in this system is not particularly helpful. And as I mentioned, mapping the risks of to specific architectures is very useful to understand where potentially the privacy concerns can reside, for example. Another workshop that was held in December last year was on IP address geolocation. Again, there's a report that's available as a draft, which you can access there. And the sort of premise of this was the use of IP addresses is a weak and overloaded signal for geolocation. And there's many operational issues in relying solely on these in Anycast and satellite and overlay networks and so on. And there's a need to signal intent and certainty, and also consent to revealing your location. And there's some scope for incremental updates to IP geolocation mechanisms, but those can't necessarily meet all of the high assurance or privacy sensitive needs. Again, I would encourage you to go and have a look at the report. There's Warren.
Hey. So in the interest of time, I'm going to go through this really quickly. Also, I'm assuming all of you can read. So here's some updates that we've done in the ops and management area recently. There's obviously a lot more work. We're just calling out some of the more interesting ones or things we think you'll find more interesting. One of the new updates is on the common Yang data types. Basically, we've had a hard time sort of settling on all the different data types that go in Yang, and this is updating that. V6Ops published RFC 9898. If you run or deploy a V6 network, this is well worth reading. It has some of the sort of hidden gotchas that people often miss in neighbor discovery. V6Ops has also adopted the application testing documents and the NAT64 well-known prefix document. If you use NAT64, especially with RFC 1918 space, this is definitely of interest to you. CyderOps continues to be a very active working group. They've got, I think, 20 RFCs now and 16 active drafts, with 3 more with the ISG or RFC editor. So if you do routing on the internet, you should be paying attention to this. Green is talking about sustainability. They've adopted some of their framework and terminology documents. And something that I'm particularly happy about is we have finally published RFC 9887, which allows you to now carry TACACS over TLS. This actually fixes a very large vulnerability because TACACS would allow a fair bit of information to be leaked. Future work in ops and management is Veloce. We heard from the network management NEMOPS workshop, next area of network management operations, can never remember that one, that the current model of developing Yang models doesn't really work well in the industry, especially doing things like making updates. So we're working on a new sort of model for publishing Yang modules, potentially not in RFCs initially. AI is everywhere, as you've probably noticed. So there's discussion on AI for network operations, and also RFCs contain security considerations, and we're having some more discussion on making sure that when an RFC is published, operational considerations are also considered. So a better checklist for when people are writing documents, and hopefully, towards the beginning of the document, they can be considering operational considerations, and also possibly having a section in the RFC to better track this. Eric and probably Jen will disagree with me, but DNS is the most important protocol on the internet. Seriously, it is.
It has told you over IPv6.
So there's a lot of DNS work. DELEG is a new working group to try and sort of change the DNS model, DNS delegation model. So instead of just being able to signal like that their child name servers over there, you can signal a lot more information, like the name servers are there and they speak DNS over TLS. This domain is an alias of this other domain, things like that. It's also improved some DNSSEC stuff. There's also a lot of DNS work happening in the IETF, and the DNSOP working group has long been overloaded. So we're working on changing the structure of how we do this, sort of a DNS dispatch type model potentially. So when new DNS work happens, instead of it all going to DNSOP, we say this might need a new working group, send this work over there, etc. As previously mentioned, AI is everywhere, and there's potentially going to be a BOF at IETF 126 on DNS for agent discovery. And then DNSOP has recently published some documents, RFC 9904, 5, and 6, which deprecate the use of SHA-1 and ECC GHOST in DNSSEC. And, for Eric, we're soon going to be publishing RFC 9301, which talks about DNS over IPv6 and potentially one day even IPv6 only name servers. And there you go.
So int, key areas and key new thing. DMM, distributed mobility. This is basically allowing people changing from network to network. 6 law is how you can use IPv6, as I told you, on specific data link layer, specifically low PAN, where you get only 128 or 256 bytes frames, which is, of course, with the big size of V6 packets, is challenging. DRIP is the drone remote ID protocol. Basically, when you are using an IPv6 address to identify a drone. DHC, DHCP, right, is still there. I was hoping to close the group because for me, it has been there for 20 years or whatever, right? So what's new? But we keep adding new options, new messages. And a brand new one, the one which is, I think, very attractive in the int area, which is taking IP to other planets. So basically, what's the impact specifically on the higher layer if you are sending an IP packets not to Nigeria or whatever, and we have seen it's a long time, but to the moon, 3 seconds, and you need to get a reply. Or to Mars, and Mars is between 4 and 20 minutes, depending upon where Mars is, as opposed to the Earth. And I was talking about the bridges between RIPE and the IETF. And the gentleman there, right, presented in Bucharest, if I'm not mistaken, right, this presentation here, a farewell to ARP, basically replacing the IPv4 ARP by IPv6 somehow. And guess what? I had to push him a little, but just a little, I don't know how to begin. And you put a draft a couple of weeks ago, and you already get, if I can it back, email on this. So the work that started here, in Bucharest, in November, it's already drafted the IETF, and most of it will be, okay, my screen is going blue, I don't know why. So will be adopted by the IETF and may become an RFC, which is pretty cool. And you are getting interaction, which is the most challenging part to get. Another part of interaction between the IETF and the rear was the DRIP stuff. I told you we are using an IPv6 addresses for every drone. The main reason is to rely on the DNS. And Jim Reed in the room, right, wrote this RFC with somebody else. Or you can insert an IPv6 address into the DNS when the v6 address the DNS entry carries enough information about the drone. Of course, it pushes IPv6 address, resource record, into the IPv6.ARPA. And then, to be honest, we could have synchronized a little bit better with the rear on this one. And the other one is from Tony Lee. I was talking about sending IP packets to the space. But why not using a specific IPv6 addresses range, or even IPv4, but I don't know, right? You are nothing from my mouth. IPv6 prefix for those addresses. Tony Lee has got a draft. It's currently about what he calls call for adoption. And he's presenting it, I think, in 3 minutes. Will be challenging on Thursday at 12 here. Gary.
Yeah, so ever wondered where all those packets come from or where they go to? Well, you should come and look at WIT. All transport protocol work in the IETF is focused on WIT. QUIC is one of our really big subjects. It comes in various working groups. QUIC's justified its multi-path extensions, which has been like 9 years in the making. Media over QUIC is very quickly becoming running code, a specification probably at the next meeting. SCON related also to media transport over QUIC. And, well, I can't ignore TCP and UDP. We're still doing lots of work on TCP and UDP. One of the real interesting things here is the things we do now apply also to QUIC and other transports. So that work is going right across the different transports. And I should mention NFS. We do lots of stuff on all sorts of protocols. Which button do I press? Green one. Yeah, good. Art. Applications are real time. These are the people who do things over the stuff that WIT does. Whimsy is interesting. It's about ID identification for connecting the human to the robot agent and how that works and how you identify them in a nice, sensible and private way. And then there's a whole stack of work on various protocols. We could cut it however we like. So here I put up all the ones relating to email, which is now a hot topic, surprisingly. It's come back round.
All right. A few updates on security. One of I guess specification that's been in the making for quite a while finally got published as an RFC, encrypted client hello in TLS, formerly known as ESNI. So for those who don't know, ECH is evolution of ESNI. So it's published as RFC 9849. And there are a few other updates published recently in TLS return routability check for DTLS and some IANA register updates. There is active work right now going on in TLS when it comes to various post-quantum cryptography mechanisms and PAICs. In LAMP's working group that is working on limited but apparently additional mechanisms for PAIC and SMIME. They are busy adding all sorts of post-quantum algorithms and code points to X509 and also looking for certain interesting X509 extensions such as unsigned X509s. In OAuth working group, there is very active work right now. They recently published RFC 9901 for selective disclosure for JOTs. Apparently, there are interesting use cases for agentic AI and things like that might want to see only part of the claims. And there is a number of new drafts adopted for update to OAuth security BCP, authentication, and SPIFFE, OAuth SPIFFE client authentication for refresh and authorization expiration. In IPsec maintenance and extensions working group, there is also work for post-quantum security. In addition to more widely adopted mechanisms such as ML-CAM, they started work on allowing hybrid Frodo-CAM as well as SHA-3 in IQV2. With that, let me hand it over to Matt.
So I'm just going to talk a little bit about the routing area. I've got a couple of slides on this. So it's essentially the area that covers working groups and protocols for discovery and reachability and choosing paths through the internet, for the network. So it covers VPNs, provider provision VPNs. It also covers sort of provider provision tunneling mechanisms like MPLS and segment routing. So the Spring Working Group kind of covers more the architectural aspects of segment routing. And this has been adopting drafts to specify concepts of eligibility concepts for segment routing policies and policy groups and extensions for network resource partitioning. The Routing Area Working Group kind of covers more generic cross-working group stuff that doesn't fit necessarily into one specific working group charter or other. This has recently published an RFC, finally published the RFC on topology independent fast reroute, so TILFA basically, you're probably familiar with using segment routing. The LSR working group covers the IGPs, so ISAS, OSPF stuff, and so on. And that's been doing lots of work on Yang data modeling, but also on flexible algorithms. So that's basically generating different topologies within the IGP for different requirements, like delay sensitive, for example, traffic. And the TEAS working group, that does traffic engineering, essentially. And that's been working on, recently published an RFC on network slicing for 5G using existing IP-MPLS technologies. So how you use an existing IP-MPLS network for network slicing in 5G. There's also a lot of ongoing work. I want to talk mostly in this about IDR and BES. So BGP is our kind of Swiss Army knife of protocols in the routing area. It does everything. The IDR working group owns kind of the base design of BGP, and then it gets reused by other working groups, and they might make enhancements or to it or extensions to it for their particular applications. And that's been working on enhancements around flow spec, BGP signaling for segment routing, and error handling and updates to the base BGP4 specification. There's a BIS draft for that. BGP-enabled services kind of dear to my heart. I'm one of the co-chairs of BGP-enabled services, and this basically owns the space of layer 3 VPNs, so traditional BGP IP VPNs, and layer 2 VPNs like BGP VPLS, and now Ethernet VPN. And that's been enhanced there's a lot of work going on at the moment for enhancing it for multicast and enhanced resiliency. And then there's a bunch of groups that are not necessarily in the routing area, but the ITF likes to look at the operational aspects of the protocols that it produces. I think CyberOps has already been mentioned by Warren, but I just wanted to draw your attention to the SRv6 operations working group. This is a relatively new working group that was formed to talk about or investigate the operational and deployment aspects of SRv6, so segment routing with an IPv6 data plane. And specifically, it provides kind of a platform for network operators, primarily to share their practical experiences of deploying SRv6 and tackle real-world challenges. And there's actually been some really interesting presentations in that working group from not just from large ISPs and large operators, but also from some enterprises and private networks and utility networks about how they're looking to use SRv6 and what their experience of trying to deploy it in their network has been. Okay, so IRTF.
Yeah. The IRTF is for anybody who's interested in research, has data, or is working on policy. The key thing being the R bit. So these meetings work in parallel with the IETF. And come along to the next meeting. Come along if you want to join remotely. You can, and you can get a fee waiver if you apply for that. There's lower fees for students participating, and joining mailing lists is free. Many things are going on at the IETF for many different people. So whether you're coming for the first time, you'll find something. If you're coming for it many times, there are new ways to engage, new ways to talk to people. The important thing is don't just come and watch, come and engage, come and make your presence known, contribute, tell people what you think.
So this is supposed to be sort of a participatory group, so we'd like feedback from all of you. We originally were just going to go through a bunch of questions and sort of walk through them one at a time, but we took a bit longer than we expected going through this. So instead, we're going to show all of the questions just to get things started, and we'd sort of like discussion on anything. This is just some sort of starter questions. So how can we be better informed from RIPE operational experience, and how do we improve the feedback loop? Is deeper participation in the IETF a worthwhile investment for network operators? And if not, why not? Basically, what are the hurdles and how do we address them? What are the key disconnection points between us? Basically, you can read these. Maybe we should start having people ask questions, and we can flip through these while people are asking questions and we're trying to respond. I think Jen is first.
Mic is not working.
Yep, no mic yet.
No mic. Here we are. Jen Linkova, and for purpose of this discussion, I identify as an operator who comes to IETF. So I can't help but noticing that we see that session over and over again on RIPE meetings. I hope we are not expecting different results, but I have a few comments actually. First, and by the way, sorry, because we keep doing this, I keep making comments which I probably made before, I just can't remember. So I apologize if some people heard that from me. In Bucharest, definitely, when we were talking about this, I looked at last 3 years of IETF participants and overlap with people who registered for RIPE. And out of 2,000 people who registered for at least one IETF in 3 years, 10% of them also registered for RIPE. So I am basically curious, we're talking about getting more operators into IETF, do we have data? Because if you don't measure it, you do not control it. So how do we know and what we're trying to achieve?
So that's a really good point. And we are planning or hoping to be able to add a question at registration, being like, do you identify as an operator or an implementer or a vendor or just an academic or similar? But we think that there is a problem because we keep hearing from people that we're designing protocols that don't really fit in their network. Yep. And so we believe that we need better feedback from people on, when we're going off the rails. And there's some ways to get feedback, right? This is one of them. Potentially, we need better ways of doing it. Places where I think they would be useful if we got more feedback is when we're actually chartering a working group or starting a BOF. Getting feedback at that point to make sure we're heading in the right direction is, I think, really useful. But as you noted, we do seem to have a fair number of people who participate in both. And Eric also said, maybe a third of the people here. What would be really interesting is who here who here in the room also participates in the IETF?
More than 1/3, I was wrong.
More than a third.
To acquire, right?
Yep. So, you know, probably then we're doing everything perfectly, is what I'm hearing from Jen.
The question is, why the 2 other third are not participating at the ITF? That's the reason. And by the way, to answer your question, Jen, indeed, there are big operators participating at RIPE at the ITF. Small operators, because strictly Europe, right, we are divided by countries, do not always participate. So you have the Orange, you get the Deutsche Telekom, you get a corporation like yourself, but the smaller ones that are important.
So before I sit down and let other people speak, I'm going to repeat again what I said before. To get people who come to RIPE participate into ETF, we need to solve the most fundamental, 2 fundamental problems. Actually, it's one problem. How can they justify their presence at IETF? Because in most cases, what IETF does not impact them directly. And the only proposal I have is to repeat a very successful, at least from my perspective, experiment we did at Amsterdam many years ago, is to have interim collocated for some operational working group collocated with RIPE meetings. So people can, for very nominal fee, without additional travel cost, get hands-on, real operational experience, ATF experience.
Excellent idea. Something that we will take it back.
Yeah, I have a very short thing, and sorry for skipping the queue because you were first, but the question was how many people are in RIPE and ITF, and 2/3 raised their hand. I think you should add and who identifies as an operator.
Yeah. Right.
So if you want to ask that again.
Actually, that's a good point. I mean, could people here who participate in the IETF, and that's always a hard thing, right? Doesn't mean you actively participate or have you sent email once, but people who sort of view themselves as IETF people and view themselves as operators, could you raise your hands? Wow, the numbers are very different then, which that was a very good
observation.
Franziska Lichtblau, SAP. That actually ties into one of the things I wanted to say. You kept referring to this community, and that has been traditionally the way, as the operator community. But I think if we look also where we are sourcing participation from, this is wider these days because we have different stakeholders represented. And I think that could be worthwhile if you are looking to engage people to really meet them where they are and think what their perspectives are. The other thing is, I know it from this community as well, we can sometimes be very busy with navel gazing. And we have things documented because obviously it's clear how to participate. You can look that up easily. But for example, what somebody earlier said in passing, I had to explain to a couple of my friends because they were like, IETF, that's weird. Remote participation actually costs money. Yeah, I can't do it. I'm sure it's written everywhere that you can get that fee waived, but the notion is still out there. Not sure how it's gone fixable, and I understand why there is a default fee for reasons, but it's sometimes the small things that really raise the barrier.
Yeah, and there really is no bar on that small fee. You don't have to pay it. Just make a request and you'll get that fee waiver for remote attendance.
I know.
But other
Yeah,
people,
but I want to say it.
Other people don't know, and we need to communicate that better. But it's also a really good point where, for a long time, we used to view, or at least I used to view, NANOG and RIPE as being where operators show up, and that's definitely not true in the NANOG world. And here as well, it is increasingly a much wider selection than just people with hands on routers. So I think that explains even more that we need to do a better job of getting operator input, not vendor and everybody else input, if we want RIPE protocols that will actually work in operational networks.
And one thing that we have been also doing is going not just to the APNICs and NANOG and RIPE, but CAPIF, for instance, we were there last time. And we have to go, as you said, where the operators are. And sometimes it's not always at the whole regional, but more on going to a local nodes and also going to CAPIF and MENOG, for instance. Yeah.
Yeah. And last thing with my address policy co-chair hat on, no, Tony will not need to present in 3 minutes. That is a frag up in the agenda. We will inform him.
Hey, Sal Stefan, old grumpy guy. Well, actually, I want to say something else, but this whole discussion about participation in the IETF actually made me remember something that somebody told me earlier today, that 85% of their work in the IETF was damage control and not protocol development. Yeah, no, the thing is, I actually wanted to say is I'm a bit disappointed about the format of the BOF, because the only discussion we're having is why people are not participating in the IETF. The rest of the session has been an information dump that way. I really would have liked much more discussion and much more interaction instead of just giving us a list of stuff the IETF is working on. Because you say you want information from us, but the dumping information on us versus getting information from us balance is way off, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. That's a good point. One of the issues is, and I mean, you're completely right. We have in the past had sort of a thing and then asked for feedback and not gotten any. Something we'd done a long time ago was we had sort of a help desk where we'd have a little booth set up and then would have people come along and tell us where the IETF is doing stuff wrong, or like a conversation about a document that we could try and improve. And we hope to be able to do that again.
And Sandel, point taken. Now, we are here anyway for the rest of the week, right? So you can come to us. It's maybe sometimes easier face-to-face. And my other point, we would also, I think, sharing information one way, as you said, right? Is it useful as well, this first part? We need to get the interaction. But what I've done in the IPv6 working group once or twice is basically what's happening on the IPv6 front about IPv6. So I think it was kind of useful as well. So we can talk later, but I think we can get both of them.
And one other thing, I mean, as you noted, somebody said they spend 85% of their time doing damage control and minimizing bad ideas. That's an incredibly useful thing, because like there's people who come along with pet ideas. Like I always have like the new shiny best idea ever. And we need people to come along and say, that's not going to work because X. And that's incredibly helpful. But yeah, we do need a better way of getting input.
Okay. We have 7 minutes, so maybe quickly let's try to answer the questions.
I mean, I'm not sure if the 7 minutes is our problem or your problem. But Remke van Mook, no affiliation, but I am the guy who ended up doing a lightning talk of a farewell to ARPS and now has that draft that Eric mentioned. And there's a new version of that draft out recently. So if you have any comments about that, please talk to me, or preferably put it on the Interia mailing list so we can actually get working group adoption. That being said, feedback. I've published so far in my career 3 RFCs. And I'm one of the rare offers of not 1 but 2 April Fool's RFCs, and one about DNS. Getting a draft through your system without having intimate knowledge and extensive help from Jen was hard. Was to the point of giving up and throwing my laptop across the hotel room while I was trying to defeat the deadline. I'm sure the system is trivial for you guys. I personally don't think I'm that dumb, but as a newcomer, getting anything into the system is pretty far from trivial.
So yeah, agreed, right? So my first RFC was also done on VI and XML. That's a nightmare, right? We have more tools. It's not perfect. There is authors.itf.org that helps you a lot. I think I referred to you.
Yeah, I've ended up using the whole GitHub workflow, which then in itself also required some magic intimate knowledge of how that thing was supposed to work and what input that was expecting, while trying to defeat a deadline, which is about 90 minutes away. I can't tell you that that was a positive experience.
I can imagine this. Note though that IETF is faster than other SDO. When you see what IEEE is doing, it's not better, or 3GPP is not better either.
We could be worse.
Like, I just want to say that Warren and I tried to submit Warren presentation for RIPE, and we had a problem, and we had to ask PC for help. So it's both directions.
So I'm sure the feeling is mutual. There's work to be done on both sides.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you. And, all right, and let's chat more. Yeah.
And by the way, the other point, we need to be sure, right? All the steps in the publication process is to ensure quality, even if sometimes it's not the case.
But I mean, that's a very good point. We do this every day, and lots of it seems wildly trivial. And getting feedback from people who are actually trying to submit a document for the first time, super helpful. Because, like, obviously you click that button. Oh yeah, it's a hidden button. Who knew?
I'm reading out a question on behalf of an online participant. Michael Richardson, Sandelman Software Works says, as an RFC writer addicted to running code and a very tiny operator, my impression is that operators become frustrated with the IETF process. Either the operators are ignored because their feedback is far too early, or they're ignored because their feedback is way too late. My question to the RIPE community is, how can the IETF get the feedback we desperately need at the right time?
Very good question.
Yeah.
Yes, Maria, developer of BERT, I must say you are lying if you are saying that being in the mailing list costs nothing. It costs a lot of time. I am in 17 mailing lists. I have to be in at least 5 more, and I have 3 years backlog of unread emails, which I have not even seen. It's not easy to participate in the IETF even via the mailing list, because it takes the whole full-time job just to read the mailing list. So for a small organization where all people who have ever worked on BERT is lesser count than the amount of people from Cisco being present at one single IETF conference. It's basically the push from the big ones against the small ones, and the small ones have no idea what to actually do. Let aside all the other problems. But only the IDR working group is a fire hose.
I will not comment on IDR because I'm not following it, but I'm facing the same problem as you, right? Reading all the emails, but most probably the interests of the people are broader. If you are just very focused, it should be better. And now, as I work for Cisco, right? So let me reply for a vendor at the IETF. If there are 10 people from Cisco and 1 or 2, 3 the other people, there is no voting, right? This is the consensus. It's a very fine line. It's not easy, and some people will disagree with me. But I have rarely seen, and we can talk about it in front of a beer, a glass of wine, or whatever. It's not that important.
Yeah, one of the jobs of working group chairs is to make sure that people with the same affiliation cannot just flood the working group and overwhelm everyone else. And if they're not doing their job, then area directors help them.
But Maria is right. It is a lot of work sometimes. But also, as Maria pointed out during one of her presentations, it is very easy for us to get stuff wrong. And so one can't just be like, well, there's 4 emails that vaguely seems okay. Some of the stuff is really important, and when we get it wrong, it goes really badly. So I don't know how we solve the problem of we need a lot of people reviewing and having discussions. So I don't know how we make the fact that it requires a lot of time less of a problem, or a lot of mail.
Jim Reed, unaffiliated. I think some of the stuff that you're doing now is a much welcome development. I think the IETF is now doing a much better job at education and outreach.
Good.
Please keep doing it. Improve those efforts, because it makes a big difference. And it's the fact that you're here to say that we want advice and input from operators is a big step forward. Never seen something like this happen before. So keep this kind of thing going. We also have to do these outreach, and you also have to do this outreach in other areas. For example, in other SDOs and things like WSIS and IGF and all those other crazy policy for it, because many people there don't really understand what the IETF is or what it does, or what's the difference between a document that says draft, read, blah, 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 as opposed to draft IETF, blah, blah, blah. That kind of education, I think, is also a very important thing to do. Jen made a very valuable suggestion early on, is perhaps having some kind of co-located sessions. And it's not, from my view, I don't think it's really an issue of cost, but I think it's more from the point of view of having the right people in the right place at the same time. I think that's the crucial benefit, and I think it's a lot of more, we have a dialogue if you've got operators and IETFers and one or two others sitting down in a room, having a beer together to try and figure out what happens next. And then as part of the IETF effort was coming to places like Right meetings saying, here's what's going on in the IETF right now. If you're interested in this routing thingamabobber, take part in this list discussion, come to the next Right meeting, the next IETF meeting, or whatever. But that kind of information is not really available, especially for people that are further down the food chain. Big companies can send people to these kind of meetings, smaller companies can't, and they don't have the resources to track what's going on across all SDOs, in fact, even to Right meetings as well. So we have to be realistic about the expectations and what people can actually do here. But I think you're moving in the right line. One other little thing, please. If you could try and get away from using these stupid contrived acronyms for the names of the working groups, that would be nice.
So first off, thank you very much for the feedback. I'm really glad that you think we're getting better. But as Sundar pointed out, we did do a bad job of how we do this particular interaction, like this session, this presentation. So we'd also like to know how to do this better, so we're not just doing a 45-minute brain dump.
Yeah. Sorry, just one other quick interrupt as well. The one is, I think that might be helpful also to do some sort of shepherding for new participants coming to the IETF, especially the ones that are writing drafts, so we can guide them how to write the documents properly and how to give the feedback when the documents get kicked out or get strong feedback pushback from the working group.
And very quick thing, if people do join, we have a shepherd process, actually a mentor process. So anybody who wants to join, please, take advantage of that. But sorry, we're running out of time, so shouty. Okay, cut the line. Okay,
cut the line, and then we are here for the whole welcome reception. We can continue to have conversations for sure. But yeah, let's just have a very quick.
Benedict Stockmann, Stepladder IT, two quick remarks. First, asking here who has any sort of business with the IETF is systemically wrong, because you should ask the people outside. So you want to be careful with that. Second thing is, we could be worse, is always been excuse. And not only that, but picking on the IEEE when they're not even here and can't defend themselves is unfair.
Okay, it was more meant as a joke, as you know me, Benedict, right? But yeah,
So-
I should have
so
done,
was well.
my bad.
Hi, Asbjørn from Fiby. We are a smaller operator in the Copenhagen area, and for us, it's difficult to do more than one Right meeting a year, let alone going to an IETF meeting. We would love to participate there. So I think that the other question we still need to ask the room is, sure, there's more people outside that are not in here, but we asked how many here is participating in IETF and have an operator background, but we still need to ask how many here see themselves as an operator, to see if it's just that the operator people are outside.
That's true.
Thanks.
Yeah, we should.
Lee Howard, happily retired. The first year I was active at the IETF, my major contribution was preventing my organization from adopting any new RFCs that had come through, because none of them were useful to us. The remaining of the 7 or 8 years that I was active at the IETF and on the IAB, much of my major contribution, I did a few things, but much of my contribution was shooting the bad idea fairy. And as you say, if 85% of the work of participation in the IETF, or especially by an operator, is putting down bad ideas, there are 50-ish working groups, each of which are considering 3 to 5 drafts at a given time. That's impossible. It takes dozens of people. And in my organization, I eventually convinced them to hire more people just to attend more working groups. But at any given meeting, there are 5 working groups going on at a time. That's the minimum number of people that you need to keep tabs on what's happening. Is that about right? I mean, that's about right.
There's more than that.
Therefore, my suggestion is do less. IESG, shut things down. Don't charter working groups. You can charter BOFs because that's where you find out if there's actual support within an operator community. But do less. I would love to know from the IAB, for instance, I think it's on IAB more than IESG work, how many standards published by the IETF get adopted? I don't think there's any way for the IAB to know, but that would be a really interesting metric. And then you could go back and do analysis to figure out how could you have known that it wasn't going to go anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, the do less is a fairly common refrain, and I've said it a few times as well. But every time we do, I'm like, we should do less V6 and more DNS. And Jen and Eric are like, no. And then if you're like, well, okay, let's do more V6. Everybody's got their pet thing, and it's really hard to know which ones are worth doing. But yep, we could do a better job of closing older working groups. But everybody has their thing of what they think is important. And
my finding when I was being active was that that was not so much the case. Is there would be one or two people who said, I have a great idea, I want to pursue it. And then a lot of people had to be in the room just in order to get their name on a document or be there.
That is somewhat true as well.
Demand for the solution.
There is definitely that as well. That's more, I think, individual drafts, not whole working groups. But yeah, point taken.
I think there's a kind of strong justification for a working group should be there to solve a specific problem and then shut it down. And if you need to carry it on, properly recharge it or have a BOF to see what else can be done. There's actually quite a few working groups that drift. They go on for decades, some of them. And people bring in new ideas into the working groups without them going through the kind of checks that you get at the BOF to see if it's really worth doing. And I agree that's definitely a problem that needs to be solved.
Okay, last question.
Franziska Lichtblau, SAP. Let me do a weird thing and actually refer to what you have here and your question, and maybe try to get back to that. I spend a fair time on the RIPE PC, and if I look at how you interact with us or could potentially, I will keep my answer to the plenary section. We can have a longer conversation later. What I've seen getting from you a lot is basically what you presented today. Like, this is what we did, list. And then I'm like, in all honesty, we see the plenary as a very high level session with stuff that is relevant to everyone. That everyone can sort of refer to. And the IETF stuff has the strong attribute that it's very nitty gritty. It's about details. It is about that specific standard. So, and then I get the list of things that have been done. In all honesty, that was never really appealing. The ones that I personally remember rating really well on the PC and also as a participant was somebody presenting their IETF work and exactly framing it, their specific work, why it's relevant to this community. And a positive example is much more encouraging than a rundown of stuff that has been done. For example, I was listening to what you presented earlier and what Warren, for example, did with the points he mentioned. He added just some little bits. Oh, this could be relevant for you if you are in this and that area, because we are not down to your level of detail. So aggregate.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for very good input. Okay. Let's do it over drinks.
Okay. But yeah, I just want to basically second what she said and work with working groups instead of plenary.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for very good feedback. We are here all week. Please reach out. Thank you.